Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. You are about to embark on a deep dive with us, exploring a topic that is, well, absolutely fundamental to human life.
It really is. It connects us to history, culture, drives these massive global systems.
And impacts the planet in pretty profound ways.
That's right. Today, we're taking a comprehensive look at food and nutrition. It might seem straightforward because, we all eat.
We do. But you dig just a little beneath the surface, and wow.
Yeah, you find incredible layers of complexity, huge significance. It touches on everything from, personal well-being right through to international policy.
Exactly. Understanding food and nutrition, it goes way beyond just knowing what maybe you should or shouldn't eat.
Oh, absolutely. It's about grasping how what's on our plate affects our actual health day to day.
And how it shapes our cultural identities, too.
Yeah.
Fuels these enormous global economies.
And profoundly influences the environment around us. It's foundational. Foundational to our lives and the world we live in.
And for you, our listener, especially if you're maybe focusing on improving your English for something like the IELTS exam, this particular topic is incredibly high yield.
It really is. It pops up all the time, doesn't it? Writing essays on dietary habits, discussing global food issues in the speaking test.
Or even just understanding texts in reading and listening sections.
Definitely. Having a solid grip on this subject area, and crucially, having the right vocabulary. Well, it gives you a significant edge.
And that's precisely our mission today. We've looked at the material you've shared, and we're going to try and pull out the most crucial insights.
The key facts, the really important terminology.
Yeah. This deep dive is designed to help you navigate the complexities of food and nutrition confidently, get you well-informed, quickly,
and build those language skills you need.
So we've structured this deep dive to guide you through the core aspects.
Right. We'll start with the absolute fundamentals, why nutrition is so critical for your health, your well-being.
Then we'll kind of peel back the layers, explore how food is just so deeply woven into our cultures.
After that, we'll examine the complex world of food production, the sustainability challenges there.
Big ones. And the significant issues of accessibility and inequality. That's huge too.
And finally, we'll look ahead to the cutting edge of food technology and innovation.
It's a pretty comprehensive journey, but, stay with us. We're going to unpack all of it for you.
Try and bring the most important points right to the surface.
Okay, so let's begin right at the start. The fundamental importance of nutrition for health.
Right. When we talk about nutrition, what are we really referring to?
Well, at its core, nutrition is the process of how your body takes in and utilizes food.
Okay.
It's kind of the biochemical engine, isn't it? It fuels every single function your body performs.
From blinking to...
Yeah, the simplest act, like blinking, right up to the monumental task of, say, repairing tissue after exercise, or even just thinking complex thoughts. It provides the energy for movement, supports growth childhood through adulthood, and keeps all your internal systems running smoothly.
And that fuel, it comes from breaking down the food we eat into essential components.
Exactly. And these components, they fall into two main buckets, right? The macronutrients and the micronutrients.
Right, macros and micros.
So the macronutrients are the components your body needs in, relatively large amounts.
Okay.
There are three main ones: carbohydrates, proteins, and fats.
Got it. Carbs, protein, fat.
Carbohydrates, think rice, bread, pasta, other grains. They're primarily your body's go-to source for quick energy.
Quick fuel.
Yeah. They get broken down into glucose, which powers your cells.
And proteins, found in things like meat, fish, poultry, legumes, beans.
Nuts, dairy products.
Yeah.
They're often called the body's building blocks.
Right. For repair.
Vital for building and repairing tissues, exactly. Also producing enzymes, hormones, supporting immune function. Think of them as essential for structure and function, really, throughout your body.
Okay. And then there's fats. Avocados, nuts, seeds, olive oil.
Butter, oils from plants or animals. Yeah. Fats often get viewed negatively, don't they?
They really do.
But they're crucial for a whole range of functions. They provide a concentrated source of energy.
Ah, right. More than carbs or protein.
Yeah, per gram. They're essential for absorbing certain vitamins, the fat-soluble ones, play a key role in brain health and development.
Brain health, interesting.
And they're components of cell membranes. But, and this is important, the material really points out the type of fat and the amount consumed that's really important for long-term health.
Absolutely. Not all fats are created equal, right? And moderation seems key.
Definitely.
So beyond the macros, we have the micronutrients, vitamins and minerals.
Right. Needed in much smaller quantities,
Yeah.
but they are incredibly powerful, critical for, well, pretty much every bodily process.
You see their impact most clearly when they're missing, don't you?
Totally. Like a lack of vitamin C, you get that from citrus fruits, berries, some veggies.
And historically, that caused scurvy.
Exactly. That debilitating disease that affected sailors on long voyages, remember, no access to fresh stuff.
Yeah, awful. Or iron, found in spinach, red meat, fortified cereals.
A deficiency there is the most common nutritional deficiency globally, leads to anemia.
Which means fatigue, weakness.
Because your red blood cells can't carry enough oxygen. Basically, vitamins and minerals enable countless biochemical reactions. They prevent these deficiency diseases.
They're like the vital cogs in the machine.
That's a great way to put it. Now, for you, preparing for something like IELTS, being able to discuss this with precise language, huge advantage. Instead of just vague terms, you can talk about the importance of dietary fiber.
Which aids digestion, helps manage blood sugar.
Or antioxidants, those compounds in fruits and vegetables that help protect your cells from damage.
From free radicals, yeah. Or you could discuss caloric intake, total energy consumed versus caloric expenditure, the energy your body uses.
Using this specific topic-related vocabulary, it doesn't just show you know the stuff.
No, it seriously boosts your lexical resource score in the exam. Shows a robust command of language beyond just everyday chat.
Moves you from general conversation to, like, informed discussion.
Definitely.
Okay, so let's connect this essential understanding of nutrition to a major global challenge highlighted in the material: the rise of lifestyle diseases.
Oh, yes. Our increasingly modern way of life. More sedentary jobs, more sitting around.
And a heavier reliance on processed, calorie-dense foods. It's directly fueled an explosion in non-communicable diseases, NCDs.
Right. These are chronic conditions. Not contagious, but often linked directly to diet and lifestyle. We're talking things like obesity,
Type 2 diabetes.
cardiovascular diseases, heart attacks, strokes. The material makes a very clear link.
It does. Diets high in saturated fats, trans fats, refined sugars, staple ingredients, and so much fast food and convenience snacks.
They lead to excessive weight gain, disrupted metabolic function.
And damage to the circulatory system over time.
The statistics are quite alarming, aren't they?
They really are. Global health reports say worldwide obesity rates have more than tripled since 1975.
Tripled. Wow.
And by 2020, a staggering figure. Over 1.9 billion adults classified as overweight, hundreds of millions of those being obese.
That's not just a personal issue, that's a massive public health crisis. Straining healthcare systems everywhere.
Absolutely. But contrast that stark picture with the evidence supporting diets rich in whole, unprocessed foods.
Right. Lots of fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, lean proteins, healthy fats.
These dietary patterns are consistently shown to dramatically reduce the risk of developing these NCDs.
And the material points to the Mediterranean diet as a prime example.
Yeah, the Mediterranean diet is fascinating. It's less a strict diet and more a traditional eating pattern, right?
Exactly. From countries bordering the Mediterranean Sea, it features olive oil heavily as the main fat source.
Daily consumption of veggies, fruits, whole grains, beans, nuts, seeds.
Moderate amounts of fish and poultry, lower amounts of red meat and sweets.
And it often includes social eating, physical activity. It's a whole lifestyle package, really.
And the research linking this pattern to better cardiovascular health, reduced risk of type 2 diabetes, increased longevity. It's very compelling.
It really is. Now, understanding these links, it provides powerful arguments for discussions, especially in IELTS essays.
Right, where you might be asked about government intervention or public health.
Exactly. You can argue, drawing on this, for policies like, say, taxes on sugary drinks to discourage consumption.
Or mandating clearer, easier to understand nutritional labeling on food products.
The idea being these interventions help make the healthier choice the easier choice for people, directly addressing obesity, potentially lowering long-term healthcare costs.
And this is where using that specific vocabulary becomes really effective again.
For sure. Terms like public health campaigns, preventive healthcare, or lifestyle interventions. They show you can discuss potential solutions with precision.
Imagine an essay question about the government's role in health. You can deploy these concepts effectively. Talk about promoting healthier habits, maybe subsidizing access to nutritious food.
Okay, so moving slightly from those established guidelines, the past few years have seen a huge increase in talk around various emerging dietary trends.
Oh yeah, the material mentions a few big ones. Veganism, the keto diet, intermittent fasting.
Veganism, for many, it's driven by ethics, right? animal welfare, environmental concerns.
Plus perceived health benefits. It involves completely eliminating all animal products. No meat, fish, dairy, eggs, even honey.
Relies solely on plant-based sources.
Yep.
Requires careful planning, though, to get enough of certain nutrients like B12, iron, calcium.
Definitely needs attention. Then you have the keto diet, which is quite different.
Very different. Very high fat, moderate protein, extremely low carb.
The goal for many is ketosis, where the body switches from burning carbs to burning fat for energy, often for weight loss.
But it's restrictive. Needs careful monitoring to avoid nutrient deficiencies or other health issues.
True. And then there's intermittent fasting. More an eating pattern than a diet about what you eat.
Right, cycling between periods of voluntary fasting and non-fasting.
Popular methods like 168 fasting, 16 hours, eating in an 8-hour window, or 5.2, eating normally 5 days, restricting calories on 2 non-consecutive days.
Proponents point to potential benefits for metabolic health, blood sugar control, weight management.
These trends offer really fertile ground for discussion and debate. Perfect for an IELTS context.
You can weigh up the potential benefits claimed versus the challenges or risks.
Exactly. When discussing veganism, you can use terms like sustainable diets or ethical consumption.
For keto or other restrictive diets, vocabulary around nutritional balance, nutrient density, or dietary restrictions becomes really relevant.
Let's make this more concrete. How does this apply directly to your IELTS prep, using the examples from the material?
Okay, take a typical writing task 2 question. Some people believe governments should regulate the food industry to promote healthy eating. To what extent do you agree or disagree?
Okay. Drawing on the arguments suggested, you build a balanced response. On one side, argue for regulation. Cite the public health crisis, obesity, NCDs we discussed.
Use examples like the sugar tax idea or mandatory clear labeling. The argument is, market forces alone aren't enough for public health. Government intervention is needed to nudge people, mitigate societal health costs.
But a balanced essay needs the counter-argument. Emphasize personal freedom, individual responsibility.
Right. Adults should be free to choose. Instead of regulation, focus on public education campaigns. Empower people with knowledge to make informed choices themselves. No government dictating.
So a high-scoring essay presents both views clearly. Supports them with ideas from the material health benefits of regulation versus personal liberty, power of education.
Then conclude with a nuanced position. Maybe suggest a multi-pronged approach. Some targeted regulations plus robust education might be most effective.
And using those linking phrases is key. However, on the other hand, while this is true, show contrast, concession.
Good point. Now moving to speaking, imagine a part 2 cue card. Describe a healthy meal you enjoy eating.
The sample response is a great model. Start by naming the meal maybe a simple, vibrant salad.
Then describe its components in detail, highlighting why each is healthy, like lean chicken for protein, quinoa for complex carbs and fiber.
Healthy fats from avocado or nuts for brain function, lots of colorful veggies for vitamins and minerals.
Explain how you prepare it. Maybe emphasize it's homemade, so you control ingredients, avoid excess salt or unhealthy fats. Mention fresh, local, organic, maybe.
Crucially, explain why you enjoy it beyond just taste. Does it make you feel energized, satisfied, supports health goals?
That level of specific description, linking food to nutrition and lifestyle, shows fluency and elaboration skills.
Then in part 3, the examiner might ask something more analytical, like, why do some people prefer unhealthy foods?
This needs thinking about factors beyond just health knowledge. The material suggests focusing on convenience, palatability, socioeconomic factors.
Explain that unhealthy foods, especially fast food, processed snacks, are incredibly convenient. Quick, easy, no prep needed for busy lives.
Palatability is huge too. These foods are often engineered to be hyper-appealing. Optimal sugar, salt, fat combos make them hard to resist for some.
They're significantly socioeconomic factors, often overlooked. Unhealthy, calorie-dense foods are frequently cheaper than fresh produce, lean meats, whole grains.
So for people facing financial constraints, these less nutritious options are more accessible, more affordable. A necessity, not just a preference sometimes.
You could even suggest potential solutions, government initiatives subsidizing healthy foods, making fresh produce more available in underserved areas.
See, by understanding these underlying reasons, you move beyond a simple answer. You give a much more nuanced, insightful response. Shows critical thinking.
Okay, this naturally leads us to our next big area, food and cultural identity. Food isn't just biological necessity, is it?
Not at all. It's deeply intertwined with who we are, where we come from, our collective histories.
It really acts as a powerful cultural symbol. Traditional dishes aren't random. They reflect history, values, religion, environment, climate, local ingredients.
Think about Japanese sushi. The precision, the artistry. It speaks to a culture valuing detail, aesthetics, connection to the sea.
Or the incredible diversity of Indian curries. The complex spices, vast regional variations. Reflects history, trade, diverse landscapes, centuries of culinary evolution tied to local identity.
Or Mexican cuisine, the centrality of corn. Tortillas, tamales. Maize cultivation goes back thousands of years. Bedrock of ancient civilizations.
These dishes carry that legacy, connect modern Mexicans to their ancestral past.
Being able to discuss this, maybe describe a traditional dish from your background using terms like culinary heritage, gastronomic traditions, cultural symbolism, adds wonderful depth.
Shows fluency and cultural awareness, connecting abstract concepts to concrete examples.
But this rich tapestry of traditions is facing big impacts from globalization. The material highlights a kind of dual effect.
On one hand, the undeniable spread of global fast food chains, McDonald's, KFC, Starbucks, they're everywhere.
Offer consistency, affordability, convenience, resonates with busy urban populations.
But this convenience often costs traditional eating patterns and health. The material mentions China's rise of Western fast food contributing to decline in traditional rice-based meals.
Shift towards diets higher in processed stuff, sugar, unhealthy fats, mirrors health issues seen elsewhere, can lead to homogenization, weakening local practices.
Yet globalization also fosters vibrant culinary exchange. Fusion cuisine emerges.
Right. Chefs, home cooks, blending ingredients, techniques, flavors from different traditions, creating something new.
The sushi burrito example sounds novel, but represents a broader trend. Cross-cultural borrowing, innovation. It's not just domination, it's blending, adapting.
So you have this fascinating tension. Globalization can mean cultural homogenization, same brands everywhere, diluting unique traditions.
But it can also mean cultural enrichment. Exciting new flavors, mixing culinary ideas. Makes for a really interesting, complex topic for an IELTS essay. Explore both sides.
And recognizing the risk of losing unique heritage, there are efforts globally to preserve these traditions.
Yeah, initiatives like culinary festivals showcasing regional dishes, slow food movements emphasizing traditional methods, local ingredients.
Publishing heritage cookbooks, too, recording recipes before they're lost, keeping skills alive for future generations.
And it's increasingly recognized globally. UNESCO, for example, has recognized cuisines like French gastronomy, traditional Mexican cuisine, as intangible cultural heritage.
Like historical sites or crafts, highlights food knowledge as a valuable cultural asset worth preserving.
Discussing these efforts shows awareness of global cultural dynamics, value of diversity, using terms like indigenous cuisines, culinary diversity, cultural preservation, makes your language more precise, sophisticated.
Okay, let's apply this. IELTS writing task 2. Globalization has led to the spread of fast food affecting traditional diets. Is this a positive or negative development?
Right. Balanced discussion. Positive side. Acknowledge benefits like affordability, convenience from fast food, especially for urbanizing populations. Maybe you mentioned wider availability of global cuisines as cultural exchange?
But dedicate significant space to the negatives. Health issues, obesity, diabetes, erosion of traditional practices, loss of unique recipes, weakening cultural identity tied to food.
Conclude by weighing points, maybe suggesting mitigating actions. Promote local food. Support traditional markets. Incorporate traditional cooking in education. Show critical analysis. Pose solutions.
Or speaking part 3, how has food culture changed in your country over the past few decades?
Contrast traditional versus modern. Describe a traditional meal, maybe slow cooked at home, local ingredients. Then discuss changes, urbanization, busy lifestyles, globalization leading to more eating out, fast food, international options.
Discuss the impact. Shift from home cooking, decline in recipe knowledge, health implications.
Finally, mention preservation efforts in your country. Festivals, classes, support for traditional producers, shows analysis of trends, causes, effects, cultural dynamics.
Okay, shifting gears now. Let's look at where our food actually comes from, food production, and the huge challenge of making it sustainable.
Modern agriculture has changed dramatically, driven by feeding a growing population.
The dominant model is often called industrial agriculture. Large-scale monoculture, vast fields of one crop, widespread use of GMOs.
Aimed at maximizing output, efficiency, uses heavy machinery, synthetic fertilizers, chemical pesticides.
Incredibly effective at boosting productivity, but often comes with serious downsides. Soil depletion, water pollution, reduced biodiversity.
In contrast, organic farming, different philosophy, avoids synthetic chemicals, relies on natural methods like crop rotation, composting, aims for ecological balance.
Appealing, but scaling it up to meet global demand.
Challenging. Lower yield sometimes, higher costs maybe. When discussing this in IELTS, key vocab: agricultural productivity, efficiency, sustainable farming, long-term eco-friendly, food security, access for all.
And the environmental footprint of food production. It's massive. The material really underlines this.
Consider livestock. Raising animals for meat, milk, eggs accounts for about 14.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, mostly methane from cattle, nitrous oxide from manure fertilizers, potent climate change contributors.
Deforestation, too. Huge issue. Forests cleared for grazing land or crops like soy used for animal feed, destroys habitats, reduces biodiversity, releases stored carbon, accelerates climate change.
And water usage. Agriculture is the biggest user of fresh water globally.
Right.
Crops like rice need vast amounts, contributing to water scarcity.
The material suggests addressing this needs shifts in production and consumption.
Right. Moving towards more plant-based diets, generally much lower carbon footprint than meat, dairy heavy diets. That's one potential solution.
Another is promoting practices like regenerative agriculture. Focuses on rebuilding soil health, increasing biodiversity, sequestering carbon in the soil, making farming part of the solution.
These points are vital for discussing sustainability. Vocabulary like carbon footprint, ecological balance, sustainable practices, essential tools. You might be asked about the environmental impact of diet or farming.
Beyond environmental issues, there are important ethical considerations too. Animal welfare in intensive farming, labor conditions for agricultural workers.
Yeah, factory farms often have animals in extremely confined conditions, prioritizing profit over well-being. Raises ethical questions for consumers, moral responsibility debates.
And labor conditions. Farm work is often tough, poorly paid, exploitation especially for migrant workers or in developing countries.
Initiatives like fair trade certification try to address this, ensure fair wages, safe conditions, tackling historical inequalities in global supply chains. These ethical layers add nuance to discussions.
Okay, let's think IELTS writing again. Task 2. Some people believe reducing meat consumption is essential for environmental sustainability. Discuss both views and give your opinion.
Balanced argument needed. Argue for reducing meat consumption, environmental benefits, greenhouse gases, deforestation, water use. Shifting to plant-based diets lowers personal impact.
But present the alternative. Meat is significant in many cultures, traditions. Livestock industry, crucial economically, providing livelihoods globally. Radical shift faces cultural, economic hurdles, hard in the short term.
Conclude acknowledging benefits of reduction, but also social economic realities. Maybe argue for promoting sustainable livestock practices, reducing food waste, making plant-based options more accessible, affordable as complementary strategies.
Makes sense. And in speaking part 1, simpler question, do you think people should change their eating habits for the environment?
Could respond positively. Reference carbon footprint, resource use. Yes, I think it's important eating less meat or choosing local produce can help reduce our carbon footprint. Maybe add a thought on education, helping people make sustainable choices.
Okay, moving from how food's grown. Let's turn to a critical issue of social justice: food accessibility and inequality.
Despite huge advances in production, disparities in access remain a major global challenge.
It's deeply troubling. Even with abundant food, over 800 million people globally suffer from food insecurity. No consistent, reliable access to enough safe, nutritious food.
Particularly severe in regions like sub-Saharan Africa, parts of Asia, high vulnerability.
Causes are complex, interacting. Chronic poverty is primary limits ability to afford food.
Conflict, political instability disrupt production, damage infrastructure, displace people, cut off supplies.
And increasingly, climate change. More extreme weather, droughts, floods, heat waves causing crop failures, unpredictable yields.
This stark reality contrasts sharply with affluent nations, where food waste is a huge problem.
Right. Estimates suggest around 30% of all food produced globally is lost or wasted annually, much of it in wealthier countries at consumer retail level, while millions elsewhere lack enough. Profound disconnect, distribution issue.
When discussing these disparities in IELTS, key vocab: malnutrition, lack of proper nutrition, food deserts, areas with limited access to healthy options, often low income, equitable distribution, fair allocation.
Addressing this needs a range of solutions working together. The material suggests subsidizing staple crops like rice, wheat in vulnerable regions makes basics affordable.
Improving supply chain logistics, better roads, storage, transport, gets food from farms to markets efficiently.
Supporting community gardens, local food initiatives empowers communities to produce some of their own food.
While international aid and food banks offer crucial emergency relief, they're often short-term fixes.
Right. Long-term strategies are paramount. Investing in local agriculture in food-insecure regions, giving farmers resources, training, infrastructure to boost productivity, resilience, helping communities build sustainable food systems.
In IELTS responses proposing solutions, you can use terms showing deeper understanding. Food sovereignty rights of people to healthy, culturally appropriate food via sustainable methods define their own systems.
Agricultural resilience ability of farming systems to withstand shocks like climate change. Global cooperation need for international efforts for a problem transcending borders.
Let's dig into the socioeconomic factors within countries. Material links food access closely to broader disparities.
Low-income communities often face an unfair choice. Financial constraints mean relying on cheaper, calorie-dense, low-nutrient foods because they're affordable, accessible.
This directly contributes to higher rates of diet-related health issues, obesity, diabetes in these populations, a cycle of poor health linked to poverty.
Worsened by urban food deserts, geographic areas, often poorer neighborhoods or rural spots, with limited access to supermarkets selling fresh, healthy food.
People there often travel far, rely on convenience stores, fast food outlets offering processed, unhealthy choices, makes a nutritious diet incredibly difficult, expensive.
Discussing these factors shows sophisticated awareness. Food issues aren't just about farming or choice, they're embedded in larger social economic systems, systemic inequality.
Let's link this to IELTS. Writing task 2. What are the causes of global food inequality and how can they be addressed?
Structure by detailing causes first. Systemic poverty limits purchasing power, farming resources. Inefficient distribution prevents food reaching needy, even if supply exists. Climate challenges, droughts. Floods disproportionately affect vulnerable farmers.
Then propose solutions. Subsidize agriculture in developing nations. Invest in infrastructure, roads, storage. Crucially, tackle food waste in affluent countries, frees up resources, reduces pressure. Mention aid, but emphasize sustainable investment in local capacity.
Okay. And speaking part 3, why do some countries have more food than others?
Explain contributing factors. Economic development, wealthier nations invest in tech, infrastructure, research, higher productivity, better storage, transport. Political stability conflict disrupts farming, distribution. Climate conditions, natural fertility, weather patterns matter, though tech helps.
Elaborate. Wealthier nations have advanced practices, efficient supply chains, can import food. Poorer nations may lack infrastructure, tech, stability, more vulnerable. Aid helps, but building local capacity, resilience is key for long-term security.
Right. Our final major section looks ahead. Food technology and innovation. Technology's impact on how we produce, process, consume food is growing profoundly.
Some truly transformative tech emerging. Material highlights lab-grown meat, vertical farming, precision agriculture.
Lab-grown meat, or cultured meat, produced from animal cells in a lab, bypasses raising, slaughtering animals. Huge potential for reducing environmental impact, lower emissions, land water use.
But faces challenges. Cost effectiveness for mass production, and consumer acceptance concept is still new, maybe a bit strange for many.
Vertical farming. Growing crops in stacked layers, controlled indoor environments, often urban, maximizes space, uses much less water, hydroponics, aeroponics, year-round production.
But needs significant energy for lighting, climate control, can be expensive.
Precision agriculture. Uses drones, sensors, GPS, AI to collect data on crop soil. Allows farmers to optimize resources. Water, fertilizer, pesticides applying only where needed.
Increases efficiency, improves yields, reduces waste, minimizes environmental impact compared to traditional methods.
Discussing these in IELTS, precise terms help. Biotechnology, like cell cultivation. Sustainable production, methods not depleting resources. Broader term, food tech, shows familiarity.
But success isn't just about tech capability. Consumer perceptions, building trust are huge.
Acceptance of innovations like GMOs or newer synthetic lab foods varies hugely. Public concerns often center on safety. Are they healthy long-term?
Taste and texture, too, do they match traditional foods? And ethical concerns, are they natural, morally acceptable? Big hurdles.
Overcoming skepticism needs transparency. Clear, honest labeling about production is essential for informed choice. Public education explaining the science, benefits, addressing concerns directly is crucial.
Discussing consumer behavior with terms like public perception, ethical concerns, technological adoption adds depth to arguments about the future of food.
Looking even further ahead, more futuristic prospects. 3D printed food? Blockchain for supply chain transparency.
3D printed food. Specialized printers, food inks, create items layer by layer. Potential for customized nutrition, specific textures, using alternative proteins like insects, algae.
Blockchain. Known for crypto, but explored for food supply chains. Immutable, decentralized ledger tracks food farm to consumer. Could improve traceability, food safety, identifying contamination sources quickly, give verified origin info.
Fascinating topics for exploring futuristic ideas in IELTS. Use phrases like innovative solutions, food system resilience, ability to withstand disruptions, technological integration to discuss how these might address future challenges feeding growing populations sustainably, ensuring global food safety. Let's practice. IELTS Writing Task 2. To what extent should technology be used to solve food production challenges?
Acknowledge benefits first. Vertical farming, lab-grown meat offers solutions for increasing supply, reducing environmental footprint, address scarcity, resource depletion, precision ag improves efficiency, sustainability.
But present challenges. High initial costs less accessible for small farmers, developing regions, public skepticism, ethical concerns are significant hurdles to adoption.
Conclude with balance. Tech holds promise, but needs investment in research, public education to make solutions affordable, accessible, acceptable. Ensure responsible implementation, benefit for all.
And speaking part 2, cue card. Describe a new food technology you've heard about that you think is interesting.
Use the lab-grown meat example. Describe it simply meat grown from cells, not animals. Explain why interesting potential environmental benefits, less land water, ethical appeal, no harm to animals.
Discuss benefits again, but also challenges current high cost. Seems strange to some. Taste texture questions. Finish discussing future potential, acceptance, role of public awareness, taste improvement.
Wow, we've covered a huge amount of ground today.
We really have. Spanning nutrients, global cultures, production systems, environmental impacts, inequality, future tech.
As you can see, food and nutrition is far from simple. It's this deeply complex, interconnected web. Personal health, cultural history, global economics, environment, social justice, science.
So for your IELTS prep, mastering this means building that strong knowledge base across these areas.
Understanding nutrition basics, appreciating food's cultural role, aware of production sustainability challenges, recognizing access and inequality issues, discussing future tech.
And crucially, equipping yourself with that specific topic-related vocabulary we've highlighted.
Using those precise terms allows you to express ideas with greater clarity, accuracy, sophistication. Boost confidence, boost your score.
Remember to practice structuring responses, writing and speaking using the examples we outlined. Plan essays, use clear topic sentences, support arguments, ensure smooth transitions.
For speaking, use prep time wisely. Structure your answer, whether describing a meal or analyzing an issue. Try to incorporate new vocab naturally.
Don't shy away from practice essays on trickier topics, government regulation, tech-solving shortages. Actively practice speaking about different facets, traditional dishes, environmental impact, food waste solutions.
Reading articles, watching documentaries on nutrition, agriculture, sustainability, global food issues. Fantastic way to build vocab, deepen understanding.
This deep dive aimed to give you the insights, vocab, strategic frameworks to approach food and nutrition questions confidently, in exams, conversations, or just reflecting on your own plate.
By exploring these themes, applying these strategies, you show language proficiency and ability to engage with complex, real-world issues critically.
So after unpacking all these layers, nutrients fueling you, cultural stories in food, global systems bringing it, challenges of access, potential of innovation, here's a final thought for you to chew on.
How does understanding this immense complexity change the way you think about the food on your own plate today? Or maybe your perspective on the wider food systems around the world?
Ask yourself, which aspect, health impact, cultural connection, environmental footprint, access and inequality, future tech, do you find most compelling?
Or perhaps, which aspect do you think is most in need of change or innovation in the world today?
It's definitely a lot to think about. Hopefully this deep dive has provided valuable insights and tools.
Thank you so much for joining us on this extensive exploration of food and nutrition.
Yes, thank you. We hope it has been incredibly valuable for you.
If you found this deep dive helpful, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Your support really helps us create more content like this to help you learn English. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Welcome to a deep dive that takes us right into the heart of modern life, something that occupies so much of our time, energy, and thought: work and career.
It's a topic that's absolutely central to the human experience, isn't it? Whether you're just finishing your education, looking for your first job, maybe hoping to advance, or even, contemplating a change, work shapes so much of who we are.
Yeah, and how we interact with the world.
Definitely.
And that's why, as we've been exploring some fascinating material on this subject, one thing became very clear. Talking about work and career isn't just personal, it's also, a fantastic way to demonstrate your language skills. Especially if you're looking to communicate effectively in English, say in a professional or academic context.
Absolutely. Our goal in this deep dive is to really unpack the core themes and insights in the material we've reviewed. We want to give you a comprehensive understanding of the key aspects of work and career, equip you with the language to discuss it with confidence, and maybe offer a few surprising points along the way.
Okay, so let's start with the obvious question, maybe. Why is work and career such a prominent topic when we talk about language assessment, or even just becoming proficient in English?
Well, like we were saying, it's universal.
Right.
Everyone, everywhere, has some relationship with work. It's a common ground for conversation, regardless of cultural background. And this universality makes it an excellent topic for evaluating language skills across the board, whether you're speaking, writing, reading, or listening.
Right. It allows you to show your ability to talk about personal experiences, sure, but also to discuss these broader societal issues.
That's it. And the material we looked at really highlights how this topic pops up in various ways. Think about a simple conversation starter, maybe in speaking part 1. You might be asked something quite straightforward, like, what do you do? Or what job would you like in the future?
Personal stuff. Gets you talking.
Exactly. But then it quickly ramps up. Speaking part 2 could ask you to, say, describe a job you believe is important to society.
Okay. So that pushes you a bit more.
It does. It pushes you to think critically about the value of different professions and articulate your reasoning. It's not just about your job anymore.
And the most complex part, speaking part 3, often dives into the bigger picture, right?
For sure. You might face questions like, how have workplaces changed over the past few decades? Or maybe, what are the main challenges facing young people entering the workforce today?
Those require you to discuss trends, analyze causes and effects, consider different perspectives.
Yeah, you need to use language to build arguments and explain more abstract ideas.
And that level of discussion requires more than just basic vocabulary, I guess.
Oh, definitely. You need to articulate clear arguments, use precise and varied language, and crucially, back up your points with relevant details or examples.
And it's not just speaking, is it? Writing tasks often revolve around this topic, too.
That's right. Imagine an essay question asking you to debate whether job satisfaction is more important than job security.
A classic one.
It is. And you need to construct a balanced argument, present different viewpoints, offer your own position, all while using appropriate vocabulary and grammar.
And of course, you'll encounter this topic in reading and listening materials, too. Things like articles about new workplace policies, reports on employment trends, interviews.
Yes, interviews with people about their career paths. It's just deeply embedded in how we communicate about the world around us.
So mastering the language around work and career is, pretty essential for effective communication, not just for tests.
Couldn't agree more.
Let's get into the meat of it then. The material we explored identified several core themes within this vast topic. The first big one is career choices.
Ah, yes. This is where it all begins for most people, isn't it? That decision. What to do with a significant portion of your life. It's presented as a truly pivotal moment.
And it's rarely simple. The material really delves into that complex interplay between, individual aspirations, what you dream of doing, what genuinely interests you, and then all the external pressures that influence that decision.
And one of the most significant external factors, universally, seems to be financial reward.
Money talks.
It does. The opportunity to earn a good salary, or even just a stable income, is a powerful motivator for many people around the world. And this is especially true, the material points out, in places where the cost of living is high or where good job opportunities are scarce.
Right. So practicality kicks in. The material points to fields like medicine, engineering, IT. They're often seen as appealing because they're perceived as high-paying or lucrative.
That's a key word, lucrative. We saw examples where careers in engineering and IT are hugely popular in countries like India or Nigeria, precisely because of the strong global demand and the potential for excellent salaries.
It's a very practical consideration for building a secure future. Makes sense.
However, the material also offers a cautionary note about prioritizing only the financial aspect, focusing solely on the money without considering personal interest. Well, it can lead to significant downsides later on.
Right, like dissatisfaction with the work itself.
Yes, exactly. That can eventually lead to burnout, that feeling of chronic exhaustion and lack of motivation. If you're only in it for the paycheck, it's really hard to maintain long-term commitment or find genuine fulfillment.
So the flip side is careers driven primarily by personal interest.
Yeah, contrast that with, say, someone who loves teaching or feels a strong passion for journalism or is drawn to the arts. Pursuing these fields can foster deep, intrinsic motivation.
Intrinsic motivation. That's the internal drive, right? Comes from the enjoyment of the work itself.
That's it. Purely from the meaning found in the work, independent of external rewards like money.
I found the example of a musician in the material quite compelling on this. Even with potentially inconsistent income, the sheer joy and sense of purpose derived from creating and performing music can be incredibly fulfilling. It really highlights how valuable that intrinsic motivation can be.
True, but the material doesn't shy away from the reality of prioritizing passion alone. There's a significant potential downside: financial uncertainty.
The practicality again.
Indeed. For someone with a family to support, or maybe substantial debts, the financial instability often associated with highly passion-driven careers can be a major deterrent. The example was given of artists in the speaker's own country struggling financially, despite having immense talent. It illustrates that harsh reality.
So it's not just a personal equation of internal desire versus external money. Culture plays a huge role too, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The material provided some fascinating examples of this. In some collectivist societies, like Japan or South Korea, there can be strong societal pressure to pursue careers seen as prestigious or stable.
Prestigious, meaning highly respected.
Yes, often linked to specific large corporations or government roles. The family's honor or security might influence the choice more than individual preference in those contexts.
Whereas in more individualistic cultures, maybe like the UK or the USA, the emphasis tends to be more on personal freedom and choosing a path that aligns with individual interests and values. Is that fair?
Generally, yes, though of course there's variation everywhere. But the material suggests the ideal approach often lies in finding a balance.
A balance between
Aligning your personal interests and aptitudes with the practical considerations of the job market and your financial needs.
Finding that sweet spot where what you enjoy doing meets what you can do well and what the world values and is willing to pay for.
You got it. The example of someone passionate about technology pursuing user experience design was great. It combines creativity and problem solving with a clearly defined and growing market demand.
That makes sense.
And the material noted that support systems can make a big difference here. Governments, educational institutions, they can help people make more balanced choices.
How so?
By offering comprehensive career counseling, exposing students to a wide range of professions, providing scholarships or support for fields that might not be traditionally seen as prestigious, but are vital or aligned with individual talents.
So making informed choices, armed with good advice and understanding both your internal desires and the external realities seems key.
That's the core message.
We touched on some important vocabulary there: lucrative, intrinsic motivation, burnout, practicality, and prestigious. Useful words.
Excellent terms for discussing this theme. And it's a decision, as you said, many listeners have likely faced themselves or watched friends and family navigate.
Which brings us smoothly to another fundamental tension in the working world: job satisfaction versus job security. This is presented as a constantly recurring dilemma.
It really is. Once you have a job, what do you prioritize? Do you stay in a secure but maybe unfulfilling role, or do you take a risk for something you think you'll love more?
Let's define those a bit. The material helps here. Job satisfaction. That's about the personal fulfillment you get from work.
Yes, exactly. It covers factors like having autonomy, the freedom to make your own decisions or direct your work opportunities for creativity, feeling recognized and valued, finding meaning in what you do.
When your work is engaging and aligns with your values, it doesn't just feel like a chore.
Right. It can significantly boost your motivation, improve your mental well-being, make you more productive. The examples highlighted were creative roles like writing or graphic design. They can offer immense satisfaction.
But maybe come with less stability compared to other jobs.
Potentially, yes. Job security, conversely, is all about having a steady income and feeling protected against potential job loss, maybe due to economic downturns or company issues. It's about predictability and stability.
Stability, another key term.
And the material emphasizes that job security becomes critically important during times of economic uncertainty, like recessions or in regions where unemployment rates are high. For many, having that reliable paycheck is the absolute priority.
The public sector, or government jobs, are often cited as examples of highly secure employment, aren't they?
They are. The material mentioned that in India, millions apply for a relatively small number of public sector roles every year. That really underlines just how much people value that stability.
Wow, millions. That's intense.
And the preference for one over the other, satisfaction or security, is heavily shaped by the broader context.
How so?
Well, in developed nations with strong social safety nets, think Sweden or Canada, where unemployment benefits and support systems are relatively robust, individuals might feel more comfortable prioritizing job satisfaction. They know there's a fallback if things don't work out.
I see. But in developing economies with limited welfare systems,
the material notes that job security is almost always the dominant concern. Losing a job there might mean no income, no health insurance, very limited government assistance. Stability becomes paramount.
Age and life stage also play a significant role, right?
Absolutely. Someone young, just starting out, might be more willing to take risks for a job they're passionate about, maybe even accepting lower pay initially for the experience or potential fulfillment.
Whereas someone older, perhaps supporting a family or nearing retirement, might prioritize a stable, secure job, even if it's not their dream role, just to ensure financial predictability.
Makes sense. And the rise of the gig economy, which we'll definitely discuss more later, complicates this further.
How does that fit in?
Well, it offers flexibility, a form of autonomy, maybe for workers like freelance writers or delivery drivers. But it often comes with income volatility.
Volatility, meaning it can change rapidly, unpredictably.
Yes, exactly. And often a lack of traditional job security benefits like health insurance or paid leave.
And then there's the specter of automation looming over everything.
Indeed. The material points out that as automation impacts more jobs, the very definition of security changes. It might shift from long-term employment with one company to having adaptable skills that make you secure across different roles or industries.
So pushing people towards roles needing adaptability rather than just routine tasks.
That seems to be the trend.
Okay, key vocabulary for this theme. Autonomy, stability, monotonous, which means repetitive or boring, may be linked to low satisfaction, volatility, and engagement, like feeling actively involved in your work.
Good summary.
So thinking about your own situation, or perhaps the experiences of people you know, which seems to be prioritized more. Is it that job satisfaction or the peace of mind that comes with security? It's a tough balance.
It really is. And this naturally leads us to another pressing issue in the modern working world: work-life balance. The material we reviewed highlights this as a critical concern.
Yeah, you hear about this constantly. Burnout, stress.
Exactly. Due to increasing levels of stress and the impact on employee health and ultimately overall productivity, it feels like something many people struggle with globally.
What are some of the key factors contributing to this imbalance, according to the material?
Well, it points to several modern work patterns. Long working hours are common in many industries, often coupled with high expectations for performance and output.
And the constant connectivity.
That's a big one. The cultural shift towards being always on.
Technology again. The material described its dual role here.
It did. On one hand, technology has been a huge enabler of flexibility, particularly through the rise of remote work. People could potentially work from anywhere, fitting professional lives around personal needs to some extent.
Which sounds great, but the downside is significant.
Very. It has dramatically blurred the boundaries between work and personal life. With smartphones, constant internet access, the expectation in many roles is that you are always available, checking emails, responding to messages outside of traditional working hours.
Yeah, that always-on culture.
The material offered examples corporate professionals frequently working overtime to meet tight deadlines, which inevitably leads to stress and potentially burnout. Constant notifications from work interrupting leisure time, making it hard to truly switch off and recharge.
And it's not just the job itself, is it? Socioeconomic factors play a part too.
Yes, particularly in urban areas. High living costs can force people to work multiple jobs or take on excessive overtime simply to afford rent and basic necessities. This drastically reduces the time available for family, hobbies, or just rest.
And cultural attitudes towards work are hugely influential as well.
Hugely. We saw contrasting examples. Japan's well-known strong work ethic, while driving economic output, has that tragic consequence of karoshi death from overwork.
A stark illustration of extreme imbalance.
It is. On the other side, you have Scandinavian nations, like Denmark, often cited as prioritizing a healthier balance, promoting shorter work weeks, providing generous paid leave and parental leave policies.
And the materials suggest these approaches can lead to higher levels of employee well-being and even increased productivity in the long run.
That's the argument, yes. Well-being being overall health and happiness. It underscores that this isn't just an individual problem. It's shaped by company culture, national policies, societal norms.
And the gig economy, does that help or hinder balance?
It's complicated. Again, it offers flexibility, which can be good. But the unpredictable nature of income and lack of paid time off or other entitlements can make it difficult for freelancers to take breaks or manage their time effectively. It can potentially lead to more stress, despite the perceived freedom, causes fatigue or extreme tiredness.
So if this is such a widespread problem, what solutions are being discussed or implemented? What can be done?
The material covered several levels. At the workplace level, companies can implement policies promoting flexible working hours, providing better mental health support, and actively discouraging or limiting after-hours communication, setting clear boundaries.
Boundaries limits to protect time or energy. The example of some Scandinavian companies trialing 6-hour workdays was interesting.
Yes, with reported positive outcomes for both employees and the business. Governments also have a role through regulations.
Like France's right to disconnect law.
That's a notable example, yes. Giving employees the right to ignore work emails outside of working hours, aiming to protect personal time.
And individuals themselves, what can they do?
The individuals can take proactive steps, though it can be challenging depending on the work environment. Setting personal boundaries, like designating specific tech-free time each day, or consciously not checking work email over the weekend, is crucial for maintaining mental space.
Easier said than done sometimes, but important.
Definitely. Key vocabulary here. Well-being, flexible, fatigue, entitlements, and boundaries.
How do you personally feel about your work-life balance or the balance you see around you? It's something for everyone to think about. Are there small changes you or workplaces you're familiar with could consider?
That constant negotiation.
Picking up on the theme of technology's impact, our fourth core area is specifically the impact of technology and automation. These forces are profoundly reshaping the world of work.
Oh, absolutely. This is arguably the most dynamic aspect of work right now, constant change. And the material presented two main, often debated perspectives on this.
The first, and perhaps the one causing most anxiety, is the threat of job losses. The idea that automation is taking over human tasks.
That's right. Powered by artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning. It's increasingly capable of performing tasks previously done by humans. As technology advances, it becomes more efficient and cost-effective to automate repetitive or predictable tasks.
And the material gave some clear examples.
Yes, the rise of self-checkout machines in retail, reducing the need for human cashiers. AI-powered chatbots handling customer service inquiries, potentially displacing call center workers. Advanced robots taking over assembly line roles in manufacturing, think automotive production, where robots perform complex welding and assembly. Job displacement.
Displacement, replacing workers. And the potential negative impact is felt more acutely in certain regions.
It seems so. The material pointed out that in many developing countries, where low-skill manufacturing or service jobs are crucial for employment for a large part of the population, automation could significantly exacerbate unemployment and potentially widen existing inequalities.
Okay, so that's the challenging side, but it's not just a story of displacement, is it?
No, not at all. The second perspective highlights the creation of entirely new opportunities. Technology doesn't just replace jobs, it generates new needs, new industries, new roles that didn't exist before.
Right.
Innovation drives this.
That's where it gets exciting. The material noted the surging demand for professionals in fields directly related to developing and managing this technology.
Yeah, roles like data scientists, cybersecurity experts, software developers, AI specialists, they're growing rapidly.
And beyond the tech sector itself.
Technology enables jobs in burgeoning areas like sustainable industries, renewable energy, green technology, climate science, which rely heavily on technological innovation.
And as we touched on with work-life balance, technology is a key enabler of remote work and global collaboration.
Definitely. This allows companies to tap into a much wider, more diverse talent pool from anywhere in the world, not just their immediate geographical location.
Like those platforms connecting freelancers globally, Upwork and others.
Excellent examples. We saw the example mentioned of freelancers in the Philippines providing specialized design or writing services to clients in the USA. This cross-border work is facilitated entirely by technology. It can boost income and opportunities for individuals while giving clients access to a wider range of skills.
So the overall impact seems to hinge on adaptation. Is that the key takeaway?
That's it. Both workers and institutions need to adapt. For individuals, this means a strong emphasis on upskilling or reskilling.
Upskilling. Learning new skills.
Yes, learning new skills that are complementary to technology rather than competing with it. Skills in areas like coding, data analysis, digital marketing, complex problem solving that AI can't easily replicate. These are becoming highly valuable. Retraining is another key term here.
And educational institutions and governments play a vital role in this retraining.
Absolutely critical. They need to provide accessible and relevant retraining programs for workers whose jobs are at risk. Investing in STEM education early on, promoting lifelong learning initiatives, these are crucial.
The material highlighted Singapore's Skills Future initiative as a model.
Yes, as a way to support continuous learning throughout a person's career.
Okay, vocabulary for this section. Automation, upskill, displacement, innovation, and retraining.
Got it.
Thinking about your own field or potential career path, how do you anticipate technology changing it in the coming years? It feels like a question everyone needs to consider.
It really does. Constant evolution.
Moving on, Theme 5 broadly covers workplace trends. These are the shifts and patterns currently shaping how and where we work.
Right. These are frequently discussed topics, and we've already touched on some naturally.
Like remote work. Seems like the biggest one recently.
For sure. It saw explosive growth, accelerated by recent global events, as we know, enabled by collaboration tools like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and so on.
Benefits are clear, reduced commuting, maybe more flexibility, but challenges too.
Definitely. Potential isolation, the need for strong self-discipline, these are widely discussed.
And the gig economy, which we've also referenced a couple of times.
Yes. Characterized by short-term contracts, freelance work, independent contractors. Offers flexibility and autonomy, often, but usually lacks the security and benefits of traditional employment. Think Uber, Fiverr, that kind of platform.
Another significant trend mentioned was the increasing focus on diversity and inclusion within companies.
That's a big one. The material points out that businesses are recognizing the value of having employees from varied backgrounds, experiences, perspectives. It's seen as driving innovation, better reflecting the customer base.
Though the material also noted that achieving true inclusion requires more than just intention.
Yes, it means actively identifying and addressing unconscious bias, those prejudices we might not even know we have that might still exist in hiring, promotion, daily interactions.
Right. And we're seeing broader, flexible work arrangements gaining serious traction, getting more popular.
Yes. Traction is the right word. Things like compressed work weeks, hybrid models mixing office and remote work, and even trials of shorter work weeks.
The example of trials in Iceland was fascinating, showing that moving to a 4-day work week actually led to increased productivity and improved employee satisfaction.
It was compelling, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It challenges that long-held assumption that more hours automatically equal more output.
Okay, vocabulary check. Remote work, gig economy, inclusion, traction, and bias.
Covered.
Which of these emerging trends do you find most impactful, or maybe the most interesting, to think about how they might shape the future of work?
That's a tough one. They're all interconnected in many ways.
True. Okay, our 6th theme is foundational, education and career development. The material highlights education as a critical determinant of career success.
Yes, shaping not just skills, but also opportunities and overall employability throughout one's working life.
This often sparks that debate, doesn't it? What's more important, a university degree or practical hands-on experience?
It does. And the material explores the value of both. A university degree is often seen as providing specialized knowledge, developing crucial critical thinking and analytical skills, and it serves as a vital credential.
A credential, a formal qualification proving competence.
Right. And for many professional fields, medicine, law, engineering, academia, a specific degree is an absolute prerequisite, something required beforehand.
And there are clear stats showing its impact on earnings.
Yes, the material cited examples, particularly in places like the USA, where university graduates earn significantly more over their lifetime compared to those with only a high school diploma. It clearly opens doors.
But practical experience is presented as equally, if not sometimes more, valuable, especially in certain industries.
Indeed, particularly in industries where hands-on skills and real-world problem-solving are paramount. Think about trades, hospitality, construction, or even entrepreneurship.
In those areas, skills like project management, customer service, negotiation, they're often best learned on the job.
Exactly. The material even referenced successful entrepreneurs like Steve Jobs, who achieved extraordinary success without completing a traditional university degree. It shows formal education isn't always the only path.
And the material also points out valuable alternative pathways, like apprenticeships.
Yes, apprenticeships, which combine on-the-job training with theoretical instruction, are a great example. And vocational training, focused on practical, job-specific skills for trades like electricians, mechanics, chefs. That also leads to stable, fulfilling careers.
So the material suggests the ideal approach is often a combination of both education and experience, not an either.
That seems to be the conclusion. The most effective career development often involves blending formal education with real-world experience.
And how can that be achieved?
Various ways. Universities incorporating mandatory internships or co-op programs. Employers offering robust on-the-job training and mentorship. Governments investing in and promoting vocational programs alongside academic routes. Finding ways to build practical competence.
Competence, the ability to do something well. So foundational knowledge plus practical skills.
That seems to be the winning combination often.
Vocabulary here: credential, prerequisite, vocational, competence, and apprenticeship.
Good list.
What about your own perspective or experience on this? How important do you feel formal degrees are compared to practical skills in today's job market? It's always evolving.
It is indeed. A balance seems wisest.
Okay, our seventh theme focuses on a critical social and economic issue: gender equality in the workplace. The material we reviewed highlights this as a growing concern globally.
Yes, with significant implications for individual opportunities and broader societal fairness. It's a topic that's received increasing attention, and rightly so.
And while progress has definitely been made in many parts of the world, the material makes it clear that persistent disparities still exist, inequalities.
That's correct. The material points to several key areas. Lower average pay for women compared to men for similar work. The pay gap is a major issue. Fewer promotions and representation in senior leadership roles is another.
Representation meaning the presence of women in those roles.
Yes. And conscious or unconscious biases can still affect hiring decisions, performance evaluations, daily interactions. Especially for women in traditionally male-dominated fields like STEM, women are often underrepresented there.
Underrepresented, not included in sufficient numbers. The global statistic mentioned was quite stark, wasn't it? Women earning about 82 cents for every dollar earned by men globally?
It is stark. It really crystallizes the extent of the pay gap on a worldwide scale.
What are the contributing factors? They seem complex.
Very complex. They include historical cultural norms, sometimes positioning men as primary breadwinners. And while this is changing, caregiving responsibilities, raising children, caring for elderly parents, still disproportionately fall on women.
Which can disrupt career progression.
It can, or make it harder to take on demanding roles.
So what are some of the proposed solutions or actions being taken to promote greater equality?
The material outlines several approaches. Enforcing equal pay laws is fundamental. Promoting women into leadership positions through initiatives like targeted hiring, mentorship programs where experienced professionals guide less experienced ones, and ensuring women aren't underrepresented in management and decision-making.
The example of Norway's mandatory boardroom gender quotas was mentioned.
Yes, as one policy approach that significantly increased female representation in corporate leadership. And the material noted positive trends in the speaker's own country, with tech companies actively encouraging women in STEM.
Company policies like flexible work and parental leave for both parents also seem important.
Crucial. They help distribute caregiving responsibilities more equally, and diversity training is also highlighted to help address those unconscious biases.
Okay, vocabulary. Disparity, underrepresented, mentorship, unconscious bias, and representation.
Got them.
Thinking about workplaces you're familiar with, how do you see gender equality issues playing out? Are these disparities noticeable? What steps, if any, are being taken?
It varies a lot, but the conversation is definitely happening more.
Finally, our 8th theme looks at broader global employment trends, how large-scale economic shifts and globalization are reshaping things.
And a key trend discussed here is urbanization, that massive movement of people from rural areas into cities.
What are the main drivers behind that?
The primary cause highlighted is the promise of better job opportunities. Cities are typically centers of economic activity, technology, finance, services offering more jobs and often higher salaries compared to rural areas.
And what are the effects of this rapid influx on the cities themselves, good and bad?
Both. On the positive side, it can boost economic growth by providing a large workforce, but it puts enormous strain on urban infrastructure.
Infrastructure, roads, housing, transport, hospitals.
Exactly. This often leads to severe overcrowding, housing shortages, increased traffic, and sometimes higher unemployment if jobs don't keep pace with the migration.
And rural areas are left grappling with the consequences of people leaving.
Yes. They can face significant labor shortages, particularly affecting agriculture and local businesses. This outmigration can hinder, slow down, or make difficult agricultural productivity and lead to economic decline in rural communities.
So how can these complex challenges be addressed? It affects both ends.
The material suggests multifaceted approaches. One strategy is developing rural economies to create more local jobs, reducing the pressure to leave. Investing in agriculture, promoting rural tourism, supporting small businesses.
The example of India's rural development programs was mentioned.
Yes, aiming to boost employment in villages. Improving urban infrastructure is also crucial, of course, to cope with population growth.
And interestingly, remote work could play a role here too.
Potentially, yes. By allowing individuals to access urban-based jobs while staying in rural communities, it could help reduce the need for physical migration, easing the strain on cities, helping rural areas retain skills.
Vocabulary, urbanization, infrastructure, migration, overcrowding, and hinder.
A good set for discussing these large-scale trends.
Have you witnessed or experienced similar trends of people moving from smaller towns or rural areas to cities in your own region? What do you think the long-term consequences might be?
It's a very visible trend in many parts of the world, definitely, with long-term social and economic impacts.
So we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive. Wow. From choosing a career through satisfaction for security, work-life balance, technology, trends, education, gender equality, and global shifts like urbanization.
It's clear that the topic of work and career is incredibly rich. It provides a vast landscape for discussion and analysis. Understanding these themes, as presented in the material, gives you a really solid foundation.
And that knowledge can be directly applied to demonstrating your language proficiency. Building a strong vocabulary related to these areas is key. We introduce terms like lucrative, autonomy, burnout, upskill, credential, disparity, urbanization.
In expanding your vocabulary with synonyms and understanding collocations, words that often go together naturally makes your language sound much more sophisticated. Things like pursue a career, achieve a balance, address challenges, enhance productivity, or overcome obstacles.
Thinking about other useful words too, maybe like vocation, ambition, trajectory, collaborative, hierarchical.
Yes, or terms related to economic context like recession, downsizing, globalization. They all add depth.
Structuring your thoughts clearly is also vital, isn't it? Especially in writing and speaking tasks.
Absolutely. Whether it's organizing an essay with clear paragraphs and linking words, or giving a well-structured response in a conversation, including reasons, examples, different perspectives, a logical flow makes your communication much more effective.
And always remember the power of using examples.
Crucial. Drawing on the real-world scenarios, statistics, or cultural comparisons we discussed, like the examples from India, Norway, France, or even using relevant personal experiences, makes your points concrete and memorable.
So, in summary, engaging with the topic of work and career through exploring these various themes offers a fantastic opportunity to showcase a wide range of language skills.
By understanding the complexities, having the vocabulary to discuss them, and practicing structuring your ideas, you can confidently tackle any task or conversation related to this ever-important area of life.
It's a topic that's constantly changing, constantly evolving, which makes you wonder, given how rapidly technology is transforming industries, how interconnected the world is becoming, what do you think the ideal job will even look like in, say, 20 or 30 years from now? Will the pursuit of security disappear? Will fulfillment be the ultimate goal? Or will some entirely new priority emerge?
That is certainly food for thought, a fascinating question for the future.
Indeed. If you found this deep dive helpful, please like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab.
And welcome to the Deep Dive.
Today, we're jumping into a topic that's, well, it's everywhere in our connected world. And it's something you might definitely come across if you're practicing your English, maybe for IELTS Listening Test, for instance, travel and tourism.
Absolutely. And, it's so much more than just packing a suitcase. It's this massive, really complex global thing. We've got all this great information here, lots of detail, and our plan today is to sort of unpack it all.
Yeah, peel back the layers a bit, see what makes this huge industry work, and importantly, what its real impacts are, the good and maybe the not so good.
Exactly. Think of this as your shortcut to getting a really solid handle on it, because it affects everything: economies, cultures, the planet.
And us, how we see the world, how we grow.
Right. So we'll be looking at its economic clout, how it shapes places and people, its environmental footprint, technology's role, the whole picture.
Okay, let's dive in then. When we talk about travel and tourism's impact, where do we even begin? The material makes it pretty clear from the get-go that the economic side is just enormous.
It really is. It's described as a major engine for growth globally. And the numbers, well, they speak for themselves, don't they?
They really do. I mean, the scale is kind of mind-boggling. The info we have suggests that back in 2019, before things changed for a bit, this whole sector was responsible for about 10.4% of the global GDP.
Wow.
Yeah, gross domestic product. So the total value of everything produced worldwide, for one industry to be over 1/10 of that.
That's massive. It just shows how interconnected everything is.
And how does that money actually flow in? It's not just one thing, is it?
No, not at all. It's coming from everywhere. I mean, every time a tourist, books a hotel, pays for a flight or a train,
eats out, visits an attraction,
buys souvenirs, takes a tour. Yeah, all of those little transactions, they add up. They create these, what the material calls revenue streams, lots of different streams pouring into the economy.
And you really see that concentrated in certain places, right? Where tourism isn't just part of the economy, it is the economy almost.
Precisely. Countries like Spain or Thailand, the UAE, tourism is absolutely fundamental for them. It's a primary driver.
The material highlights Dubai, for instance. It links its whole tourism boom to those iconic landmarks. Like the Burj Khalifa isn't just, a skyscraper.
It's a magnet.
Exactly. It pulls in visitors, and then this huge hospitality sector springs up around it. Hotels, restaurants, entertainment, and it's a whole ecosystem built on attracting people.
And it's not just the direct spending from tourists either. The material points out that tourism often acts as a catalyst for, wider development.
How so?
Well, it attracts foreign investment, money coming in from other countries to build new resorts, maybe improve airports, things like that.
Oh, okay. So bigger picture stuff.
Yeah, and it often forces upgrades to infrastructure, roads, public transport, utilities, because you need them to handle the visitors, which sometimes can benefit locals too.
Right. So it's drawing in serious capital, not just pocket money from tourists.
Definitely. It's about generating significant income, bringing in foreign exchange earnings, that's money from other countries, and ideally helping a place diversify its economy. Though sometimes the lack of diversification is the problem because of tourism. We'll probably get to that.
Okay, so huge income, major investment.
Yeah.
But what about the people? The jobs, that must be a massive part of the economic picture too.
Oh, absolutely critical. Tourism is a colossal job creator, and it supports such a wide range of roles. It's quite amazing when you think about it.
It's not just the obvious ones, like hotel staff or tour guides.
Not even close. You've got the people cleaning rooms, the chefs, the waiters, the bus drivers, taxi drivers, pilots, train conductors.
People making crafts to sell.
Exactly. Artisans, farmers growing food for the hotels, laundry services, security, admin, staff. The list just keeps going. It creates this really broad spectrum of jobs.
And that's particularly important in some parts of the world, I imagine.
Hugely important in developing nations. Places like Kenya, Indonesia are mentioned. Tourism can offer vital employment, often for people who might not have, say, high levels of formal education. It can be a genuine route out of poverty.
It gives people economic power they might not otherwise have.
Right. Look at the example of safari tourism in Tanzania. It's not just the guides. It's the rangers protecting the wildlife, the trackers, the lodge staff, the drivers, even cultural performers. Thousands of local jobs directly linked to people coming to see the animals.
Wow. So it provides income, skills, helps people support themselves.
Yeah, we talk about job creation, economic empowerment, supporting local entrepreneurship, but it's worth remembering, as the material points out, a lot of these jobs can be seasonal.
Ah, right. Tied to the tourist season.
Yeah.
So not necessarily year-round stability.
That can be a challenge, yes. And beyond the direct jobs, there's that infrastructure point again. Tourism often drives development.
Like needing better airports and roads because more people are coming.
Exactly. You need to handle the flow. Singapore's transport system is given as an example super efficient, partly because it needs to move millions of tourists smoothly as well as residents. It shows how visitor needs can push national investment.
I sense there's a but coming. Is it always a good thing?
Well, that's the tension, isn't it? This dual perspective comes up a lot. While tourism can spur useful development, it can also create strain and inequality.
How so?
Think about resource allocation. Do the new fancy roads only lead to the tourist resorts? Is all the investment poured into the tourist zones while local neighborhoods maybe lack basic services?
Ah, I see. So public money might follow the tourist dollar, potentially leaving locals behind.
It's a risk. You get this impressive infrastructure investment and urban development in some areas, but you have to ask, who is it really benefiting most? Is the resource allocation fair? It can create real disparities.
Okay, that's a critical point. And one more thing on the economic front, the risks involved. It sounds powerful, but is it stable?
That's the Achilles heel, really. Heavy reliance on tourism makes an economy very vulnerable.
Vulnerable to what?
External shocks. Things you can't predict or control. A natural disaster, earthquake, hurricane, tsunami, a health crisis, a pandemic, political instability, conflict.
Things that stop people traveling.
Instantly. Tourist numbers can just collapse overnight. And if tourism is your main source of income, as well.
COVID-19 must be the ultimate example of that.
Absolutely devastating for tourism-dependent economies. The material uses the Maldives as a stark example. Tourism is like over 60% of their entire GDP when flights stopped.
Disaster.
Complete economic crisis. It just showed how fragile that reliance can be.
Which brings us back to that idea of diversification.
Exactly. You need economic diversification. You can't have all your eggs in the tourism basket because that basket can be easily dropped by global events. Building economic resilience means having other sectors to lean on when those external shocks hit. It's a constant balancing act for many places.
Okay, wow. So the economic impact is huge, complex, powerful, but also potentially fragile. Let's shift gears. Travel isn't just about money. It changes cultures too, right?
Oh, profoundly. This is where things get really interesting and honestly sometimes quite tricky. Because travel is fundamentally about people from different backgrounds encountering each other.
Which leads to cultural exchange.
Ideally, yes. It facilitates that intercultural dialogue. It exposes travelers to different traditions, languages, foods, ways of thinking, things completely outside their usual experience. It can really break down barriers and stereotypes.
Like seeing a festival firsthand.
Yeah, exactly. Experiencing something like Diwali in India or maybe La Tomatina in Spain, it's totally different from just reading about it. It connects people. Visitors get a real glimpse, and locals maybe see their traditions appreciated. It fosters mutual understanding.
Or the example of the Japanese tea ceremony. It's more than just watching, it's participating.
Right. It's an immersive experience. You're learning about philosophy, aesthetics, social customs. Directly, it's moments like that cultural immersion that really broaden your horizons.
So it helps with intercultural exchange, global awareness, appreciating heritage. Sounds very positive.
It can be. And tourism can also play a really direct role in actually preserving cultural heritage.
How does that work? Through the money it brings in.
Largely, yes. The revenue from tourism, like entrance fees, can be absolutely vital for maintaining historical sites, ancient monuments, even keeping traditional crafts or performances alive.
Like the big UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat.
Those are prime examples. The fees tourists pay often go straight into conservation funding, archaeologists, repairing structures, protecting the sites from erosion or decay. Honestly, without that tourist money, some incredible places might just crumble.
What? Again, I feel a tension here.
Yeah.
Doesn't having lots of people visit these places also cause problems?
That's the paradox. Huge numbers of visitors, heavy foot traffic. It physically wears down ancient stones. Crowds can change humidity levels inside old buildings. The sheer pressure can damage fragile structures.
Venice comes to mind.
Venice is a classic, tragic example. Millions of tourists, huge cruise ships. It puts immense strain on the city's sinking foundations. They need the tourist income for cultural conservation, for upkeep, but the tourism itself is contributing to the problem.
So you need sustainable tourism practices to manage that, to combat the effects of over-tourism.
Absolutely. It's a constant challenge. And the impact isn't just physical. There's the risk of, well, cultural erosion, commodification.
What do you mean by that? Turning culture into a product?
Kind of, yeah. When there's intense pressure from mass tourism, destinations might start simplifying or changing their traditions to make them more palatable or entertaining for tourists.
Losing the original meaning.
Potentially. The example given is indigenous dances in Bali, perhaps being shortened or altered for tourist shows. They might lose their deeper spiritual context and just become a performance, a commodity.
And stereotyping, too. Reducing a whole culture to a few cliches.
That's another risk. Marketing might focus on simplistic images like, say, portraying everyone from a country wearing a specific hat that's not actually common, or only showing one type of music. It's cultural dilution, a loss of authenticity, turning richness into caricature.
That doesn't sound good. But is there any upside? Can tourism ever help revive traditions?
Yes, sometimes it can. That's the other side of the coin. If tourists create a new demand for something traditional that was maybe dying out.
Like traditional crafts.
Exactly. The material mentions traditional weaving in Guatemala. Tourist interest created a market, giving artisans an income and an incentive to keep those skills alive, to pass them down. It can breathe new life into fading practices. That's cultural revitalization.
Okay, so it can be a lifeline. But another caveat.
There's always a caveat, isn't there? Even that revitalization can tip into over-commercialization. Artisans might start focusing on quantity over quality, speed over traditional methods, just to meet tourist demand.
So the craft itself might change, driven by profit rather than tradition.
Right. The focus shifts from the value of the traditional craftsmanship to just commercialization. So yes, it can revive things, but the market forces can subtly alter the tradition itself. It's complex.
It's definitely complex. Okay, so culture is impacted in all these intricate ways. What about the environment? That feels like another huge area.
It is, and it's arguably one of the most critical challenges the industry faces right now. The environmental footprint of travel is significant.
How does it manifest? What are the main problems?
Well, the most direct is environmental degradation at the destination. Putting lots of people into often sensitive natural areas inevitably causes strain.
Like pollution, litter.
Yes, pollution from transport, litter left behind, sometimes direct habitat destruction as areas are cleared for resorts or infrastructure. Wildlife behavior can be disrupted. We see this in popular natural spots worldwide.
Places like the Great Barrier Reef or Mount Everest.
Both are facing major challenges linked to tourism, reef damage, pollution, litter at Everest Base Camp. It's serious. And Bali, again, the sheer number of visitors leads to beach pollution, strains water resources, impacting locals and ecosystems.
So we talk about the ecological footprint. Over tourism causing resource depletion. It sounds quite damaging.
It can be, which is why careful management is so vital. But just like with culture, there's also a potential positive role for tourism and conservation.
Through things like ecotourism.
Exactly. Ecotourism is specifically designed to use tourism revenue to fund conservation and raise awareness.
Like the gorilla trekking example in Rwanda.
That's a powerful one. Those expensive permits directly fund anti-poaching patrols, habitat protection, and local community projects linked to conservation. It creates a direct economic reason to protect the gorillas and their environment.
And national parks rely on tourist fees too, right?
Many do, like Yellowstone in the U.S. Entrance fees are crucial for managing the park, protecting biodiversity, maintaining trails. So sustainable tourism can support biodiversity preservation and provide vital conservation funding.
Okay, so there's that potential upside. But what about the travel itself? Getting there? Flying?
Yes. That's the elephant in the room, environmentally speaking. Carbon emissions.
Air travel mainly.
Air travel is a big one, yes. Yeah. And large cruise ships, too. They contribute significantly to global carbon emissions. A single long-haul flight can be a huge chunk of someone's annual carbon footprint. Multiply that by millions of travelers.
It adds up fast.
It really does. And it raises tough ethical questions, doesn't it? About how much we fly, how often in an age of climate change. We need climate change mitigation efforts, more sustainable transport options. Yeah. It's a massive challenge.
But can travel also make people more aware of environmental issues?
It can, definitely. That's another positive angle. It can be a powerful educational tool.
Wow.
Well, visiting incredible natural places, seeing fragile ecosystems, maybe witnessing the impacts of climate change or pollution firsthand, that can really hit home. Participating in eco-tours that explain conservation efforts can be very effective.
Like the Costa Rica example, highlighting rainforest preservation.
Exactly. It connects people emotionally to the environment, helps them understand why protection is vital. It fosters environmental awareness, encourages more eco-conscious travel. It becomes a form of conservation education.
So another double-edged sword. Huge environmental challenges, but also some potential for positive impact through funding and awareness. Let's move on to the social side. How does tourism affect the communities people visit?
Again, it's a mix of positives and negatives, often happening simultaneously. On the plus side, tourism definitely boosts global connectivity.
Building bridges between people.
Yes, on a very personal level. Travel facilitates those social connections across borders. People meet, interact, form friendships, understand each other better.
Like student exchanges or big international events.
Things like student exchanges, international festivals, the Olympics, World Expos, they bring diverse groups of people together. It fosters social cohesion, promotes a sense of global citizenship, builds those cross-cultural relationships. It makes the world feel a bit smaller and more connected.
That sounds great. But what's the downside? How can it strain communities?
Well, simply having huge numbers of temporary visitors pour into a place, especially residential areas, can be very disruptive for locals.
Noise, crowding.
Noise, crowding, traffic congestion, yes. But also, critically, it often drives up the cost of living, especially housing.
Like in places such as Venice or Barcelona, where apartments get turned into tourist rentals.
Exactly. The material mentions the impact of short-term rentals. They can take housing off the long-term market, pushing up rents and property prices, making it unaffordable for local residents, sometimes forcing them out.
That's gentrification driven by tourism.
It can be a major factor, yes, leading to community displacement, overcrowding for those who stay, and understandably, social tension between locals and tourists. It's a really difficult, sensitive issue in many popular cities.
Are there positive social impacts, maybe for specific groups?
Yes, potentially. Tourism can sometimes empower marginalized communities like indigenous groups.
How?
By providing income opportunities through things like cultural tours run by the community or selling traditional handicrafts directly to visitors. Community-based tourism initiatives can give them economic leverage.
The Maasai communities in Kenya are mentioned as benefiting from some projects.
Right. It can lead to genuine economic empowerment, give these groups more agency, and it's a big but, it has to be managed ethically.
Risk of exploitation again.
Yes. If the profits don't flow back fairly to the community, or if their culture is misrepresented, it becomes cultural exploitation, not empowerment. You need ethical tourism practices, fair trade principles.
And can tourism sometimes just make existing social divides worse?
Unfortunately, yes. You can see stark disparities. Wealthy tourists enjoying luxury resorts, while the local workers staffing those resorts might be on very low wages facing poor conditions.
The material even mentions really awful things like child labor in some tourist areas.
It touches on those extreme ethical concerns, yes. It highlights how tourism can sometimes deepen social inequality and lead to labor exploitation if not carefully regulated and monitored. It really underscores the need for inclusive tourism models that benefit everyone fairly.
Okay, that's a lot to take in across the economic, cultural, environmental, and social spheres. Now, something that's changing everything is technology. How is that reshaping travel?
Oh, fundamentally. The digital transformation in travel over the last, say, 20 years is just staggering.
How we book things, mainly.
That's a huge part of it. Online booking platforms, Expedia, Booking.com, TripAdvisor are mentioned travel apps on our phones, comparison sites. They've made planning so much easier, more accessible.
And virtual reality for previews.
Yeah, VR is starting to let you sort of try before you buy, explore a hotel room, check out an attraction view. It definitely increases convenience.
Is there a downside to all this tech?
Well, the material suggests maybe a reduction in human interaction during planning. It's more automated, less talking to travel agents or locals for advice beforehand. So this digital transformation offers user-friendly interfaces and virtual tourism options, but maybe loses some personal touch.
And social media. That must be a massive influence now.
Huge. Platforms like Instagram, TikTok, They are powerful drivers of travel trends. People see a beautiful picture or video, and they want to go there.
The Instagrammable spot phenomenon.
Exactly. Specific viewpoints in Santorini, or that one swing in Bali. Places go viral, and suddenly they're swamped with people trying to get the same shot.
Which links straight back to over-tourism, right?
Directly. Social media influence is now a key part of destination marketing, but it can rapidly overwhelm places, causing environmental strain and disruption. It adds another layer to tourism's footprint.
But can technology also help solve some of these problems?
Yes, that's the hopeful side. There's a lot of innovation aimed at sustainability.
Like what?
Electric vehicles for transport within destinations, research into sustainable aviation fuels, using sensor technology, the Internet of Things, to monitor crowds or resource use in real time.
Smart tourism.
That's the term, yeah. Cities like Amsterdam are using tech to manage tourist flows better, maybe divert people from overcrowded areas, optimize public transport based on demand. Using green technology and data for better crowd management could really help.
And artificial intelligence, where does that fit in?
AI is being used more and more for personalization.
Like chatbots answering questions.
Chatbots, yes, but also sophisticated algorithms that analyze your past trips, your searches, your preferences, and then suggest tailored itineraries or activities just for you.
Sounds efficient.
Very. But again, there's that question. If AI plans everything perfectly for you, are you losing the joy of discovery, the serendipity, the authentic experience that comes from figuring things out yourself?
Does too much automation make travel less real?
It's a debate. Artificial intelligence enables personalized travel and automation, but maybe at the cost of some authentic experiences. Something to think about.
Okay, so beyond all these big picture impacts, what about us, the individuals who travel? How does it change us?
This is often the most tangible benefit for people, isn't it? Travel really does broaden perspectives.
How so? By challenging our assumptions.
Exactly. It directly confronts stereotypes you might have. Experiencing different cultures, different ways of life, different values firsthand. It just naturally makes you more open-minded, more empathetic. Living abroad, or even just navigating a completely unfamiliar place, builds adaptability.
Like the examples of backpacking in Southeast Asia or visiting India, seeing different ways people live.
Yes, it exposes you to different community structures, different ideas about resilience or spirituality, things you might never encounter otherwise. It gives you a new lens on the world and your own life. It boosts cultural awareness, spurs personal growth, gives you a global perspective.
And it's good for well-being, too. Taking a break.
Definitely. The therapeutic benefits are real. Escaping routine, reducing stress, whether it's through adventure or relaxation. Travel can be incredibly restorative for mental health.
Hiking in Patagonia, yoga retreats in Bali. Those examples sound pretty good for well-being.
They do. It's about enhancing well-being, maybe finding some self-discovery, building mental resilience. It's not just frivolous. It can be genuinely beneficial for health.
And what about skills? Do we actually learn practical things?
Absolutely. Travel constantly forces you to problem solve. Your flight gets canceled, you get lost, you need to communicate without a shared language. You have to adapt and figure things out.
Builds confidence.
Hugely. Navigating a foreign city alone, learning a few basic phrases, managing a budget in a different currency. It all builds practical skills and self-reliance. The material mentions solo travel specifically for boosting independence and decision-making. It's real-world skill development.
Okay, so lots of personal benefits. Now, does tourism affect all places equally? Or does it depend on where you go?
It varies quite significantly. Looking at regional perspectives really highlights this.
Like in developed countries, UK, Australia.
Right. In developed nations, tourism usually supports already complex economies. They have sophisticated industries. Their biggest challenge is often managing the success dealing with over-tourism in popular spots.
So places like London using congestion charges to manage traffic, which includes tourist traffic.
Exactly. It's often about tourist management, urban planning, trying to maintain quality of life alongside a busy tourism sector within a relatively stable economy.
And developing nations, Vietnam, Nepal.
For them, tourism is often much more central to basic economic growth, job creation, poverty reduction. It's seen as a vital engine.
But they face different challenges.
Often, yes. Infrastructure might be less developed, making it harder to cope with large numbers. Environmental regulations might be weaker. Nepal's trucking industry is a classic example. Crucial income for mountain communities, but causing real strain on fragile Himalayan ecosystems.
So they're focused on economic upliftment but struggling with infrastructure strain and trying to achieve sustainable development.
That's often the dynamic, yes. Balancing growth with protection is harder with fewer resources.
And then there are island nations, Maldives, Fiji. They seem uniquely reliant.
Extremely reliant. Their economies are often almost entirely built on tourism, which makes them incredibly vulnerable.
Vulnerable to economic shocks like we discussed, but also climate change.
Critically vulnerable to climate change. Rising sea levels directly threaten their beaches, their land, the very foundation of their tourism appeal. Saltwater contamination of fresh water is another huge issue.
Wow. So for them, it's about climate vulnerability, extreme tourism dependence, and environmental sustainability is almost an existential issue.
For many, yes, it's incredibly precarious.
Okay. So given this incredibly complex picture,
Yeah.
the good, the bad, the opportunities, the risks across all these areas, how we travel clearly matters a lot, which brings us to ethical tourism.
Yes, this is about making conscious choices as travelers. It's about respecting local cultures, minimizing your negative impact on the environment, and trying to ensure your money benefits the local community.
What does that look like in practice?
It could mean choosing locally owned guest houses over international chains, buying souvenirs directly from artisans, being mindful of water and energy use, respecting local customs and dress codes, avoiding activities that harm wildlife. It's about responsible travel, community support, making eco-conscious choices.
What about voluntourism, combining travel with volunteering?
It's a popular idea, often with great intentions, teaching English, helping build something. But the material urges caution.
Why? Can it be harmful?
If it's poorly managed, yes. It might take jobs from locals or involve unskilled volunteers doing potentially shoddy work. It can sometimes create dependency or even exploit vulnerable situations if not done in genuine partnership with the community.
So you need to research programs carefully, ensure they're ethical.
Absolutely. Ethical volunteering is key, focusing on real community impact and avoiding those exploitation risks. Good intentions aren't enough.
And animal welfare is another big ethical area.
Huge. Activities like elephant riding, swimming with captive dolphins, visiting unethical zoos. These raise serious concerns about how animals are treated for entertainment.
So the alternative?
Choosing genuine sanctuaries that focus on rescue and rehabilitation, or opting for observation in the wild, responsible whale watching, ethical safaris where animal welfare comes first. It's about rejecting exploitative practices.
Makes sense. So looking ahead now, what does the future hold? Where is tourism heading?
The overwhelming message from the material is that sustainability has to be the future. It's not optional anymore. It's essential for the industry's long-term health.
So more focus on eco-friendly practices, green certifications, carbon neutrality.
All of that. Reducing waste, conserving resources, investing in renewables, genuinely involving local communities in planning and benefits, aiming for carbon-neutral travel eventually. Sustainable growth and widespread ecotourism principles are seen as the path forward.
What about more out there ideas, like space tourism?
Yes. It's emerging. Companies like SpaceX are making it technically possible. It's exciting, a new frontier.
But accessible, ethical.
That's the rub. It's incredibly expensive, so highly exclusive. And the environmental impact of rocket launches for tourism is still a big question mark. So amazing technological innovation, but major accessibility barriers and environmental impact concerns.
And virtual tourism, experiencing places through VR.
That's also growing. Using virtual reality or other digital tools to explore remotely.
What are the pros and cons there?
Well, it could allow access for people who can't physically travel or let people visit fragile sites without damaging them. It could potentially reduce the carbon footprint of some travel.
Is it the same?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Can a digital experience ever replicate the feeling, the smells, the sounds, the chance encounters, the authenticity of actually being there? Can hybrid travel really substitute for the real thing? It's a fascinating debate about what travel really means.
It really is. So we've covered a huge amount today, really digging into the many, many sides of travel and tourism based on the material we looked at.
We really have. We saw it as this massive economic force creating wealth and jobs, but also vulnerable and capable of creating inequality.
We looked at the cultural impacts, fostering understanding and preserving heritage, but also risking dilution and commodification.
The environmental story, degrading resources and causing emissions, yet also potentially funding conservation and raising awareness.
The social effects, connecting people and empowering some, while straining communities and sometimes exploiting others.
We saw how technology is just revolutionizing everything, bringing convenience, but also new challenges like over-tourism and questions about authenticity.
And we touched on those really important personal benefits, broadening minds, boosting well-being, building skills.
Plus, how it all plays out differently depending on whether you're in a developed, developing, or island nation.
And wrapped up with the ethics of how we travel, and a glimpse into future trends like sustainability and virtual or even space travel. Understanding all these pieces gives you a much clearer, more complete picture of what travel and tourism really entails.
Definitely. It's so much more complex than just going on holiday.
So, thinking about everything we've discussed, all these complex impacts, maybe the big question isn't just, should we travel anymore? Perhaps it's more like, how can we travel in a way that genuinely benefits everyone and everything involved, both now and for the future?
That's a really powerful thought to end on. It puts the responsibility on us, doesn't it?
It does. Something for all of us to think about. Well, that brings us to the end of this deep dive. If you found this discussion helpful or interesting, especially for your English learning, please do be sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.
Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today, we're really going to dig into something complex. It's a deep dive focused on IELTS listening practice, specifically globalization and the economy.
That's right. It's a huge topic, and we've gathered some, well, pretty insightful material on it. Globalization. It's this whole process, isn't it? Increasing connections between countries.
Yeah, through trade, investment, technology spreading like wildfire, even cultural exchange. It all ties together.
It does. And our focus here is really how all that interconnectedness shapes the global economy.
It feels incredibly relevant. You see it everywhere. What's on the shelves, job market news. Understanding this stuff isn't just academic. It's, well, pretty vital.
Especially if you need to discuss or write about economic trends, maybe for IELTS or just, to understand the world better.
Right. So our mission today?
Simple, really. We want to pull out the key insights from the information we have, get a handle on the nuances, and give you a solid grasp of how globalization really impacts economies.
Kind of a shortcut to getting informed on this big subject, based just on what we've looked at for this dive.
Exactly. No fluff, just the core ideas and examples.
Okay, let's jump in then. The starting point, the core concept the material gives us, is that globalization equals increasing interconnectedness.
Right. It's more than just countries trading goods. It's money flowing across borders easier than ever, tech connecting everyone almost instantly, cultures mixing.
And the key takeaway is that this isn't just some small shift. The material frames it as something that has fundamentally transformed the global economy.
That word transformed is crucial. It changes the whole landscape for businesses, for workers, for you as a consumer. Everything operates differently now, the scale, the speed.
It sets the stage for everything else we'll talk about. And the information kind of breaks it down, starting with the potential positives, the economic benefits.
Indeed. And one of the biggest ones, mentioned right off the bat, is expanded trade. More access to markets.
How does that work exactly?
Well, globalization has really focused on reducing those old obstacles, things that made trading across borders difficult and expensive, like tariffs, taxes on imports.
Or quotas, limiting how much you can bring in.
Exactly. By lowering those, you make trade easier, cheaper, and so naturally, more of it happens.
And it seems like international organizations and agreements are key players here.
Yeah.
Like the WTO, the World Trade Organization.
Absolutely. The WTO and also regional deals like the CPTPP, that big Pacific Partnership Agreement, they create the rules, the framework.
They sort of smooth the path for goods and services to flow between countries.
That's a good way to put it. They provide predictability, structure, businesses know what to expect, more or less.
Is there a good example of this in action?
Yeah, the material highlights Vietnam's textile sector. It's apparently flourished, grown hugely because it gained access to export markets like the US and Europe.
Ah, so they could sell their textiles to millions more customers.
Precisely. And that ability to export became a major driver, a real engine for Vietnam's overall economic growth.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
If you suddenly have a massive new market open up, tariff-free or with lower tariffs, that's a game changer.
It really is. And the underlying economic idea here, highlighted in the info, is comparative advantage.
Okay, comparative advantage. Remind us briefly.
Sure. It's not just about being the absolute best at making something. It's about being able to produce it at a lower opportunity cost than another country.
Opportunity cost.
Yeah.
What you give up to make something else.
Exactly. So Even if, say, the U.S. is better at making both computers and shirts than Vietnam, maybe the U.S. is way better at computers, but only slightly better at shirts.
Okay.
Vietnam might be not as good at computers, but maybe their disadvantage in making shirts is much smaller. So the U.S. has the comparative advantage in computers.
And Vietnam has the comparative advantage in shirts, even if they aren't the world's absolute best shirt maker.
Right. Because the U.S. gives up less potential computer production to make shirts than Vietnam does, and Vietnam gives up less potential, well, something else, to make shirts.
So countries should focus on where their relative advantage is biggest or disadvantage is smallest.
That's the idea. Specialize in what you're relatively best at, where your opportunity cost is lowest, and then trade. The theory is everyone ends up with more stuff overall.
And globalization, by reducing trade barriers, lets this specialization happen on a huge global scale.
Yeah, that's what the material suggests. It boosts overall economic efficiency. For Vietnam, that advantage was clearly in textiles, letting them become a major global competitor.
It's fascinating how removing a simple tariff can reshape what whole countries focus on. So practically, how does that specialization work? Does everyone just switch jobs?
Well, not overnight, but over time, a country's resources like its workers, its investment money, even its land, tend to flow towards those industries where it's most competitive globally.
So in Vietnam, more investment and more people started working in textiles and clothing.
Right. They build up expertise, get really efficient, achieve that scale needed to compete. Meanwhile, maybe the countries buying those textiles shift their resources into, say, high tech or finance, where they have an advantage.
Like a global division of labor, different places specializing in different things.
Exactly. Theoretically, it makes the whole global economic pie bigger.
Okay, that makes sense. It's like teamwork on a global scale. So that leads us to the next big benefit mentioned, foreign direct investment, FDI.
Ah, yes, FDI. Another really key element of globalization's economic upside, according to the info.
And this isn't just buying some shares, right? It's more substantial.
Much more. FDI is when a multinational corporation, an MNC, makes a serious, tangible investment in another country, like building a factory, setting up a big office, buying a controlling stake in a local company. It's a long-term commitment.
And the big positives highlighted are job creation and technology transfer.
Those are the main ones cited. When a big company builds a factory abroad, they need local people to work there. That's direct job creation.
Are there examples?
Several strong ones in the material. Apple's manufacturing operations in China mentioned as employing millions. That's FDI creating jobs on a massive scale.
Wow, millions.
Or India's IT sector boom. A lot of that growth was fueled by Western companies outsourcing work there, which is a form of investment-seeking skilled labor.
Right, outsource is linked too.
And then there's infrastructure. The material mentions industrial parks built in Ethiopia with Chinese investment. That's not just jobs inside the park, but the roads, the power. It helps the whole area.
Those are powerful examples of job creation. But, is FDI always a purely good thing? Does the information touch on any, downsides or complexities later on?
It does hint at it, yes. While this section focuses on benefits, later points bring up nuances. For instance, what kind of jobs are created? Are they high skill or mostly low skill assembly?
Good question.
And technology transfer, is it the latest tech or older processes? Plus, there's the risk of dependency or investment just focused on resource extraction without wider benefits. We'll get into that.
Okay, so it's complex. But sticking with the upsides for now, FDI brings in capital, creates jobs. What's next? Consumer benefits and economies of scale.
This is where globalization probably feels most real for people day to day. The information explains that because companies from all over the world are competing, it pushes prices down.
More competition means better deals for us.
Right. Lower prices, often better quality as companies try to stand out, and just way more choice. Think about electronics, clothes, food.
Yeah, you can buy stuff from everywhere now. Electronics designed here, made there, parts from somewhere else. Often cheaper than they used to be. Coffee from Brazil, right here.
Exactly. And the key concept behind the affordability is economies of scale.
Ah, right. The bigger you get, the cheaper it is to make each individual item.
Pretty much. If a company can sell to the whole world, not just one country, its production volume can be enormous.
So they buy raw materials cheaper in bulk, run factories more efficiently, spread fixed costs like R&D over millions of units.
Yes. And those cost savings can then theoretically be passed on to you, the consumer, as lower prices.
Is there an example for this?
The classic one mentioned is a giant retailer like Walmart. Their whole model relies on a global supply chain, sourcing things from the cheapest places worldwide to sell in huge volumes.
That massive scale in buying and logistics allows them to keep prices low.
That's a huge part of their strategy, enabled by globalization. It makes a lot of goods more affordable for average shoppers.
It really does change the shopping landscape. Thinking about it, how has your own experience changed over the years because of this?
Oh, dramatically. I remember when certain things were just unavailable or considered real luxuries because they were imported and expensive. Now the variety is just astounding. You walk into a store or go online and the world's products are there.
True. But you mentioned earlier this competition can be tough on local businesses, right?
Absolutely. That's one of the major downsides we'll discuss. This intense global competition has casualties too.
A definite trade-off. Okay, the last benefit listed in this section. Job creation again, but also labor mobility.
Right. So, beyond FDI creating jobs, the simple act of exporting creates jobs in those export-focused industries. The material points again to Bangladesh's garment sector.
Employing millions, primarily making clothes for export.
Exactly. If your country becomes a global hub for something, it can mean a lot of jobs. But globalization also makes it easier for people to move for work.
Skilled workers moving to countries where their expertise is needed.
Yes. The examples provided are things like Indian engineers working in Silicon Valley or nurses from the Philippines helping fill healthcare shortages in places like the UK.
People moving to where the jobs match their skills.
And there's a huge economic consequence of that movement beyond just the jobs themselves, remittances.
The money sent back home by workers abroad.
Crucial for many economies.
Yeah.
The info highlights the Philippines receiving over $30 billion a year from its citizens working overseas.
$30 billion, that's massive. What does that money do?
It's a vital lifeline. Families use it for everyday needs, education, healthcare, maybe starting a small business. It pumps foreign currency into the economy and helps reduce poverty significantly.
That's a really significant impact. Let's explore this idea of a global labor market a bit. What are the wider implications of people moving like this for both the countries they leave and the countries they go to?
Well, for the sending country, like the Philippines or India, there's often talk of brain drain, losing talented people. But as those remittance numbers show, the money coming back can be a huge economic plus, maybe even outweighing the loss of that person's direct labor in the country.
So it's a complex calculation for the home country.
It is. And for the receiving country, say the US or UK, it fills vital skill gaps. They need those engineers, those nurses. But it can also bring social challenges, immigration debates, potential wage impacts for local workers, integration issues.
So benefits and challenges on both sides. The information focuses mostly on the economic upside here, though.
Primarily, yes. Job creation in export sectors and the economic boost from remittances driven by labor mobility.
Okay, so we've laid out a pretty positive case based on the material. More trade, investment boosting growth, benefits for consumers, jobs from exports, and people moving for work and sending money home. But, as you said, it's not the whole story. Time to look at the challenges.
Definitely. The information is quite clear that globalization has significant downsides too. And the first big one tackled is widening economic inequality.
How does globalization make inequality worse?
The core idea presented is that the benefits aren't spread evenly. Wealthier nations and big multinational corporations often gain the most. And within countries, certain groups can be left behind.
Like low-skilled workers in developed countries.
Yes, that's a key point. They can face job losses when companies move production to countries with lower wages, outsourcing.
The example always used is the U.S. Rust Belt, right? Manufacturing jobs disappearing as factories move to, say, Mexico or China.
That's a textbook example cited in the material. It shows that direct impact, lower costs elsewhere, leading to job losses at home. But the inequality isn't just between rich and poor countries.
It happens within countries too.
Absolutely. The material uses India as an example, highlighting a growing divide between urban and rural areas. Cities connected to the global IT and service economy boom, while rural areas relying on traditional agriculture might lag behind.
So the gap widens inside the country itself.
Exactly. Urban incomes rise faster, opportunities concentrate in cities, leaving rural populations further behind.
This inequality point feels like a really crucial counterweight to the efficiency arguments. How does that drive for global efficiency sometimes clash so directly with spreading the wealth more fairly?
Well, think about what efficiency means in this context. It means finding the lowest cost production, the highest return on investment. That naturally pulls jobs and capital towards places with lower wages or concentrates high-value work in already advanced hubs.
Which is great for company profits and often leads to cheaper goods globally.
Right, those are real benefits. But the system doesn't automatically redirect those gains to the person who lost their factory job or the farmer in the lagging rural area. The rewards flow to certain skills, certain locations, owners of capital, unless governments actively step in with policies to redistribute or support those left behind. Efficiency and equity can definitely pull in opposite directions.
That's a critical distinction.
Oh.
Next challenge, the erosion of local economies.
This one hits close to home for many communities. The information explains how small local businesses often really struggle to compete against giant MNCs.
Because the big guys have economies of scale, global brands.
Exactly. They can often sell things cheaper than a local shop can even buy them for, and they have huge marketing power.
The examples given are quite stark. Local shops in Africa finding it hard when a huge chain like Carrefour arrives.
It's a tough battle. And it's not just retail. Traditional industries face pressure, too. Think about local artisans, maybe making handicrafts in India.
They struggle against cheap, mass-produced alternatives flooding the market.
Precisely. It becomes harder to make a living from traditional skills when standardized, lower-cost global products are readily available.
It makes you wonder, is there any way for these local economies to survive? Or even find a way to thrive alongside these global giants? And what do we actually lose when they disappear?
The information doesn't really offer easy solutions. Survival often means finding a niche, unique products, high-quality cultural value, personalized service, community connection, things the big chains can't easily replicate.
The loss. It's more than just jobs, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. It's the character of a place, traditional skills vanishing, community ties weakening. Local businesses often keep money circulating locally. When profits go to a global HQ, that local economic energy dissipates.
The reminder that economics, society, and culture are all intertwined. Okay, another big challenge. Economic vulnerability. Global crises spreading faster.
Yes, this is a direct result of being so interconnected. When economies rely heavily on each other for trade and finance, a shock in one place can ripple outwards much more quickly and severely.
The 2008 financial crisis is the classic example, starting in the U.S. housing market.
Exactly. It began with subprime mortgages in the U.S., but because financial institutions globally were all linked, trading complex products, the crisis went global almost overnight. Banks failed everywhere, credit dried up, recession hit worldwide.
Far beyond where the problem started.
And a more recent example we all felt, the COVID-19 pandemic.
Primarily a health crisis, but the economic fallout was massive because of globalization.
Right. Lockdowns in one country shut down factories supplying parts for industries thousands of miles away. The material mentions the auto industry, for example, car production lines, halted because they couldn't get specific components from overseas suppliers affected by the pandemic.
It really showed how tangled those global supply chains are.
And the information stresses that developing nations can be particularly vulnerable, especially those relying on exporting just one or two things, like coffee or minerals.
If global demand for their main export crashes due to a recession elsewhere,
their whole economy can be devastated. This idea is sometimes called global contagion. Does being connected mean you share the risk?
It seems like it largely does.
To a great extent, yes. It's like a complex machine, efficient when running smoothly, but a failure in one part can bring the whole thing down. While it offers some resilience through diverse markets, it also creates this fragility, this exposure to distant shocks.
A major downside of being so linked. The final challenge discussed here is quite serious. Labor exploitation and ethical concerns.
Yes, this connects back to that relentless drive for lower costs in global supply chains. The information highlights that this can, unfortunately, lead to workers being exploited, especially in developing countries,
where labor laws might be weaker or not enforced properly.
Exactly. We're talking about problems like very low wages, unsafe working conditions, excessive hours, often in factories making goods for consumers in richer countries.
The material specifically mentions Bangladesh's garment industry again.
It does. Acknowledging it creates jobs, but also pointing to the serious ethical questions and past tragedies concerning factory safety and worker rights in that sector.
Suggesting that the focus on profit for MNCs can sometimes mean labor rights get overlooked somewhere down the supply chain.
That's the implication. The material refers to controversies involving certain brands, suggesting this tension between cost-cutting and ethical treatment is a real and persistent problem.
Which brings up huge ethical questions for companies, consumers, everyone. How do we balance cheap goods with fair treatment?
It fuels the debate around things like ethical consumerism, people trying to choose products based on how they were made, and demands for companies to be much more transparent and accountable for conditions in their supply chains. It's presented as a core ethical dilemma of globalization.
So we've covered the benefits, the challenges. Now the information looks at how this all plays out differently depending on the type of economy we're talking about. Developed, developing, least developed.
Right, because globalization doesn't hit everywhere the same way. For developed economies, think US, Germany, Japan. The material points out they get big benefits from easy access to imports, cheaper consumer goods, components for their own industries.
And they have huge global markets for their own strengths, high-tech stuff, services, intellectual property.
Exactly. They leverage their edge in innovation and skills, but importantly, the info also stresses the challenges they face, primarily losing manufacturing jobs.
Right, we touched on this with inequality and outsourcing.
Yes, it circles back. Automation and moving production overseas hit traditional industrial areas hard. The material uses the UK's industrial regions as an example. Job losses leading to big efforts in retraining workers for different sectors like services or tech.
So even wealthy countries are constantly adapting to these shifts. How do they manage that transition away from manufacturing effectively?
The material doesn't give a magic formula, but mentioning retraining suggests a big focus on education, skills development, fostering innovation, trying to equip the workforce for the jobs where the country does have a competitive edge globally. It's about navigating a major economic restructuring.
Okay, then developing economies like China and India, the transformation there has been massive, according to the info.
Absolutely dramatic. China's story is presented as export-led growth on an unprecedented scale. Becoming the world's factory lifted it to become a global economic superpower incredibly quickly.
And India's path was more through the service sector.
Yes, fueled by global outsourcing, becoming a huge hub for IT services, call centers, business process operations for companies worldwide.
Huge success stories in terms of growth and poverty reduction. But the material flags challenges there too.
Definitely. It's not portrayed as entirely positive. Significant environmental costs are mentioned, like severe air pollution in cities like Beijing from all that industry. And labor exploitation issues, as we discussed, remain a concern in some sectors.
What are the potential long-term issues with that kind of super fast, sometimes unbalanced growth?
The information suggests that relying so heavily on one-engine exports for China, services for India creates vulnerabilities if global demand shifts. Environmental damage has long-term health and economic costs. Plus, rapid urbanization and change create social stresses. Balancing growth with sustainability and equity becomes the next big challenge.
And finally, the least developed economies, LDCs. Places like Zambia or Haiti mentioned. They face a unique set of issues.
Very much so. While globalization could bring benefits like FDI or aid, the risks highlighted are significant. One is the debt trap danger.
Taking on big loans for projects, maybe from foreign powers, and then struggling to repay.
Exactly. Especially if the projects don't deliver the expected economic boost, or the loan terms are tough. It can cripple a country financially. Sri Lanka's recent issues are sometimes cited in this context.
So investment comes in, but it might create more problems down the line.
It's a risk. Another major one mentioned is resource exploitation. LDCs often have valuable natural resources. Globalization increases demand, attracting foreign companies to extract them.
But the risk is the wealth flows out, leaving little benefit locally.
That's the concern. Resources get extracted, maybe with environmental damage, but the profits go overseas, and the country doesn't see broad-based development from its own natural wealth.
It really highlights how vulnerable LDCs can be. How can globalization be shaped to actually help these countries more reliably?
By pointing out these risks, debt traps, unfair resource deals, the information implicitly suggests the need for fairer international practices, more transparency, support for LDCs to negotiate better deals, investment focused on genuine development, not just extraction. It suggests the current system can be disadvantageous without conscious efforts to make it fairer.
Okay, a very varied picture across different economies. Now let's bring in technology more directly, the digital thread.
Technology is presented as a core driver of modern globalization. It's what enables the speed and efficiency we see today. Instant communication, complex supply chains managed in real time.
Things like e-commerce platforms, Amazon, Alibaba, connecting buyers and sellers globally.
Exactly. And digital payment systems like PayPal making international transactions so much simpler and faster than old banking methods.
They break down geographical barriers.
Completely. The material gives a neat example. Small businesses in Kenya using mobile money apps like M-Pesa to trade internationally. Technology empowering even small players.
It feels like digital tech hasn't just increased the scale, but massively increased the pace of globalization compared to, say, 50 years ago.
Oh, exponentially faster. Think about coordinating production across continents before the internet faxes slow mail. Now, design changes are instant, supply chains monitored live, money moves in seconds. It's compressed time and space for economic activity.
But there's always a but with globalization, isn't there? The digital divide.
Yes, a critical counterpoint raised in the material. Unequal access to technology, internet, devices, skills creates this divide.
Meaning some countries or regions just can't plug into these tech-driven benefits.
Precisely. It limits their ability to participate fully. India is used as an example again. Cities might be fully digital, while rural areas lack basic internet access.
And that stops people in those rural areas from accessing global e-commerce, online education, digital job markets.
Exactly. It hinders their economic participation and reinforces existing inequalities.
This digital divide seems like it could seriously lock in disadvantages. What are the economic consequences if you're stuck on the wrong side?
It means being shut out of major growth sectors. New jobs, new business models are heavily digital. Without access, individuals and regions miss out on these opportunities, potentially widening the gap between the connected and the unconnected world. It's another layer of inequality.
So tech is both the engine and potentially a new barrier. Let's shift to the environment now, the ecological footprint.
A major area of concern highlighted. More global trade, more global consumption means more demand for resources, more energy use, more transportation, all impacting the environment.
The examples are pretty clear. Global shipping burning massive amounts of fuel, contributing to emissions.
Huge contributor. And global demand driving land use changes. Deforestation, like in Brazil, linked to rising global demand for things like soy and beef. Clearing forests for farms and ranches.
It highlights a fundamental conflict, doesn't it? The drive for economic growth through more trade and consumption versus environmental limits.
There's a core tension there. An economic model based on ever-increasing production and consumption, using finite resources and generating pollution, inherently clashes with sustainability. Cheaper goods and bigger markets have an environmental cost, resource depletion, climate change, habitat loss. Finding a way to decouple economic well-being from environmental damage is maybe the central challenge.
But interestingly, the information also suggests globalization can help spread positive environmental change. Green technology.
That's the other side of the coin. Because ideas and tech flow globally, it can speed up the development and adoption of things like solar panels, wind power, electric vehicles.
International collaboration. Companies selling green tech worldwide.
Exactly. Companies like Tesla expanding globally help spread EV technology faster. Global markets can drive down the cost of green tech through scale and competition.
So the same global forces can work both ways.
Potentially. But there's a caveat mentioned. Adopting these green technologies is uneven. Developing countries might lag behind because of the high upfront costs, even if they're very vulnerable to climate change impacts.
It leaves you wondering if the green tech spread can happen fast enough and fairly enough to offset the environmental damage from other aspects of globalization.
That is indeed the multi-trillion-dollar question, isn't it? The information presents both sides, suggesting the outcome isn't fixed. It depends on choices we make.
Okay, moving towards the end, let's look at social and cultural impacts that have economic dimensions. It's not all just numbers.
Right. One concern raised is cultural homogenization. The fear that dominant global brands, media, and trends might swamp local cultures.
Which can then hit local economies tied to traditional crafts or practices, like the example of indigenous crafts in Mexico struggling against mass-produced stuff.
Exactly. If the unique, culturally specific product can't compete economically with the cheap global alternative, the tradition itself and the livelihoods based on it are threatened.
But again, there's a counter-narrative. Globalization can also export culture.
Yes. The prime example given is K-pop. South Korea's music and culture becoming a global phenomenon, bringing in huge economic benefits, not just music sales, but tourism, merchandise, brand image.
So it's not just Western culture flowing out.
Yep.
Other cultures can find massive global audiences too.
Definitely. It shows globalization can be a platform for diverse cultural expression to find a global market, creating new economic value.
So for culture and related economies, it's a real double-edged sword. Some challenged, others boosted. How does that balance out?
The material suggests it's really dynamic and varied. Some traditional economies struggle, others adapt or find niches. And new global cultural industries, like K-pop, emerge. It's a complex picture of competition and adaptation.
Another social aspect with economic links: social mobility and education.
The idea here is that globalization can open up pathways for people to improve their situation through education and work opportunities that wouldn't exist otherwise.
How does that work?
Things like international scholarships letting students study abroad. And crucially, online learning platforms giving people, especially in developing countries, access to world-class knowledge and skills training.
So access to global education, online or overseas, can equip people with skills valued in the global job market, helping bridge some of those inequality gaps we talked about.
That's the potential highlighted, empowering individuals with knowledge and skills to participate more effectively, find better jobs, and improve their social standing, regardless of where they live.
And all this interconnectedness naturally leads to political and policy questions, governing the flow.
A huge challenge for governments, as the information points out. How do you stay open to the benefits of trade and investment while also protecting your own industries and workers from the negative impacts?
The classic balancing act between free trade and protectionism.
Exactly. The material mentions protectionist measures like tariffs, the U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods, for example, aimed at protecting domestic industries, but risking trade disputes.
Where countries hit back with their own tariffs, potentially harming everyone involved.
Right. On the flip side, very open policies attract investment, but might lead to concerns about losing economic sovereignty control over your own rules and economy.
The Brexit debate is mentioned as an example of these tensions, worrying about rules being set by international bodies or global market forces.
Yes, that illustrates the tension between integration and maintaining national control. It's a constant political debate.
What are the core arguments for and against protectionism in today's world, based on what we've covered?
Arguments for protectionism usually focus on saving domestic jobs, shielding industries from what's seen as unfair competition, low wages, subsidies elsewhere, national security for key sectors. Arguments against it emphasize lower prices and more choice for consumers, greater overall efficiency through specialization, benefits for export industries, and avoiding damaging trade wars.
And overseeing all this are global institutions like the WTO and IMF.
They play a key role in setting the rules and trying to manage the system, yes. The WTO for trade, the IMF for financial stability and assistance.
But they face criticism too.
Yes, the material notes the critique, especially from developing nations, that their policies sometimes seem to favor developed countries' interests. The example given is IMF loan conditions requiring austerity measures, like spending cuts that can harm vulnerable populations and countries needing help.
Raising questions about fairness in the global system they manage. How effective are these bodies, really? And are there alternatives?
The information presents the criticism, implying their effectiveness and fairness are debatable, particularly from a developing country perspective. It doesn't spell out alternatives, but the critique suggests a need for reforms or different approaches that give more weight to equity and the specific needs of less powerful nations.
We've certainly covered a lot of ground. From the basics of interconnectedness through the big economic pluses like trade and investment to the serious downsides like inequality, vulnerability, exploitation.
And how it all looks different depending on whether you're in a rich country, a developing one, or one of the least developed, plus the roles of tech, the environment, culture,
and the constant political balancing act. It really underscores the importance of understanding this stuff, especially for contexts like IELTS where you might need to discuss it. The vocabulary is key, isn't it?
Absolutely. Terms like trade liberalization, FDI, remittances, socioeconomic disparity, sustainable development, protectionism, knowing what they mean is crucial.
And using real-world examples makes it all stick. The material highlighted several good ones.
Yeah, like China's Belt and Road showing investment, but also debt risks.
The 2008 crisis showing interdependence and how things spread.
Bangladesh's garment sector jobs versus exploitation, a real-world dilemma.
And Brexit globalization versus sovereignty, These examples make the abstract concepts concrete, right?
Exactly. They show you where and how these forces operate. Comparative advantage becomes Vietnam's textiles. Vulnerability becomes the 2008 crash. Labor issues become Bangladesh. They anchor the ideas in reality, making them easier to understand, analyze, and talk about. It shows globalization isn't just theory, it's real-world impact.
It really does. So wrapping up this deep dive, we saw globalization as this web of connections, bringing opportunities like trade, growth, consumer choice, but also serious challenges: inequality, instability, ethical issues, environmental costs. Impacts vary hugely, and it forces constant adaptation and difficult policy choices.
It's a complex, powerful force full of contradictions, creating wealth and connection, but also raising profound questions about fairness and sustainability.
Which leaves us with a final thought to ponder. Given all these multifaceted impacts, the amazing opportunities and the undeniable difficulties, how might we, collectively, think about shaping a version of globalization that keeps the dynamism but becomes genuinely more equitable and sustainable for everyone, everywhere?
That's perhaps the defining challenge of our time, a big question to carry forward.
Indeed. If you found this deep dive valuable for your learning journey, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. Welcome to a deep dive into a topic that, well, fundamentally shapes our modern world: technology and innovation. It's really more than just a buzzword, isn't it? It's the engine driving change across, well, pretty much every aspect of life, work, and how we connect. And for anyone looking to deepen their understanding, maybe expand their knowledge base, or even sharpen skills for challenges like communication exams, where being well informed is key. Really getting to grips with this topic is incredibly valuable.
That's absolutely right. Thinking about technology, it goes far beyond just the latest apps or gadgets you carry around. It's this pervasive, really powerful force that has propelled human development forward, sometimes in obvious ways, sometimes more subtly, and navigating the complexities of today's world, maybe even anticipating what's coming tomorrow. It really requires a solid grasp of this subject, understanding its roots, its reach, and the big questions it raises.
And that's exactly what we're setting out to do in this deep dive. We're going to explore this crucial area by unpacking the material we have, sort of pulling out the key insights. We'll look at the journey technology has taken, its profound effects on society and the economy, and maybe where innovation might be heading. So where do we even begin this exploration? Let's maybe start right at the beginning, tracing technology's path through time.
Sounds like a good plan. The story of human technology is, well, it's as old as humanity itself, really. Our material shows us that the earliest, truly significant steps happened way back in prehistoric and ancient times. When you think about those foundational innovations, what often comes to mind are things like rudimentary stone tools. And these weren't just rough objects, the development of techniques to knap stone, to make sharp edges or points, that was revolutionary. It allowed early humans to process food much more effectively, create other tools, and frankly, gave them a significant survival advantage.
I can imagine that shifted everything. Hunting, gathering, even just basic defense must have changed completely. What came next?
Well, the controlled use of fire was another monumental leap forward. Our material describes it as transformative. It provided warmth, protection from predators, which obviously expanded where humans could actually live. But maybe even more critically, it allowed for cooking. And cooking made food safer, easier to digest. That potentially had huge impacts on human evolution itself. Fire became central to early communities, didn't it? A gathering point for social interaction and shared resources.
And then there's something we still use every single day, though in vastly more complex forms now. The wheel.
The wheel, yes. It seems incredibly simple to us now, but its invention was, frankly, a stroke of genius back then. Our material really emphasizes its vital role far beyond just moving things around. Transportation is obvious, but it was crucial for early agriculture, too.
How so?
Think about irrigation systems, maybe simple machines for grinding grain, things like that. And perhaps most significantly, it was a catalyst for trade and commerce. I mean, just imagine trying to move goods, any significant amount of goods, over distance without wheeled carts. It's almost impossible to picture.
Right. It would have been incredibly slow and difficult.
Exactly. The material highlights how the wheel directly facilitated early economic activity by making transport far, far more efficient. These were, using the language here, fundamental, almost rudimentary innovations. But they were incredibly powerful technological catalysts. They really set the stage for significant societal advancement. It just proves that even the most basic seeming inventions can profoundly shape civilizations.
It is fascinating, isn't it, to think how those tools, which seem so basic to us, were once the absolute cutting edge and completely reshaped life. Okay, let's fast forward quite a bit then. What happened when we got to the Industrial Revolution? This feels like a much more rapid, disruptive period.
It absolutely was. That period, roughly spanning from, say, 1760 to 1840, is indeed characterized as an industrial upheaval. It wasn't just a step forward, it was a complete paradigm shift in how things were made, in daily life, everything. Our material points to key technologies like the steam engine, that mechanized power generation, freeing manufacturing from needing to be right next to a river, for instance.
Right, power anywhere.
Pretty much. Then you had mechanized textile production machines like the power loom. That dramatically increased the speed and scale at which fabrics could be made. It created entirely new factory systems.
Huge factories, right.
Exactly. And alongside that, the development of railways, powered by those same steam engines, that just shrank distances and integrated markets in ways that were completely unprecedented.
And the impact wasn't just technological, was it? It sounds like it completely reshaped societies as well.
Oh, absolutely. Our material describes how these technologies fueled rapid urbanization. People moved in huge numbers from rural areas to these new factory towns looking for work. It drove significant economic growth, no doubt, created new industries, new wealth. However, and this is crucial, the material is very careful to highlight the significant negative consequences that came with it.
Like what?
It points to widespread labor exploitation, often brutal working conditions, incredibly long hours, very low wages, dangerous environments in the factories, and simultaneously it notes serious environmental degradation. Coal-powered factories polluted the air and water on a massive scale, impacting public health and the natural landscape.
So this period really underscores that idea that technological progress often comes with serious trade-offs. It wasn't just a smooth upward curve of improvement.
Precisely. The Industrial Revolution serves as a powerful historical case study, really. It gives us a framework for analyzing the benefits versus the costs of major technological shifts. Our material uses terms like mechanization and socioeconomic disparities to describe the process and, well, its often harsh outcomes. And this dynamic tension, between progress and its negative side effects, it isn't confined to the past. It's a theme we see repeated throughout history right up to today.
Which brings us much closer to the world we inhabit now, the digital age. This era, starting really in the 20th century and accelerating dramatically ever since, feels defined by rapid information exchange. What were the core drivers here?
The digital revolution, as it's often called, was fundamentally driven by two things: the invention and then the widespread proliferation of computers and, of course, the internet. These technologies created entirely new possibilities for processing information, storing it, sharing it, and connecting people across vast distances.
What were some of the really major milestones in that journey?
Well, a truly pivotal moment was the invention of the World Wide Web. That was by Tim Berners-Lee back in 1989. Our material notes that this didn't just connect to computers, it democratized information access on a massive scale. Suddenly, vast amounts of data, knowledge, communication, it was available to pretty much anyone with a connection.
That's the global village idea, right?
Exactly. It fostered that idea where geographical distance became much less of a barrier to communication and finding things out. Then later on, you have the introduction of the smartphone, perhaps best exemplified by the original iPhone launch in 2007. That made powerful computing and internet connectivity intensely personal and, well, ubiquitous everywhere. It essentially put the internet, communication tools, countless applications right into everyone's pocket.
It's genuinely hard to overstate how much that changed daily life. I mean, just think about how you get information now compared to, say, 20 years ago. Or how your smartphone has basically replaced so many other devices, your camera, music player, GPS navigator, personal organizer. It's all in one place.
Absolutely. This era really introduced and solidified terms like digital revolution, the concept of the information superhighway, and this ongoing drive for universal connectivity.
Okay, so looking at the cutting edge right now, today, what technologies are currently defining our time? The material points to a few really significant areas.
Right now, we're seeing incredibly rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, or AI. Also significant developments in blockchain technology, and crucially, ongoing progress in renewable energy sources.
Can you just paint a quick picture of what each of those represents? What are we talking about?
Sure. Artificial intelligence is the force behind systems that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. Things like learning, problem-solving, decision-making. We see it in virtual assistants like Siri or Alexa, recommendation engines on Netflix or Amazon, and increasingly in really complex systems like those being developed for autonomous vehicles.
Okay, and blockchain.
Blockchain is that distributed ledger technology. It provides a secure and transparent way to record transactions across multiple computers. It's most famous for underpinning cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, ensuring data integrity without needing a central bank or authority.
Got it. And renewable energy.
Renewable energy tech, things like solar panels and wind turbines, they're focused on harnessing natural resources, sunlight, wind, to generate power sustainably, which is, of course, absolutely critical for tackling climate change.
It definitely seems like these contemporary technologies are deeply linked to either solving major global challenges, like climate change, or creating entirely new structures for finance and information, like with blockchain and AI.
They are indeed. They represent the forefront of what we'd call cutting-edge innovation. Renewable energy offers sustainable solutions. AI and blockchain are often described as disruptive technologies because they have the potential to fundamentally alter existing industries and business models, shake things up.
The material includes a specific case study looking at the evolution of artificial intelligence. Maybe we can delve into that history a bit more.
Yes, it's fascinating, actually. AI's theoretical foundations were laid surprisingly early. We're talking back in the 1950s with pioneers like Alan Turing. He was exploring the very idea of whether machines could think. These were very abstract concepts back then, rooted in the nascent capabilities of early computing.
And contrast that with where AI is today. We've got conversational models like ChatGPT, incredibly sophisticated image recognition software, systems used for complex data analysis in science and finance, and the ongoing development of truly autonomous systems like self-driving cars. It's incredible how those early theoretical questions have led to technologies we interact with, often without even realizing it, every single day.
The progress has been truly astonishing, yes. And our material points out that AI really embodies that dual nature we talked about with the Industrial Revolution. The potential benefits are vast. Think about its use in healthcare, faster, more accurate diagnostics, drug discovery, or in optimizing complex logistics networks. Huge potential. However, the material immediately raises significant concerns. It highlights the potential for widespread technological unemployment.
Jobs being lost to automation.
Exactly. As automation, powered by AI, takes over tasks previously done by humans, particularly vulnerable are jobs in manufacturing, logistics, but also increasingly in customer service and even some white-collar roles. Furthermore, it points to the critical issue of algorithmic bias.
How does that work?
Well, AI systems are trained on data. If that data reflects existing societal biases, racial, gender, socioeconomic biases, the AI can learn and perpetuate or even amplify those biases. This can lead to really unfair outcomes in crucial areas like hiring decisions, loan applications, maybe even criminal justice risk assessments.
Yeah. Wow. So AI isn't just about building smart machines. It forces us to confront really challenging questions about the future of work, about fairness, about ethics, and maybe even the very nature of intelligence itself. That seems like a core debate for our time.
It absolutely is. Discussing AI seriously means understanding terms like algorithmic intelligence, grappling with the deep ethical quandary it presents regarding bias and autonomy, and seriously considering the potential socioeconomic implications like technological unemployment. It's complex. Okay, so let's shift our focus now. We've traced the history. Let's look more closely at the profound, pervasive impact technology has on our daily lives and on society as a whole. It really has left an indelible footprint everywhere.
Where better to start than with education? How has technology changed the fundamental way we learn and teach? It feels like a sector ripe for change.
Oh, definitely. Technology has dramatically reshaped education, moving far beyond the traditional four walls of a classroom. Our material highlights the rise of e-learning platforms. Examples like Coursera or Khan Academy, which offer online courses, often from top universities, available to anyone. And alongside that, there's the increasing prevalence of virtual classrooms, online learning tools, collaborative software.
Making learning more flexible.
More flexible, yes, and potentially much more accessible. That's the significant positive impact noted. This is particularly crucial for reaching individuals in underserved regions, maybe those with disabilities that make physical attendance difficult, or people who simply can't attend traditional institutions because of work or family commitments. It opens up educational opportunities that just didn't exist before.
That sounds like a huge step towards democratizing education, making knowledge available more widely. But you mentioned accessibility. Does technology solve that completely, or are there still barriers?
Not entirely, no. Our material is quite careful to immediately introduce the critical challenge, the digital divide. While technology can open doors, it can also exacerbate existing inequalities. If people lack reliable, affordable internet access or the necessary devices, laptops, tablets, or even just the basic digital literacy skills to use these platforms effectively, well, then they're excluded.
So it can widen the gap as well as narrow it.
Potentially, yes. The material highlights this tension. There's the potential for greater educational equity through technology, but the reality of unequal access means technology can exclude just as much as it includes. This raises really important questions about ensuring that virtual pedagogy, online teaching methods, and e-learning resources are truly available and usable for everyone, not just those already advantaged. Okay, moving on to healthcare. This is another sector experiencing truly revolutionary changes driven by technology. What are some of the key innovations the material points to here?
Well, it talks about things like telemedicine, which I guess really took off recently. That's allowing patients to consult with doctors remotely, right? Through video calls or apps. And wearable devices like fitness trackers, smartwatches, the Fitbits of the world collecting continuous health data, blood pressure, heart rate, sleep patterns. It also mentions the growing use of AI for diagnostics, helping medical professionals analyze images like X-rays or scans, or maybe identifying patterns in patient data to detect diseases earlier or more accurately.
And our material uses a very powerful, very recent example to illustrate the real-world impact of some of these. The COVID-19 pandemic. The surge in the use of telemedicine during that crisis, platforms like Teladoc saw massive increases in usage, really demonstrated technology's vital role in a crisis situation.
It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Telemedicine became a critical tool for providing safe medical consultations without the risk of spreading the virus. That was essential for protecting both patients and healthcare workers, especially early on. And it must have helped alleviate some of the immense pressure on hospitals and clinics when they were overwhelmed.
Precisely. These technologies clearly improve healthcare accessibility, particularly for people in rural or remote areas, or maybe those with mobility issues who find it hard to travel. They also hold enormous potential for enhancing the quality of care. Through more personalized monitoring from wearables, maybe faster, AI-assisted diagnostics. This often contributes to what's called precision medicine, tailoring treatments more effectively. Just think for a moment about your own interactions with the healthcare system recently. Have you, or perhaps someone you know, used telemedicine? Do you wear a fitness tracker? These are direct examples of this telehealth revolution in action.
Now let's turn to something that, well, touches almost everyone's life daily. Social media. The material acknowledges its undeniable power for global connection and information sharing. It uses platforms like X, formerly Twitter, as an example of how people can communicate and share ideas across the world almost instantly.
And that ability to connect across borders, across cultures, is powerful, no doubt about it. However, our material is equally firm, perhaps even more so, in highlighting the significant negative consequences associated with social media.
Such as?
Well, it points to its documented contribution to mental health issues, particularly among younger people, citing things like increased feelings of inadequacy, anxiety, depression, often linked to constant social comparison and the pressure to present a perfect image online.
The curated life effect.
Exactly. It also emphasizes social media's role in the rapid and widespread dissemination of misinformation and disinformation. It's become incredibly challenging for individuals to discern what's true from what's false online. And finally, it notes that these platforms can contribute to increased societal polarization by creating filter bubbles or echo chambers where individuals are primarily exposed only to viewpoints that reinforce their own beliefs.
Limiting exposure to different perspectives.
Yes, which can foster division and what the material calls social fragmentation.
That resonates very strongly, I think. Most of us probably have a complicated relationship with social media. We experience the benefits of connection, staying in touch, finding communities, but also feel the downsides like information overload or seeing angry, divisive content. The material even touches on the idea of a digital detox as a sort of conscious response to feeling overwhelmed by it all.
It does, and it really prompts a significant question for society, doesn't it? Ultimately, does this technology enhance our social connections, bring us closer together despite distance, or does it fundamentally weaken our relationships by promoting more superficial interactions and contributing to societal divisions? It's a complex trade-off, and the answer is probably still unfolding. Okay, let's look at the economy. Technology is acting as a powerful and often quite disruptive force here. Our material details how automation and AI are fundamentally reshaping labor markets. On the one hand, they are creating entirely new job categories, often requiring advanced technical skills, think data scientists, AI specialists, cybersecurity analysts. But on the other hand, they're simultaneously displacing workers in traditional industries. We see this clearly in manufacturing and logistics, but increasingly also in some service sectors, even roles involving routine cognitive tasks.
And the material points to the rise of the gig economy as a prime illustration of this shift, doesn't it? Platforms like Uber or delivery apps. These enable flexible work opportunities, allowing people to use technology to find short-term tasks or freelance projects, often bypassing traditional employment structures entirely.
That's a very clear example of how technology platforms can create entirely new work structures and business models almost overnight. Now, the gig economy offers potential benefits, flexibility, lower barriers to entry for some work, but it also raises serious concerns about job security, the lack of traditional employee benefits like health insurance or paid leave, and sometimes wage instability for workers. This is all part of the broader economic disruption driven by technology. And it brings back that concern we touched on earlier about technological unemployment, where skills mismatch or direct job displacement creates significant challenges for the workforce and society to manage. Let's maybe circle back to the telemedicine example again, but specifically as a case study focusing on its rapid acceleration during the COVID-19 pandemic, because our material gives it quite a bit of prominence. As we touched on, platforms like Teladoc saw just massive increases in usage starting in early 2020.
And that was absolutely vital, wasn't it? For enabling safe healthcare access during those initial, very uncertain phases of the pandemic.
Yeah.
It reduced the burden on physical healthcare facilities and minimized infection risks for everyone involved.
Absolutely. It was a clear demonstration of technology providing healthcare resilience in a crisis. It acted as a powerful digital intervention during a global emergency. However, and this is the critical counterpoint our material makes, this period, while showcasing the clear benefits of telemedicine, also starkly exposed and even amplified existing access inequity. Meaning that many vulnerable populations, you might think of the elderly, low-income families, people in remote rural areas, they often lack the necessary reliable broadband internet access or the right devices or even just the digital literacy needed to actually use these telemedicine options effectively.
I see. So the crisis accelerated the adoption of a potentially beneficial technology, but in doing so, it also shone a really harsh light on the digital divide. It showed how unevenly the benefits of technology are actually distributed in society.
Precisely. It's a powerful illustration of how technology's implementation, especially in critical sectors like healthcare, absolutely must be accompanied by concerted efforts to ensure equitable access. Otherwise, you risk worsening the very disparities you might hope technology could help solve.
Okay, so technology evolving at such a, breathtaking pace and having such widespread effects across society, economy, healthcare, it seems absolutely essential that we spend some time considering the ethical and environmental questions it forces us to confront. It's not just about what technology can do, but what it should do, right? And what the consequences are.
That's a crucial point, yes. And one major area of concern highlighted in our material is privacy and data security. This comes up again and again. While technologies like AI-powered surveillance systems or facial recognition software can offer potential benefits maybe for public safety, crime prevention, or even just convenience, they also pose significant risks to individual privacy. The sheer ability to collect, analyze, and track vast amounts of personal data creates new vulnerabilities and power imbalances.
And our material provides a very pointed, very well-known example of this vulnerability: the 2018 Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. That event really served as a stark global reminder of how personal data, collected often implicitly by technology platforms, could be harvested and misused without users' full understanding or explicit consent. And it impacted everything from political processes to just individual trust in these platforms.
Exactly. And events like that have fueled widespread calls globally for stronger regulations governing data collection, how data is used, and data security standards. The discussion really centers around concepts like data privacy, the inherent risks of algorithmic bias within surveillance technologies leading to unfair targeting of certain groups, for example, and the challenging ethical balance involved in what's sometimes called ethical surveillance. Where do we draw the line between legitimate security benefits and unacceptable intrusions on personal freedom and privacy? How do we find that balance in an increasingly digitally monitored world? It's a question societies everywhere are still grappling with. Now, moving to a completely different but equally complex frontier, genetic engineering and bioethics. Technologies like CRISPR gene editing offer astonishing potential. The ability to potentially cure inherited diseases at their source by directly modifying DNA. It's revolutionary.
That sounds incredibly promising from a health perspective, absolutely. Curing genetic diseases would be amazing. But I know from the material that this area also raises really significant ethical concerns, doesn't it?
It certainly does. The material discusses the profound bioethical concerns surrounding the potential for creating so-called designer babies.
Meaning using these technologies not just to cure disease, but perhaps to enhance traits. Select for specific characteristics like intelligence or appearance.
Precisely. That raises huge questions about equity, human diversity, the potential for unforeseen long-term consequences, and what it even means to be human. There's also the very real concern about potential inequality in access. If these powerful gene therapies become available, who gets to benefit? Will they be limited to the wealthy, potentially creating a new biological form of disparity between the enhanced and the unenhanced?
So the very ability to edit life itself brings up these deep, fundamental questions about the moral implications of, well, playing with fundamental biological processes and ensuring fairness in who gets access to these powerful tools.
Exactly. It forces a really necessary conversation about the need for careful regulation, societal debate, and clear ethical boundaries around genetic manipulation. How do you, the listener, feel about the idea of humans having the power to alter genes in inheritable ways? It's a question that challenges deeply held beliefs and values. Okay, let's shift gears again and look at technology's relationship with the environment. There's a clear duality here as well. On the positive side, technologies like solar panels and wind turbines are absolutely essential, sustainable solutions in the fight against climate change. They offer clean energy alternatives to fossil fuels, which is vital.
That's the hopeful side of the equation, technology providing tools to potentially heal the planet or at least mitigate damage. But our material also highlights a major negative environmental consequence, electronic waste, or e-waste. This is all the discarded electronic equipment, isn't it? Old phones we upgrade every couple of years, computers, televisions, printers, even appliances now have electronic components.
And the sheer scale of this problem is staggering. Our material provides a specific, quite alarming statistic. Global e-waste generation reached approximately 59 million tons annually back in 2022, and that number is likely still climbing.
59 million tons a year, that's huge.
It's enormous, and this waste is often laden with hazardous materials, lead, mercury, cadmium, flame retardants, things that can leach into the soil and groundwater if not disposed of properly. This poses serious environmental risks and direct health risks to people living near dumping sites.
So the very products of technology, which often aim for efficiency or connectivity, are themselves creating a huge toxic pollution problem at the end of their often short life cycles.
Yeah.
What solutions does the material suggest?
Well, the material discusses the urgent need for developing more circular economies. This means designing products differently from the start, thinking about durability, repairability, reuse, and eventually easier recycling. It also emphasizes the need to significantly improve e-waste management practices globally, ensuring that valuable materials like gold or copper are recovered safely and that the toxic components are handled responsibly, not just dumped. The ultimate goal is to drastically reduce technology's overall negative environmental footprint and to really underscore the severity and, frankly, the global inequality of this e-waste problem. Our material includes a specific case study. It focuses on how developing nations are often impacted. Countries like Ghana, parts of India, Southeast Asia, they disproportionately become destinations for e-waste, often shipped illegally or under dubious circumstances from developed nations looking to offload the problem cheaply.
And that practice creates devastating health and environmental hazards for the local populations living near these informal disposal or recycling sites, right? People, sometimes including children, are often exposed to highly toxic substances while trying to scavenge for valuable materials to sell.
It puts a very real, very human face on the problem. It highlights deep issues of global waste trade and fundamental environmental justice. And while the material does note that local recycling initiatives are emerging in some of these regions, they often lack the proper infrastructure, safety regulations, and investment needed for truly sustainable recycling.
So this case study really shows that the environmental cost of our consumption of technology isn't borne equally across the world. It's often pushed onto the most vulnerable communities.
That's a very accurate summary of the issue raised. Okay, beyond its societal and ethical impact, technology is also fundamentally reshaping the global economy and how nations interact. Its economic and global reach is incredibly significant and still growing.
Let's start with its role simply as an economic engine. Our material points to the massive influence of major tech companies. The names, giants like Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, as key drivers of economic growth and innovation on a truly global scale. Their market capitalization, their reach, it's enormous.
Absolutely. But the economic dynamism isn't just concentrated in these huge corporations, important as they are. The material also emphasizes the crucial role of startups and smaller, agile, innovative companies, particularly in rapidly evolving sectors like fintech financial technology, creating new ways to pay, borrow, invest in edtech, educational technology, developing new digital learning tools. These smaller players are often vital for job creation and for driving innovation within specific niches, contributing to a vibrant and evolving tech ecosystem.
So it seems technology doesn't just create a few big winners. It also fosters a wider culture of entrepreneurship. It allows for new business models to emerge and potentially thrive, disrupting established players.
Absolutely. This constant churn of disruptive innovation, often technology-led, is a key characteristic of modern economic dynamism. Technology platforms enable entirely new forms of commerce. They connect businesses with customers globally in ways that were impossible before, and they facilitate entrepreneurship, sometimes with relatively low initial barriers to entry compared to traditional industries. Technology has also been a major force behind increasing globalization and economic interdependence. It facilitates cross-border communication, complex supply chain coordination, and international trade at speeds and scales never before possible.
And our material gives a fantastic, often cited example of technology driving this kind of global connection and economic change, sometimes in unexpected places. M-Pesa in Kenya.
Yes, M-Pesa. It's a truly remarkable story and a classic case study. Launched in Kenya way back in 2007 by Safaricom, M-Pesa is essentially a mobile phone-based money transfer, financing, and microfinancing service. Our material highlights how it absolutely revolutionized financial inclusion in Kenya and several other African countries. It enabled banking-like services via even the most basic mobile phones for millions of people who were previously completely unbanked or severely underbanked, particularly those in rural areas without access to physical bank branches.
That's incredibly powerful. It allowed people to safely send and receive money just using SMS, pay bills remotely, access small loans, even manage savings, all through their phone without needing a traditional bank account. The material mentions its significant positive impact, including studies suggesting it contributed to lifting many households out of poverty by providing secure and accessible financial tools.
It's a prime example of how mobile economy solutions, enabled by relatively simple mobile technology, can have profound socioeconomic impacts in developing regions. It fostered financial empowerment for millions. Now, while the material does rightly note that, like any large-scale financial system, it faces ongoing challenges dealing with fraud attempts, ensuring network reliability, M-Pesa remains a widely successful and studied model for leveraging technology to bridge critical gaps in traditional infrastructure and drive digital inclusion. This technology didn't just connect people, it fundamentally integrated many of them into the formal economy for the first time. However, even with amazing success stories like M-Pesa, when we talk about global connectivity and the digital economy, we absolutely must acknowledge that the digital divide is still a very significant global issue. The disparities in access remain stark.
Yes, the material provides a pretty sobering statistic on this point. It mentions that as recently as 2023, an estimated 37% of the entire global population was still offline. 37%. That's billions of people who are effectively excluded from participating fully in the digital economy, accessing online information and services, education, communication, everything we've been talking about.
It really underscores that achieving genuine universal access and bridging this deep technological disparity is a major global challenge that requires ongoing effort and investment. The material does mention some ongoing initiatives aimed at addressing this gap, such as large-scale satellite internet projects designed specifically to reach remote or geographically challenging areas where laying physical fiber optic cable is impractical or prohibitively expensive.
So there's a growing recognition, hopefully, that closing this digital gap isn't just about convenience or market expansion. It's fundamentally about equity, about ensuring everyone has the opportunity for digital empowerment and meaningful participation in our increasingly digital global society.
That's certainly the goal, yes. Let's maybe take one of those initiatives, Starlink, as a specific case study for peering into the future possibilities and challenges of global internet access. Starlink, as you probably know, is the project led by SpaceX. It involves deploying a vast constellation of thousands of small satellites in low Earth orbit. The explicit goal, as noted in our material, is to provide high-speed, low-latency internet connectivity, particularly to underserved and remote regions all across the globe. The aim mentioned is ambitious, to achieve widespread coverage, potentially by 2025 or soon after, directly targeting areas that currently have poor or completely non-existent terrestrial internet infrastructure.
On the surface, that sounds like a direct technological solution to the global digital divide we were just discussing. If successful, it could potentially bring reliable internet access to millions, maybe hundreds of millions who lack it now. But is it a complete solution? Are there catches?
Well, our material points out a key challenge that remains significant, particularly for the target demographic: the cost. While the technology aims to provide the coverage, the monthly service fees, and the initial cost of the user terminal, the dish you need to connect, can still be a substantial financial barrier for many potential users in low-income regions or developing countries. These are precisely the populations who often need this access the most.
So the technology for satellite connectivity exists and is being rapidly deployed, but making it genuinely affordable and thus achieving true digital inclusion for the world's poorest populations.
Yeah.
That's the next major hurdle to overcome.
Exactly. This case study perfectly illustrates the immense potential of these global internet access technologies, but it also highlights that the challenges aren't purely technological. They are deeply economic and societal, requiring solutions that go beyond just launching more satellites. We need to think about affordability, subsidies, community access models, digital literacy training, the whole package.
Okay, so before we wrap up this deep dive, let's try to ground all of this incredible history, the societal impacts, the ethical dilemmas, the future potential. Let's bring it back to our own daily lives.
Yeah.
How do these big trends actually manifest into the technology you, our listener, interact with every single day? And perhaps more importantly, what does understanding all this context mean for you as someone looking to learn, grow, and navigate this technologically saturated world?
That's a great way to frame it. Let's think about that smartphone again, which you mentioned earlier, as a key part of the digital age. Our material aptly describes it as a multifunctional device, and frankly, that feels like a huge understatement now, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's arguably the single most impactful piece of personal technology for productivity and daily life in at least the last decade, maybe longer. It's not just a phone anymore. It's your email client, your calendar, your task manager, your note taker, your primary news source, your bank, your entertainment hub, your map and navigator, and increasingly a powerful gateway to learning and information.
It's the ultimate example of ubiquitous technology. It offers immense digital convenience by consolidating countless tools and functions into one single handheld device that most people carry constantly. Just reflecting for a moment on how many different tasks you accomplish using your smartphone on any given day, that really drives home its pervasive impact on personal productivity and daily routines. And technology isn't just changing our personal devices, it's also transforming the places where many of us live, our cities. Our material discusses the growing concept of smart cities, using Singapore as a prominent example often cited. These are urban environments that actively integrate technologies like the Internet of Things, IoT, which essentially connects everyday objects and infrastructure to the internet and artificial intelligence to try and optimize how the city functions.
Optimize things like what, specifically?
Well, managing traffic flow in real time based on sensor data, improving the efficiency and scheduling of public transportation, optimizing energy consumption in public buildings and streetlights, enhancing waste management collection routes, improving public safety through connected systems. The applications are broad.
So that's technology shaping our physical environment on a large scale. The goal being to create more efficient, perhaps more responsive, and ideally more livable urban spaces through smart infrastructure driving urban innovation and maybe working towards more sustainable cities in the long run.
And of course, we can't forget how technology has revolutionized how we entertain ourselves and spend our leisure time. Think about the massive shift from traditional broadcast or cable TV to streaming platforms like Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus app, offering vast libraries of on-demand content whenever you want it. Or the emergence of completely new forms of entertainment like virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR.
Creating totally new kinds of immersive experiences through digital entertainment, moving beyond just passive viewing.
Let's use virtual reality in gaming as a specific case study in leisure technology, since our material mentions devices like the Oculus Quest, now Meta Quest. These headsets, as you know, offer a deeply immersive technology experience. They allow players to feel like they've truly stepped inside digital worlds and can interact with them in ways that traditional flat screens simply can't replicate. It's a different level of engagement.
That sounds like incredibly exciting gaming innovation, offering completely new ways to play and experience stories. But
yeah,
I suspect I know what's coming. Our material points out a familiar challenge we've seen elsewhere, doesn't it?
It does indeed, the high cost. VR technology, while getting cheaper, is still relatively expensive compared to traditional gaming consoles or PCs. The headsets themselves potentially needing a powerful computer to run complex experiences. It limits its accessibility for many people.
So once again, while the potential for these amazing immersive experiences is here, very real accessibility barriers related to cost prevent it from being a truly mainstream leisure activity enjoyed by everyone just yet. It's another reminder that even really cool, exciting new technologies face hurdles in widespread adoption beyond the early adopters.
Now, maybe let's try to bring all of these threads together. We've looked at the history, the profound societal impacts, the complex ethical questions, the powerful economic forces, the global reach and disparities, the future possibilities, and these everyday applications. What does understanding all of this actually mean for you, the listener, as a learner trying to make sense of the world?
That's the key question, isn't it? I think understanding these different facets isn't just about accumulating interesting facts or tech trivia. It provides you with the essential context, the more nuanced perspectives, and crucially, the vocabulary needed to think critically and talk intelligently about one of the most powerful forces shaping your world, your career, your future.
Exactly. Whether you're perhaps preparing for a communication challenge, like an exam where demonstrating broad knowledge is helpful, or simply trying to understand complex news stories about AI developments, cybersecurity threats, or climate tech innovations, or even just engaging in more informed conversations with friends or colleagues. This depth of understanding is invaluable. You've explored how technology evolved from simple tools, its multifaceted impacts, both good and bad, the tough ethical questions it raises, how it drives economies and global connections and divides, what the future might hold, and how it shows up right in your pocket and your city.
These are really the building blocks, aren't they? For forming a well-rounded, critical, and informed perspective on technology and innovation, rather than just reacting to the latest headlines. We have certainly covered a vast landscape in this deep dive. We've traced the journey of technology from ancient stone tools and the harnessing of fire right up to the cutting edge of quantum computing, AI, and genetic engineering. We've touched on local agricultural impacts thousands of years ago and global financial inclusion happening right now via mobile phones, and also the pressing global challenges like managing electronic waste.
And I think what really emerges from this exploration, this journey through the material, is the clear understanding that technology is not a simple monolithic force. It's incredibly powerful, yes. It's deeply complex, and it's constantly rapidly changing. It brings immense benefits and truly exciting possibilities for progress, but it comes alongside significant challenges, deep ethical dilemmas, and undeniable costs, environmental, social, economic. It is constantly fundamentally reshaping our world in ways we're still trying to fully understand. And developing a comprehensive, multifaceted understanding of its various dimensions, historical, social, ethical, economic, global, is absolutely crucial for anyone seeking to navigate and contribute to that world effectively.
So, as technology continues its relentless and seemingly accelerating evolution, here's maybe a final thought for you, our listener, to carry forward and ponder. Considering everything we've discussed today, the potential, the perils, the history, the future, what is the single most important question you believe humanity needs to collectively ask and answer about how we guide technology's future use and development? That brings us to the end of this deep dive into technology and innovation. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you found this deep dive helpful, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We really hope this exploration has provided you with valuable insights, maybe some new perspectives, and ultimately a richer understanding of this fascinating, complex, and absolutely vital topic shaping all our lives.
Hello. Welcome to the Learn English Lab. This is the Deep Dive, your shortcut to being well-informed. Today, we're embarking on a deep dive into a topic that's, well, it's not only fundamental to just about everyone's life, learning, growing, but it's also super critical if you're tackling major English tests, especially something like the IELTS. We're talking about education and student life.
That's right. It's a huge area and incredibly relevant. I mean, it touches everyone, doesn't it? Whether you're a student now or thinking back to your school days, maybe you're a parent involved in your kid's education. Exploring this isn't just an academic thing. It helps us understand how societies work, how people develop, the different ways people gain knowledge and skills. It's quite revealing.
Exactly. And for you listening, particularly if demonstrating your English skills in a formal setting like IELTS is your goal, then really getting to grips with this subject is, well, essential. It's about being able to talk about complex stuff challenges, different systems around the world with confidence, with the right words. So our mission today is to really dive deep. We want to unpack the core ideas, the common hurdles, the global perspectives on education and student life. We'll use the insights we have to equip you. We want you to walk away with the specific vocabulary, relevant examples, the kind of analytical thinking you need to feel ready, whether it's an essay, a speaking prompt, or understanding a reading or listening passage.
Yeah, think of it as building your toolkit, getting the vocabulary down, but also getting a more nuanced view. Because education isn't just one thing, is it? It's complex, it's always changing, and it looks very different depending on where you are. Understanding these layers, these structures and philosophies is not just test prep. It really gives you a richer appreciation for this massive part of life.
Agreed. So let's start with the basics, maybe. The architecture of these learning systems. Because understanding how education is actually structured feels like the right place to begin.
Definitely. And the first big point is, these systems are really not the same everywhere. Not at all. They reflect deliberate choices countries make about their culture, their economy, their social priorities. Recognizing these differences in structure is a fundamental context.
Right. So typically the journey kicks off with primary and secondary education. This is the foundation stage for most people, covering, say, ages 5 up to about 18. Primary school for the younger ones, maybe 5 to 11-ish. That's all about building those absolute bedrock skills: literacy, reading and writing, numeracy, getting comfortable with numbers, maths, and starting to spark that initial critical thinking. Core subjects are pretty universal here, aren't they? Languages, math, some basic science, social studies, that sort of thing. But how kids move through these years, the milestones, that can vary a lot.
Precisely. Let's look at some examples. The UK system, for instance, it organizes the primary years into key stages. Key stage 1, key stage 2. Then students move into secondary, and around age 16, they hit these major public exams, like the GCSEs. That's a big checkpoint.
Okay.
Compare that to the US system. It often follows a path like elementary school, then middle school, and then a 4-year high school program, usually ending with a diploma. Secondary education, say 12 to 18, that's where the curriculum usually gets broader. You build on the foundations, but you also start preparing students more directly for what's next, higher ed, or maybe joining the workforce.
And that preparation for what comes next, that's where you see some really interesting differences emerge, even within secondary school itself. Germany is a great example here, isn't it? Students might get channeled into different tracks relatively early on.
That's right. You have the gymnasium track, which is very academic, really geared towards getting students ready for university. But then you also have more vocational tracks. These focus much more on practical skills, preparing students directly for trades or technical careers.
So that structure itself reflects different societal ideas about what secondary school is for, right? Is the main goal university prep for everyone, or is it about providing several different but equally valued paths?
Exactly. And understanding these structural comparisons is gold for assessments. Imagine an IELTS writing task 2 asking you to compare the pros and cons of early specialization versus a system where everyone follows a more similar path for longer. To answer that well, you need to know how these systems actually work. You could, for instance, contrast a system like Japan's, often seen as very rigorous, exam-driven, leading to high scores but maybe also high stress, with Finland's system, which gets a lot of praise for being more student-centered. It values teacher autonomy and defines learning more broadly than just test results.
That's a really stark contrast. And yeah, perfect for analysis. You'd want to use specific terms there. Things like curriculum, standardized testing, the underlying pedagogical approach, the method of teaching. And comparing them, you'd use connecting words like whereas or in contrast. So you might say something like, Japan's focus on standardized testing drives high academic results, whereas Finland's more flexible curriculum and different pedagogical approach perhaps prioritizes holistic development and maybe reduces student pressure.
And this vocabulary isn't just for writing.
Yeah.
In the speaking test, if you're asked about your own education, using terms like your formative years for primary school or describing your country's overall educational framework, it just adds a layer of precision. It shows you can think about education structurally, not just personally.
It really does elevate how you talk about it. Maybe take a second now, if you're listening. Think about your own primary and secondary school. How would you describe its structure using some of these words? What were the main stages, the key subjects?
Good exercise.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving beyond secondary school. For many people, the next big step is higher education. This is the realm of universities, colleges, specialized professional institutes. Here, students pursue degrees, bachelor's, master's, doctorates, going much deeper into specific fields: engineering, medicine, law, humanities, arts, the whole spectrum.
And universities, they're centers of advanced learning specialization, but they also bring a major global challenge, particularly around cost. The rising price tag of tuition fees and just the general cost of living for students is a massive barrier for so many people. You see these figures. Some private universities in the U.S., tuition alone can be over $50,000 a year, and that's before rent, books, food.
It's a huge hurdle, and it directly impacts access to education and equity. On the flip side, you have countries like Germany. They have a policy of offering higher education essentially for free or at very low cost, even for international students. Now, that's not just generosity, it's partly a strategy, right? To attract global talent, fill skilled jobs. But this big difference in funding models really highlights different societal views. Is education a private investment you pay for, or a public good the state supports?
In this whole debate, cost access funding comes up constantly in assessments.
Yeah.
You might get a reading passage analyzing university enrollment trends or different funding models. You'd need to pick out data, understand different viewpoints. Listening tasks could easily involve students talking about applying for financial aid, understanding loan terms, or remembering scholarship deadlines. It's everywhere.
And it's a classic writing task 2 essay topic. Something like, should higher education be free for all? To tackle that effectively, you need a balanced argument. You absolutely discuss the benefits, promoting equal opportunities, breaking down socioeconomic barriers, maybe creating a more skilled workforce for the economy. But you also have to grapple with the challenges, the huge cost to the government, potential worries about maintaining quality if resources are stretched thin, maybe even the argument that making it free could devalue it somehow.
This is where that specific vocabulary is crucial. Words like tuition fees, access to education, socioeconomic barriers, subsidizing education. Your conclusion could offer a more nuanced view, maybe suggesting tiered systems free or heavily subsidized for lower income students, or perhaps exploring other innovative funding ideas beyond just full state funding or high fees.
Exactly. Showing you understand those different angles is key. And in speaking, if you're asked about a memorable university experience, maybe describe a challenging research project. You could use terms like academic rigor, mention how important the campus facilities like labs or libraries were, and explain how the whole thing broadened your perspective on your subject.
Absolutely. Using the right language captures the specific nature of that higher ed experience. Now, it's also really important to remember that the path after secondary school isn't always university. Vocational training, apprenticeships, and increasingly, online learning. These are super important alternatives.
Precisely. These routes often have a strong focus on practical, hands-on skills that are directly applicable to specific jobs. Think electricians, plumbers, IT support technicians, nursing assistants, chefs. Some countries have really strong systems to this. Australia's TAFE institutes, for example, offer a huge range of vocational courses that are really well regarded by employers.
And the rise of online platforms, Coursera, edX, specialist skill platforms, has just blown open access to learning, hasn't it? You can pick up new skills, get certifications, even do full degrees online, often with a flexibility traditional places can't match. The pandemic really highlighted this, but the trend was already strong.
Definitely. And you could easily encounter these alternatives in the tests. A listening task might feature 2 people debating whether to go to university or do an apprenticeship, weighing up the pros and cons.
Or a writing task 2 could ask you to compare the value of vocational versus academic education in today's job market.
Yeah, and you'd need to discuss things like immediate employability and the hands-on training from vocational routes versus maybe the broader career options or long-term adaptability that an academic degree might offer.
You'd be using terms like career-oriented skills, skill acquisition, practical expertise, industry-relevant training.
Quick tip for writing task 1, too. If you get a chart showing, say, employment rates for academic versus vocational grads, being able to summarize that data using phrases like graduates with practical expertise showed higher initial employability is really effective.
It really drives home that there are multiple valid pathways to success and contribution, and understanding how different societies value these pathways is key.
Absolutely. So we've looked at the structures. Now let's shift focus a bit and get into the actual experience of being a student. Because let's face it, it's not always smooth sailing. Student life involves navigating some significant hurdles: academic, financial, social, emotional. And these challenges, they're very common topics in assessments, often requiring you to analyze causes, effects, and possible solutions.
Let's start with one that feels almost universal these days: academic pressure. The competition seems intense everywhere for grades, for university places. It's often driven by those high-stakes exams, parental expectations, maybe just a societal focus on academic achievement above all else. Plus, the sheer academic workload can be immense.
A really stark example often cited is South Korea. The pressure there is famously intense. Many students attend Hagwon. These are private after-school academies, often running late into the night, drilling for exams. This kind of relentless schedule, the constant focus on scores, it can, unfortunately, lead to really high levels of stress, anxiety, even burnout among young people.
That example paints a vivid picture, and it's exactly the kind of thing you might read about or hear discussed in a test. Or it could be a direct writing task 2 question, right? Like, what are the main causes of rising academic pressure on students today, and what can schools or governments do to address it?
Exactly. In an essay like that, you'd unpack the causes, the weed of those high-stakes exams, maybe a cultural emphasis linking grades to future success, perhaps curricula that are overloaded or inflexible. And for solutions, you could talk about embedding more mental health support within schools, maybe reforming assessment methods towards more holistic assessment, looking beyond just exam results to things like creativity or collaboration, or promoting a better work-life balance through encouraging extracurriculars.
Vocabulary like exam stress, academic workload, burnout, mental health support, holistic assessment is essential there. And in speaking, if asked how students cope with pressure in your country, you could mention study groups, peer support, maybe counseling services, perhaps adding your own view that more focus on mental health is needed.
Then there are the financial roadblocks. We touched on this with higher ed costs, but it's a major source of anxiety. Think about international students in the UK facing fees of £20,000, £25,000 a year, maybe more. Plus the high cost of living in cities like London, it's enormous pressure.
Which often means students rely heavily on scholarships if they can get them, or take out substantial student loans, leading to long-term student debt. Or they juggle studies with part-time jobs. Now, working part-time can teach responsibility, budgeting, sure, but it definitely cuts into study time and can impact academic focus. It's a trade-off.
You'll definitely see these financial themes pop up. Listening tasks about applying for financial aid or grants. Reading passages analyzing the impact of student debt or trends in the cost of living. You need to be able to pull out facts, figures, and opinions.
And coming back to that big writing task 2 question, should governments fully fund higher education? It forces you to weigh up that ideal of accessibility for everyone against the very real fiscal responsibility governments have. They have limited budget constraints, right? They need to balance education funding with healthcare, infrastructure, everything else.
Precisely. Using terms like financial aid, student debt, cost of living, budget constraints, socioeconomic barriers helps you articulate that complex balancing act. You can show you understand the tension between the desire for universal access and the practical financial implications.
Okay, so beyond the books and the budget, there are the social and emotional adjustments. These are huge, especially when students move to a new place, leaving home, maybe moving to a different country entirely.
Oh, absolutely. Homesickness is very common. And then there are the challenges of navigating cultural differences, maybe language barriers, even if you're academically proficient. Imagine a student, say, from China, studying in the US. Their academic English might be excellent, but they could struggle with slang, fast, informal conversation, or just understanding unspoken social rules. This can make social integration really difficult initially.
And that's a perfect topic for speaking part 3, isn't it? Questions like, how can universities better support international students? You could suggest things like better orientation programs that go beyond just academics, maybe language workshops focused on conversational fluency, promoting cultural clubs, setting up peer support systems.
And sharing a brief, relatable story can be powerful in speaking. Maybe describe someone you know experiencing cultural shock when they first went abroad, feeling isolated, but then finding their footing by joining a sports team or a society. It shows resilience and overcoming adaptation challenges.
Yeah, that really brings terms like cultural shock, social integration, peer support, and adaptation challenges to life.
And kind of underlying all these specific challenges is that fundamental one, time management, that constant juggling act students face balancing studies, maybe a job, extracurriculars, trying to have some kind of personal life.
It's universal, isn't it? You mentioned students in Canada often working part-time. It teaches good skills, sure, but wow, it demands serious time allocation and prioritization if you don't want your studies to slip.
This balancing act is definitely fodder for writing tasks. Analyzing the importance of time management, suggesting strategies, using planners, setting goals, maybe avoiding the trap of trying to multitask everything, which often just reduces focus and efficiency.
And it's great material for speaking part 2. If the topic is describing a challenge you overcame, talking about learning to manage coursework and a job effectively by using a planner, setting priorities, that's a strong, relatable story. Uses phrases like time allocation, prioritization, efficiency naturally.
And it's important to remember, these challenges, while tough, are also part of the learning process, aren't they?
Yeah.
Overcoming them builds resilience, independence, practical skills that are valuable long after graduation.
Absolutely. And a lot of that broader development, those other skills, happen outside the formal classroom. Which brings us neatly to our next section. Beyond the books, the value of extracurricular activities.
Right. Activities like sports, clubs, volunteering, they really complement academic learning in important ways. They offer different settings to develop skills like leadership, teamwork, communication, creativity, things that are highly valued everywhere.
Let's start with sports. The benefits seem pretty clear, right? Better physical fitness, developing discipline, perseverance. And if it's a team sport, soccer, basketball, whatever, learning collaboration and team spirit.
Yeah, and a simple speaking part 1 question might be, did you play any sports at school? You could talk about playing volleyball, maybe saying it wasn't just about winning, but about learning teamwork and how it was a great way to de-stress during exam periods.
Listening tasks could easily feature students talking about joining university sports clubs. You'd need to listen for details about practice times, fees, maybe the availability of campus facilities like gyms or playing fields. So vocabulary like physical fitness, team spirit, competitive sports is useful.
Okay, moving on to clubs and societies. These are fantastic environments for developing communication and leadership skills, often in a less formal way than in class. Joining a debate club sharpens your public speaking. A drama society fosters creativity and collaboration. An environmental group encourages community involvement and organizational skills.
They offer practical experience, let students explore interests. You might read passages discussing how universities view extracurricular engagement during admissions, or about how student societies are funded. A speaking task might ask if you could join any club at university, what would it be and why?
And you could respond by describing, say, wanting to join an environmental club because you're passionate about sustainability. You could explain how it would allow you to collaborate with others, develop your own leadership development skills by organizing events, and engage in positive community involvement. See how those terms fit.
Perfectly. Then there's volunteering and community service. Activities like tutoring younger kids, helping at a local charity, participating in neighborhood cleanups. These really foster empathy, social responsibility, a sense of civic duty.
This often sparks a debate in writing task 2. Should community service be mandatory for school students? Now you need a balanced view. Argue that making it compulsory could ensure all students experience giving back, instilling civic values, but also acknowledge the counterpoint. Does forcing it undermine the spirit of volunteerism? Does it become just another chore?
A good essay point could be arguing for mandatory service as a way to teach responsibility, but stressing that students should have some choice in what they do to ensure it feels meaningful and has a genuine social impact for them.
It's worth remembering, though, that while all these activities are great, there's a risk of overcommitment. Taking on too much outside class can lead straight back to those time management issues we talked about.
Absolutely. It's a balancing act. In a speaking discussion about managing time, you could even share a personal anecdote, maybe about joining too many clubs initially, seeing grades dip, and then learning the hard way about prioritization and strategic time allocation. Sometimes less is more, right?
Definitely. So these activities clearly add huge value to a student's overall growth, providing skills and experiences that are different from, but just as crucial as, academic learning.
And speaking of things that are transforming education, we have to talk about technology. Its impact has been enormous, hasn't it? Changing how we teach, learn, access information, bringing amazing opportunities, but also new challenges.
Without a doubt. The most obvious change is the explosion of online learning. Platforms like Zoom for classes, resources like Khan Academy, university online portals, they offer incredible flexibility and accessibility. You can learn practically anything from anywhere, often setting your own pace.
The shift during the COVID-19 pandemic really threw this into high gear, didn't it? It was like a massive global experiment. It showed the advantages of continuity of learning during lockdowns, global access to lectures. But it also really highlighted the limitations, the lack of face-to-face interaction, challenges keeping students engaged online, worries about fair assessment, and of course the digital divide.
Which makes that question, does online learning outperform traditional classroom education? So relevant for writing task 2. An essay on this needs balance. Explore the pros. Self-paced learning, often lower cost, location independence. But you must also tackle the cons. Less social interaction, potential tech problems, and crucially, how it can worsen inequality if students lack reliable internet or devices that digital divide. A strong conclusion might suggest that hybrid models, blending online and face-to-face elements, could be the most effective way forward.
Key terms there: e-learning, virtual classrooms, digital accessibility, and that crucial one, digital divide.
And it's not just about moving classes online. Technology has brought new educational technology tools into the classroom itself. Interactive whiteboards replacing chalkboards, AI tutors offering personalized practice, learning management systems like Moodle or Blackboard, changing how assignments and grades are handled.
Right. You might hear discussions about these tools in listening tasks or read analyses of their effectiveness, so knowing terms like educational technology, interactive learning, digital tools is helpful.
But technology isn't a magic bullet. There are potential downsides. Is there a risk of over-reliance? Could easy online searches reduce deep critical thinking if not managed well?
And that digital divide issue keeps coming back. Unequal access to tech and the internet creates a huge barrier for some students, potentially making educational inequality even worse.
Writing tasks might ask for solutions. You could propose government subsidies for devices or internet for low-income families, or investing in teacher training on digital pedagogy, how to actually use tech effectively and equitably in teaching.
In speaking, if asked how tech changed education in your country, you could mention expanded access via online platforms, but maybe point out that rural students often struggled with poor connectivity, stressing the need to improve digital accessibility for everyone.
And looking further ahead, the potential impact of things like virtual reality, VR, and artificial intelligence, AI, is just massive.
Yeah, VR could offer incredible immersive learning. Imagine history students walking through ancient Rome virtually, or medical students practicing surgery in a simulation.
And AI could personalize learning massively. Adaptive assessments that adjust to your level, AI tutors offering tailored support. You're starting to see reading passages exploring these future trends, so terms like adaptive technology, immersive learning, digital transformation are good to know.
It's clear tech isn't just changing how we deliver education, it's changing the very nature of learning itself.
And as we talk about all these different systems, challenges, and the impact of global forces like tech, it's so important to maintain a global perspective. Understanding different cultural approaches is really key, especially for something like IELTS.
This is where comparing different national systems gets really interesting. Take the common comparison. Western systems, like the US or UK, often seen as prioritizing creativity, critical thinking, maybe more student autonomy, versus some Eastern systems, maybe China or India, traditionally emphasizing discipline, memorization, sometimes called rote learning, and performance in high-stakes exams.
And this philosophical difference often leads to debates which approach is better. For a writing task 2 on this, you could argue the Western model might foster more innovation and independent thought, while the Eastern model might be credited with producing strong, consistent results in standardized tests and instilling a powerful work ethic through discipline and practice.
A really good answer often suggests a hybrid approach might be best, combining the strengths of both, fostering creativity and ensuring a solid knowledge base and discipline, using terms like student-centered learning, acknowledging cultural influences, and understanding rote learning is important here.
Another vital global perspective is inequality. Big disparities in educational access and quality still exist based on income, gender, where you live. It's a huge global challenge.
Reading passages often discuss initiatives by organizations like UNESCO, like Education for All, aiming for educational equity or promoting gender equity. You might need to identify causes like poverty or discrimination and understand solutions like scholarships or building schools, specific policy interventions.
In speaking, if asked about the government's role in reducing inequality, you could give concrete examples from your context, maybe free textbook programs or efforts to improve schools in rural areas. This uses vocabulary around the access gap, socioeconomic barriers, and policy intervention.
And the experience of international students is a massive part of this global picture, too. Millions study abroad every year. It's amazing for cultural exchange, gaining global perspectives.
But it comes with challenges, too, right? Navigating visa rules, language issues, and that significant cultural adjustment.
Describing studying abroad is a very common Speaking Part 2 topic. You could talk about a friend's experience, the initial struggles adapting to a new system or language, the adaptation challenges and how they grew from it, gaining confidence and global competencies.
Great example. Uses terms like cultural exchange, global mobility, cultural adjustment, adaptation challenges very naturally.
Finally, globalization itself shapes education. You see standardization like the IB or Cambridge curricula being adopted worldwide,
which can help with global mobility and provides a recognized standardized curriculum.
Yeah.
But it also raises worries about cultural erosion. Could local traditions or history get sidelined for a more generic global approach? Writing tasks might explore this tension between standardization and preserving cultural identity. We'd use terms like standardized curriculum, cultural identity, global competencies. Understanding these global dimensions isn't just academic. It helps you engage with the complexity of education worldwide and gives you so much more to talk about.
Exactly. And bringing this all back home, so to speak, everything we've discussed is aimed at boosting your readiness for assessments like IELTS.
Right.
So this final section is about leveraging this deep dive for your prep.
Right. First things first, vocabulary. Building your specific word bank for this topic is crucial. We've thrown a lot of terms around. It helps to group them. Think about categories like education systems, words like curriculum, syllabus, assessment criteria, educational reform, challenges, mental health support, exam stress, financial strain, social integration, academic workload, extracurriculars, holistic development, leadership skills, community engagement, team spirit, technology, digital literacy, e-learning, virtual classrooms, technological disparity, digital divide, and global perspectives, cultural diversity, educational equity, access gap, policy intervention, globalization, cultural adjustment.
And the key is not just listing them, right? It's practicing using them, weaving them into practice sentences, paragraphs, spoken answers. The more you actively use them, the more naturally they'll come out when you need them. It really boosts that lexical resource score.
Definitely. For writing tasks 2, really review those common question types we mentioned: free education, text role, measuring success, comparing systems. Practice structuring your essays logically. Clear introduction, body paragraphs exploring different sides or causes solutions, and a solid conclusion.
And don't forget those linking words. Using things like furthermore, conversely, consequently, in conclusion helps your argument flow. Varying your sentence structures, using some short, some long and complex, also makes your writing more sophisticated.
For speaking, practice answering those typical questions. Your own school days, favorite subjects, exam prep, studying abroad.
Get comfortable talking about these things. Practice out loud, maybe even record yourself. Work on pronunciation, making your ideas flow coherently. Use natural fillers sparingly if you need to pause, but aim for fluency. Maybe even try incorporating a couple of relevant idioms like hit the books or learn the ropes if it feels natural, can make you sound more idiomatic.
With reading and listening, focus your practice on education-themed materials. For reading, practice skimming articles about policy or research to get the main idea quickly. Then practice scanning for specific details, names, dates, stats.
For listening, find practice audio like university lectures, campus announcements, student conversations about courses or accommodation. Focus on catching key info, understanding opinions, maybe identifying what's implied but not directly stated.
Here's a concrete practice idea. Find a short reading passage on say, educational inequality, maybe 300 words. Try to summarize its main points accurately in just 50 words. Force yourself to use key terms like access gap or policy intervention. It really sharpens comprehension and summary skills.
And lastly, time management. It's always critical in time tests. Practice writing essays within the 40 minutes. Practice structuring your speaking answers to fit the time limits, especially that 1-2-minute part 2 talk. Practice moving through reading and listening sections efficiently. Use a timer. Get used to that clock ticking.
It really comes down to focused preparation on these themes, building that vocabulary, and actively practicing the specific task types using the language and insights we've covered. That's what builds confidence.
So we've certainly covered a lot of ground today. We've gone from the basic structures of education systems through all the challenges students face globally to the value of learning outside the classroom, the huge impact of technology, and why that global perspective is so vital.
And understanding all these different facets, it really does more than just prepare you for a test. It genuinely equips you to talk about this incredibly important part of life with more depth and clarity. You become more knowledgeable, more articulate.
It really does shape individuals and societies. Which leads to a final thought for you, our listener, to ponder as we finish up. Considering how fast technology is changing everything, especially learning, what do you think the classroom of the future will actually look like? Or maybe, what will it feel like? How might the whole experience of school change in the years ahead?
That's a great question to mull over. Lots to think about there.
We really hope this deep dive has been useful for you, providing some valuable insights and tools.
Thanks for tuning in.
If you found this deep dive helpful, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We look forward to our next exploration together. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. You've arrived at the right place for a deep dive into some incredibly important global topics. Today, we're going to tackle environment and climate change head-on.
We certainly are.
This deep dive is crafted using a collection of information to build a really solid understanding of these critical issues, the kind of knowledge that empowers you to discuss them clearly, perhaps useful for something like sharpening your skills for IELTS listening and speaking.
Yeah, that kind of clarity is key.
We've pulled together key insights, facts, and perspectives, and we're going to, unpack the most important ideas.
That's right. And these aren't just abstract concepts you might study for an exam, are they?
Not at all.
They're issues woven into the fabric of our world, impacting billions of lives, shaping economies, and really determining the very future of our planet. A foundational idea to grasp from the start is just how deeply interconnected these challenges are, and how fundamentally they're being driven by human activity.
Absolutely. So, what's our game plan for this exploration? We're going to start by looking at the broad scope of environmental problems. Everything from the air we breathe to the water we rely on.
The forests that cover the land.
The forests, yeah, and the incredible variety of life around us. Then we'll focus specifically on climate change, its root causes, its far-reaching, and frankly, often devastating consequences.
And importantly, the solutions too. We need to look at potential solutions being developed and implemented globally.
Yes, and just as importantly, examine the significant obstacles that make tackling these issues such a complex endeavor. It's not straightforward.
No, far from it.
Yeah.
Our aim really is to cut through the noise and get to the essential understanding. We want you to come away from this feeling well-informed, armed with specific details, compelling examples, and the vocabulary needed to engage meaningfully with these monumental topics.
Right, building that framework in your mind so you can see the connections and, understand the stakes involved.
Yeah.
Okay, let's really start unpacking this. We're kicking off with the sheer scale of environmental issues. The information points out, as you said, that these challenges aren't happening in isolation. They are profoundly interconnected.
It's less like a list of separate problems.
Yeah, more like a complex, dynamic system. You impact one part and it sends ripples through the whole thing.
That's a great way to put it.
And what's the primary force driving this interconnected web of issues?
Well, the data points strongly towards human activity. Our relentless pursuit of industrial growth, the rapid expansion of our cities.
And just the way we consume resources, right, at an ever-increasing pace. These are the engines behind many of these environmental strains.
That's a key distinction, isn't it? It's not nature just acting on its own.
No, it's a reaction in many ways to our actions. Everything from how we power our homes and industries to how we produce food and manage waste contributes to this cascade of problems. Understanding this human-centric cause is, essential for identifying potential solutions down the line. Okay, so let's pull on the first major thread in that environmental web, air pollution. This is highlighted as a truly pressing global issue, affecting almost everyone on the planet in some way.
It really is pervasive.
What are the main culprits here, according to the insights we've gathered?
Looking at the information, the primary sources are quite clear. Industrial emissions are a huge contributor. Factories releasing a mix of pollutants into the atmosphere.
Right.
Then there are vehicle exhausts, especially in densely populated urban areas, pumping out harmful gases and particles.
Cars, trucks, buses, all of it.
Exactly. The burning of fossil fuels is another big one, whether in power plants to generate electricity or even in smaller residential furnaces for heating.
And agriculture too, surprisingly perhaps.
Yes, surprisingly to some. Even certain agricultural practices like livestock farming and the use of fertilizers can release pollutants like ammonia and methane into the air. It's not just factories and cars.
And the human cost of this is, well, it's staggering. The World Health Organization, the WHO, provides a deeply concerning estimate.
It's grim reading.
They link air pollution to 7 million premature deaths globally each year. Just try to picture that number.
7 million? It's almost impossible to comprehend.
Preventable tragedies annually. And they also estimate that about 90% of people worldwide are breathing air that contains pollutant levels exceeding safe guidelines.
90%. That means almost everyone listening right now is likely breathing air that poses some risk to their health.
Yeah.
It really underscores the universality of this problem.
And the health implications are severe and wide-ranging. What does the information flag specifically?
It specifically flags respiratory diseases, things affecting our lungs and breathing, and cardiovascular diseases, impacting the heart and blood vessels. These are strongly linked to exposure to fine particulate matter, often called PM2.5.
Ah, yes, the tiny particles.
That's right. They're less than 2.5 micrometers in diameter, so small they can penetrate deep into the lungs and even get into the bloodstream.
Which is terrifying.
It is. And nitrogen dioxide, or NO2, primarily from burning fuels, is another major culprit that irritates the respiratory system.
And this is where the connection to climate change becomes just undeniable, isn't it?
Absolutely. The very activities that release these health-damaging pollutants like burning fossil fuels for energy and transport are also the main sources of greenhouse gases.
Like CO2 and methane.
Exactly. Carbon dioxide, CO2, and methane, CH4. So the smog that chokes our cities and causes immediate illness is also contributing to the long-term warming of the planet. It's like a double burden from the same sources.
A double whammy, yeah. And we see this playing out differently around the world, which the examples illustrate quite well.
Mm-hmm. There's a contrast, for instance, between the challenges in rapidly developing nations, like India. Cities like Delhi often face hazardous air quality index, or AQI, levels.
Driven by what exactly there?
It's a combination of things. Rapid industrialization, a huge number of vehicles, population density, and sometimes, let's be honest, less rigorously enforced environmental regulations.
Compared to, say, developed cities.
Well, developed cities, like Los Angeles in the U.S., have made progress, certainly, but they still struggle with persistent smog. In L.A., it's primarily from their massive vehicle population and specific geographic conditions that trap pollutants.
So the sources might differ slightly.
But the challenge of cleaning up the air is universal, fundamentally.
And beyond the immediate health effects, there are these significant economic and social costs.
Huge costs. The WHO estimates a staggering $225 billion annual loss in global labor productivity because people are getting sick from pollution.
$225 billion. That's a massive drain on economies.
It is. And it also impacts specific industries. Think about tourism. High levels of smog in major tourist destinations, like Beijing perhaps, can deter visitors.
Makes sense. And food security, too.
Yes, surprisingly. Ground-level ozone, which is a pollutant formed when other pollutants react in sunlight, can actually damage crops and reduce yields.
Yeah.
This impacts food security in important agricultural regions, like the fertile Indo-Gangetic Plain.
And this situation also highlights something critical called environmental justice.
Ah, yes. The information points out that air pollution often disproportionately affects marginalized communities. These are frequently areas located closer to polluting industries, major highways, or waste disposal sites.
And people living there,
who often have less political power and fewer economic resources, end up bearing a much greater burden of health problems caused by pollution they likely didn't create in the first place. It's a real equity issue.
So what kinds of actions are being discussed or argued for to tackle this? What do the insights suggest?
Well, there are strong arguments for implementing stricter emission standards for industries and vehicles. That seems pretty clear.
Makes sense. Tighter rules.
Right. There's also a clear call for significant investment in clean energy sources to replace fossil fuels. A big shift.
And importantly,
the need for targeted policies specifically designed to protect those vulnerable communities most exposed to pollution. You can't have a one-size-fits-all approach.
are there examples of places doing this well?
The city of Singapore is mentioned as a positive example. They're known for a pretty comprehensive approach, including strict air quality regulations, low emission zones in the city center, and significant investment in green public transport options.
So, effective regulation combined with forward-thinking investment seems key.
It appears so. But it's worth noting another related issue often overlooked in discussions about air quality.
Which is?
Indoor air pollution. This is presented as a very significant, often hidden problem, particularly prevalent in low-income countries.
Ah, yes, I saw that. The material details this, explaining it impacts a huge number of people globally, estimated at 2.4 billion.
2.4 billion people, mainly women and children.
And the main culprit.
Cooking with biomass fuels. Things like wood, charcoal, or animal dung inside homes, often using inefficient stoves in poorly ventilated spaces.
Right, burning these fuels indoors.
Releases high levels of pollutants. We're talking particulate matter, carbon monoxide, and other toxic compounds right inside the home.
And the example given is rural India.
Yes. Rural India is used as an example where this practice is widespread and directly contributes to chronic respiratory illnesses, especially among women and young children who spend the most time breathing that air. It's a major public health crisis hidden inside people's homes.
So the obvious solution is transitioning to cleaner cooking methods, right? Like liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, or electric stoves.
Or solar stoves, yeah. But the insights acknowledge the significant barriers, cost, and accessibility.
They're just too expensive.
Clean cooking technologies often have a higher upfront cost than traditional stoves or just gathering firewood. And the infrastructure needed to deliver fuels like LPG might not even exist in remote areas.
Which leads to a crucial argument made in the material.
Which is that effectively addressing indoor air pollution requires financial intervention. Providing subsidies or financial assistance to make clean cooking technologies affordable and accessible in developing nations is absolutely critical.
It's not just about emissions then.
No, not at all. It's a fundamental health issue that could save millions of lives and reduce the burden of disease. It's health, environment, and development all rolled into one.
Okay, let's shift our focus from the air we breathe to the water that sustains us. Water pollution is another massive threat outlined in the information, damaging vital ecosystems and jeopardizing human health.
Another huge area, yeah.
What are the main sources identified here?
The sources point to several key culprits. Industrial discharge is a major one. Factories releasing untreated or poorly treated wastewater directly into rivers, lakes, or coastal waters.
Just dumping it.
Pretty much. Then there's agricultural runoff, laden with fertilizers, pesticides, and animal waste from farms. That washes into waterways and causes significant nutrient pollution.
Right, and big accidents.
Yes, large-scale incidents like oil spills from tankers or drilling platforms can have devastating immediate and long-term impacts. We've all seen images of those.
And plastics.
And the growing problem of plastic waste accumulating in rivers and oceans, that's a pervasive threat everywhere now.
And the global scale of this problem is frankly alarming. The United Nations reports that a staggering 80% of global wastewater is discharged without being treated.
80%? Just think about that. Most of the water we use in our homes, cities, and industries is going straight back into the environment, often full of harmful contaminants.
The material provides specific examples to kind of bring this home. The Ganges River in India.
Yes, the Ganges is highlighted as a case study of severe pollution. It's impacted by a mix of industrial effluents, raw sewage from the many cities along its banks, and even traditional practices like disposing of religious offerings or cremated remains.
Affecting millions of people.
Affecting more than 400 million people who live in the Ganges Basin and rely on the river for water. It's immense.
And ocean plastic.
On a different scale, the problem of ocean plastic is huge. Estimated 8 million metric tons enter the oceans annually.
8 million tons a year.
And this plastic doesn't just disappear. It breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces, known as microplastics.
Which get into the food chain.
Exactly. They're ingested by marine life and are now found throughout the food chain, potentially ending up on our dinner plates. The vast collections of debris like the Great Pacific Garbage Patch are just the visible symbols of this crisis.
So the impacts of water pollution are incredibly varied and severe. Direct health crises.
Yes, the WHO links 1.8 million deaths every year to unsafe water, causing diseases like cholera, dysentery, and typhoid.
And livelihoods.
It profoundly impacts people's livelihoods, too. Fisheries can be decimated by pollution events, leading to economic hardship for coastal communities. Think about those affected by the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico back in 2010.
Right, devastating. And ecologically.
Ecologically, agricultural runoff causing excess nutrients leads to eutrophication. This process fuels massive algal blooms.
The green scum you see sometimes.
Exactly. And when these blooms die and decompose, they consume vast amounts of oxygen in the water, creating hypoxic conditions or dead zones where fish and most other aquatic life simply cannot survive. We see these in places like the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Mexico.
So this situation strongly argues for comprehensive action. What does the material suggest?
It suggests the need for global agreements on waste management and wastewater treatment standards. We need international cooperation.
And public awareness.
Yes, public campaigns are crucial to raise awareness about reducing plastic use and promoting responsible disposal. And importantly, there needs to be rigorous enforcement of pollution controls on industries and agricultural operations. You need the rules, but you also need to enforce them.
Is there an example of effective policy?
The European Union's Water Framework Directive is cited as a successful example. It's a policy framework that has driven significant efforts to clean up and restore rivers and lakes across Europe, leading to the recovery of ecosystems and water quality in many areas. So it shows policy can work.
What's particularly interesting is that the issue isn't confined to surface water like rivers and oceans. The information also brings up groundwater.
Ah, yes, groundwater depletion and contamination. A crucial, often less visible subtopic.
How important is groundwater?
Groundwater is incredibly vital. It's estimated that 50% of the global population relies on groundwater for drinking water, and it's a major source for irrigation for growing food.
But it faces serious threats.
Serious long-term threats. Over-extraction is one, pumping water out faster than natural processes can replenish it. This is depleting these underground reserves, particularly in agricultural regions reliant on irrigation.
And pollution.
At the same time, pollutants from agriculture, industry, and poorly managed landfills can seep down through the soil and rock layers, contaminating these deep water sources.
There's a stark example given for that.
Yes, the widespread arsenic contamination in groundwater in Bangladesh. This affects an estimated 40 million people, causing chronic arsenic poisoning and severe health problems.
And cleaning it up is hard.
What makes groundwater contamination so challenging is that cleaning it up is incredibly difficult and expensive, often requiring complex treatment systems or finding alternative water sources altogether. Prevention is key.
Which underscores the importance of prevention and sustainable management.
Absolutely. Mitigation strategies include promoting more efficient irrigation techniques, regulating groundwater pumping, and implementing practices like rainwater harvesting to help replenish aquifers.
So the argument here is...
The argument is compelling. Protecting our groundwater is fundamental to long-term water security for billions of people. This requires not just addressing industrial and urban sources, but also regulating agricultural runoff and promoting land use practices that prevent contaminants from reaching these vital underground reserves in the first place.
Let's move on to deforestation, another absolutely critical environmental issue with profound connections to many of the other problems we've discussed. What are the main forces driving the clearing of forests around the world?
The insights point to several major drivers. The expansion of agriculture is probably the single largest cause.
Farming.
Yes, particularly large-scale commercial farming for products like cattle, for meat and leather, and monoculture crops like soybeans, often used for animal feed or biofuels.
And logging.
Logging, both legal and illegal, for timber and paper is another significant factor. Mining operations require clearing land, too.
And cities growing.
And the relentless expansion of human settlements and infrastructure through urbanization also consumes forest land. It's pressure from multiple angles.
Forests play such an unbelievably important role, don't they? The material really highlights their significance as massive carbon sinks.
Absolutely vital. They absorb huge amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere as they grow, storing that carbon in their biomass, the wood, leaves, roots, and in the soil beneath them.
How much CO2 are we talking?
Estimates suggest forests absorb around 15.6 billion tons of CO2 annually and cover about 31% of the planet's land area. They're crucial climate regulators.
But when they're cut down?
Exactly. When forests are cut down or burned, that stored carbon is released back into the atmosphere, often quite rapidly if the trees are burned.
So deforestation actually causes emissions.
Yes. This is why deforestation is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for around 15% of global totals. That's more than all the world's cars, trucks, trains, and planes combined.
Wow. That's a huge figure. The Amazon rainforest is the most famous example, often called the lungs of the earth, though I know that's not scientifically precise.
Right. But its role is huge nonetheless. The information notes that the Amazon has been reduced by about 11% since the 1970s.
Driven by what, mainly?
This loss is overwhelmingly driven by clearing land for cattle ranching and growing soybeans. It's agriculture expanding into the forest.
And this destruction isn't just about trees.
No, it's an ecological tragedy, threatening incredible biodiversity found nowhere else. And it impacts the lives and cultures of indigenous communities who have lived in balance with the forest for centuries.
And the impacts of deforestation ripple outwards, don't they?
They really do. It disrupts regional water cycles, potentially leading to reduced rainfall and increased drought conditions in surrounding or even distant areas.
And the soil.
It also increases soil erosion, as tree roots are no longer there to hold the soil in place. This leads to land degradation and desertification, the process where fertile land turns into desert-like conditions.
Where is this happening?
Parts of sub-Saharan Africa are experiencing this, with estimates that 20% of the land is degraded. And this cycle feeds back into climate change by releasing stored carbon, altering regional climates, and reducing the planet's overall capacity to absorb CO2. It's a vicious cycle.
Are there efforts to counteract this reforestation?
There are definitely efforts underway, such as large-scale reforestation initiatives. China's Great Green Wall is an ambitious project stretching across thousands of miles, aiming to combat desertification by planting trees.
But these projects face challenges.
Oh, yes. The information notes the significant challenges securing adequate funding is a big one, navigating land use conflicts with local communities or agriculture, and just ensuring the survival rates of the planted trees in often challenging environments. It's not as simple as just planting trees.
So this leads to a clear argument for a multi-pronged approach.
Definitely. Reforestation is essential, yes. But it must be coupled with policies that address the root causes of deforestation, promoting sustainable land use practices, particularly in the agricultural sector where most pressure comes from.
And global cooperation.
Global cooperation is necessary because forests provide benefits like carbon storage and biodiversity to the whole world, not just the country they're in. There's also a strong case for financial incentives for countries and communities to protect forests, recognizing their global value.
Is there an example of that working?
Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative is highlighted as a positive example, a community-driven effort that mobilized millions of people to plant billions of trees since 2019, tackling both climate change and land degradation locally. It shows community involvement can be powerful.
And related to deforestation, the information specifically calls out illegal logging as a particularly destructive subtopic.
Yes, illegal logging is a massive problem with widespread consequences. It's estimated to account for a significant portion of the global timber trade, somewhere between 15% and 30%. Got that much. This activity directly fuels deforestation, operates outside of any environmental regulations, and undermines legitimate, sustainable forestry practices and conservation efforts. It's pure destruction for profit.
The example given is illegal logging in places like Borneo.
Exactly, which is destroying critical habitats for endangered species, like orangutans. It has direct impacts on wildlife.
So how do we address illegal logging?
It requires stricter enforcement of laws within timber-producing countries, often supported by international efforts. It also needs widespread adoption and support for certification schemes, like those provided by the Forest Stewardship Council, FSC.
So consumers can choose better.
Precisely. These schemes help consumers and businesses identify wood products that come from sustainably managed and legally harvested forests. The argument is that effectively combating illegal logging requires international trade regulations to prevent illegally sourced timber from entering global markets, coupled with increased consumer awareness and demand for certified sustainable timber. It needs action at both ends.
Okay, let's talk about biodiversity loss. The alarming decline in the variety of life on Earth. This seems like an issue that truly brings together all the problems we've discussed so far.
You're absolutely right. It's highly interconnected. The primary drivers identified are, well, the things we've been talking about. Habitat destruction largely due to deforestation, urbanization, and agricultural expansion.
Pollution, too.
Yes, pollution of air, water, and soil directly harms species and ecosystems. Overexploitation like unsustainable hunting, fishing, and logging removes species, faster than they can reproduce.
And climate change itself.
And increasingly, climate change itself is a major driver. It's altering habitats, changing temperatures and rainfall patterns, forcing species to move if they can, and leading to shifts in where species can survive. It's an added pressure on top of everything else.
So the scale of this loss is really quite shocking. I saw a figure from the WWF.
Yes, the Worldwide Fund for Nature report highlighted a 68% decline in global wildlife populations on average since 1970.
68% in less than a lifetime.
It's a devastating drop in the abundance of animals around the world. The information also mentions critically endangered species, like the Amur leopard, with fewer than 100 individuals left in the wild. We're talking about extinction happening right now.
And what's critical to understand is that this isn't just about losing individual species, sad as that is.
No, it's much bigger than that. It's about the threat to vital ecosystem services. These are the essential functions that healthy ecosystems perform for free, which underpin human well-being and survival.
Like what specifically?
Think about pollination of crops. Bees and other insects are responsible for pollinating around 75% of the global food crops we rely on. Water purification, soil fertility, flood control, climate regulation. These are all services provided by nature, by biodiversity.
And the example of bees.
The example of declining bee populations, partly due to pesticide use and habitat loss, directly illustrates how losing a key group of species can threaten something as fundamental as our food security. No bees, less food. It's quite direct.
And the impacts extend to cultural and economic spheres, too.
Absolutely. Indigenous communities around the world often have deep cultural connections to local biodiversity and rely directly on healthy ecosystems for their food, traditional medicines, and livelihoods. Think of communities in the Amazon.
And tourism.
Furthermore, the global ecotourism industry, worth over $1 trillion annually, depends heavily on healthy wildlife populations and intact natural landscapes. Kenya's Masai Mara ecosystem, famous for its incredible wildlife spectacles like the Great Migration, is a clear example of how biodiversity directly supports a significant portion of a nation's economy.
So conservation efforts are underway globally. Protected areas.
Yes, establishing protected areas, national parks, wildlife reserves, and creating wildlife corridors to allow animals to move safely between fragmented habitats are key strategies.
They face challenges.
Significant challenges,
Yeah.
including illegal poaching, conflict with human land use, encroaching on reserves, and simply securing sufficient funding to manage and protect these areas effectively. It's a constant battle.
This brings us to a powerful argument presented in the material,
which is that protecting biodiversity through global conservation efforts is absolutely essential, not just for ethical reasons or saving individual species, but for maintaining ecological stability, which directly underpins economic stability and human survival. They are linked.
And addressing this requires tackling the root threats.
Exactly. Habitat destruction, pollution, overexploitation, and critically, climate change, which is rapidly altering the conditions species need to survive.
Is there a success story mentioned?
Costa Rica is highlighted as a successful example. They've designated around 25% of its land area as national parks and protected areas. This has not only preserved incredible biodiversity, but has also significantly boosted its ecotourism industry, demonstrating that conservation can actually go hand in hand with economic benefits. It's not always either.
And within the topic of biodiversity loss, the information mentions invasive species as another significant contributing factor.
Yes, invasive species, another layer to the problem.
How do they get there?
These are species that are introduced to a new environment, often unintentionally through global trade or travel, stuck on ships, in cargo, things like that.
And in their new home.
In their new home, they may lack the natural predators or diseases that kept their populations in check in their native range. This allows them to reproduce rapidly and outcompete or prey on native species, disrupting the entire ecosystem balance.
An example.
The example of the lionfish in the Caribbean is given. It's a species from the Pacific that is now rapidly spreading and frankly devastating native fish populations on Caribbean reefs because nothing there eats it readily.
Can we control them?
Control measures exist, like targeted removal programs or sometimes biological controls, but once established, invasive species are often incredibly difficult and expensive to eradicate. Prevention is much better.
Which highlights an important argument.
That strengthening biosecurity measures at borders and ports is crucial. Preventing the introduction of invasive species in the first place is far more effective and less costly than trying to manage or remove them after they've established populations. It's a vital step in protecting native biodiversity and maintaining ecosystem health.
Okay, we've covered a range of interconnected environmental problems. Now let's really focus in on what many consider the defining challenge of our time: climate change itself. The information emphasizes that this is primarily driven by human-induced greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes, understanding the causes and consequences of climate change is absolutely fundamental to grasping the scale of the problem we face.
So the primary cause.
The primary cause, highlighted repeatedly across the sources, is the burning of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas.
For energy transport.
Exactly. When we burn these fuels for energy generation, transportation, industrial processes, and heating or cooling our buildings, they release huge amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere.
Mainly CO2.
Primarily carbon dioxide, yes, but also methane and nitrous oxide. These gases act like a blanket, trapping heat and causing the planet to warm. This is the greenhouse effect, amplified by human activity.
But it's not solely about burning fossil fuels, although that is the biggest piece, right?
No, you're right. Other significant sources contribute as well. The information mentions livestock farming, particularly cattle.
Cow burps, basically.
Well, methane from their digestive processes, yes. It accounts for around 14.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, which is significant.
And deforestation we covered.
Deforestation, as we discussed, releases stored carbon and reduces the number of trees available to absorb CO2. Industrial processes, like the production of cement used in construction, are also significant sources of CO2. Cement production alone accounts for about 8% of global CO2.
Even landfill.
Even the decomposition of organic waste in landfills produces methane, another potent greenhouse gas.
And the growth of urban areas.
The growth of urban areas globally also plays a role, increasing overall energy demand, which is often met by burning fossil fuels, especially in rapidly developing economies where urbanization and industrialization are happening quickly.
China, for instance.
China, for instance, is currently the largest emitter, accounting for around 27% of global emissions. That reflects its massive population and rapid economic growth built significantly on energy-intensive industries.
This brings up a crucial point about equity, highlighted in the information: the distinction between historical and current emissions.
Yes, this is really important. Developed nations, like the United States and those in the European Union, are responsible for a disproportionately large share of the greenhouse gases that are already in the atmosphere.
Because they industrialized earlier.
Exactly. Estimates suggest these countries are responsible for about 50% of the cumulative CO2 emitted since the start of the Industrial Revolution around 1850. They industrialized first, powered by fossil fuels, benefiting economically over centuries.
Whereas developing economies.
Now, rapidly developing economies like India, while growing contributors, still have much lower per capita emissions than developed nations. But they face significant international pressure to curb their growth and emissions simultaneously, which they see as unfair given the historical context.
This disparity leads to a critical argument
that while a global transition to renewable energy and reduced emissions is essential for everyone, developed nations have a historical responsibility to lead.
Lead how?
This means not only making deep cuts to their own emissions, but also providing significant financial and technological support, known as climate finance and technology transfer, to help developing countries transition to cleaner energy and adapt to climate impacts without hindering their necessary development.
Is anyone doing this well? Developing countries leading?
China's enormous investment in renewable energy capacity is often cited. They added over 400 GW of solar and wind power by 2023, which was more than the rest of the world combined in that year. It's presented as an example of a major developing economy making significant strides in balancing energy needs with emissions reduction efforts, even while still being the largest overall emitter.
A specific economic mechanism mentioned in the information to help reduce emissions is carbon pricing. Can you explain that?
Yes. Carbon pricing is essentially putting a cost on emitting carbon dioxide. The idea is simple. Make polluting more expensive, thereby incentivizing businesses and individuals to reduce their emissions.
How does it work in practice?
It can be done through a carbon tax, where a price is applied directly to greenhouse gas emissions, or through a cap-and-trade system.
Cap-and-trade.
Where a limit or cap is set on the total amount of emissions allowed in a sector or economy, and companies can buy and sell emission permits amongst themselves. If you pollute less, you can sell your spare permits.
Is there an example where this has worked?
The Canadian province of British Columbia is given as an example. They introduced a carbon tax back in 2008, and studies reportedly showed it led to a 5–15% reduction in emissions per capita compared to other Canadian provinces.
Without hurting the economy?
Seemingly without negatively impacting overall economic growth. So these examples demonstrate that carbon pricing can be an effective tool for driving down emissions by creating a clear economic incentive.
But there are challenges.
Oh, yes. The information also points out a significant challenge: political resistance. Industries that are heavy emitters often lobby strongly against carbon pricing policies because they would face increased costs, potentially impacting their profitability.
Vested interests pushing back.
Exactly. This resistance has been a major obstacle to implementing carbon pricing in many places, including long-running debates in the United States. The argument here is that, while effective economically, successful implementation of carbon pricing requires substantial political will and sustained public support to overcome opposition from powerful interests.
Now, let's turn to the consequences of climate change, which are already being felt globally and are projected to become much more severe. The information details a range of widespread impacts. First and foremost, rising global temperatures.
Right. The planet has already warmed by about 1.1 degrees C since pre-industrial times, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC.
1.1 degrees Celsius. Doesn't sound like much.
It might sound small, but remember, it's a global average, and it's enough to significantly alter weather patterns. This warming is leading to more frequent and intense heat waves, which pose direct risks to human health.
Like the one in Europe recently.
The intense European heat wave in the summer of 2022, for instance, is estimated to have contributed to over 15,000 excess deaths. It has real, fatal consequences.
And those rising temperatures are fueling more extreme weather events?
Exactly. We're seeing an increase in the frequency and intensity of events like hurricanes and cyclones, heavy rainfall leading to floods, and prolonged periods of drought. The physics are quite clear on this.
Any specific examples?
Cyclone Idea in Mozambique in 2019 is mentioned as a devastating example. It was a powerful storm, amplified by warmer ocean waters, which caused widespread destruction and displaced over 1.8 million people. These events are becoming stronger and happening more often in a warmer world.
Sea level rise is another major consequence. What causes that?
It's caused primarily by two factors. First, the thermal expansion of ocean water. As it warms, warmer water takes up slightly more space. Second, and more significantly now, the melting of glaciers and ice sheets on land, pouring fresh water into the oceans.
How fast is it rising?
The information notes that global sea levels are currently rising at an average rate of about 3.7 millimeters per year.
Doesn't sound like much per year.
It might seem incremental, but over decades it really adds up. This poses an existential threat to low-lying island nations, like the Maldives in the Indian Ocean, which are just a few feet above current sea level. They could literally disappear.
And coastal cities.
Coastal cities around the world are also at risk, facing increased flooding from storm surges and high tides. The city of Jakarta in Indonesia is a dramatic example. It's already sinking due to factors like groundwater extraction, and rising sea levels are significantly exacerbating the flood risk there. They're even planning to move the capital city partly because of this.
Climate change also has direct impacts on food and water security.
Yes, absolutely. Changes in temperature and rainfall patterns, particularly increased frequency and intensity of droughts and desertification, are reducing crop yields in many regions.
Where is this particularly bad?
The material highlights estimates that in sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, climate impacts could lead to a 10–20% reduction in yields for staple crops, potentially affecting the food security of 20 million people who rely on that production. Water scarcity is also increasing in many areas as glaciers shrink and rainfall becomes less predictable.
There are significant health impacts beyond just heat waves and extreme weather events, too.
That's correct. Warmer temperatures can expand the geographic range of disease vectors, like mosquitoes and ticks.
Meaning diseases spread.
Potentially bringing vector-borne diseases such as malaria and dengue fever to new areas that were previously too cool for them. Furthermore, climate change contributes to conditions that make wildfires more frequent and intense.
Like in Australia.
The massive bushfires in Australia in 2020, for example, released huge amounts of smoke that severely worsened air quality across vast regions, causing respiratory problems for millions. It connects back to air quality.
And the economic costs of these consequences are projected to be enormous.
Staggering. The International Monetary Fund, the IMF, has estimated that unchecked climate change impacts could lead to global economic losses, potentially reaching $23 trillion by 2050.
$23 trillion.
It's a colossal figure. That encompasses the cost of repairing infrastructure damaged by extreme weather, losses in agricultural productivity, decreased labor productivity due to heat stress, managing health crises, and the costs of adapting to changes like sea level rise.
Finally, a consequence that carries immense human weight is the potential for climate refugees.
Yes. The United Nations, the UN, projects that by 2050, rising sea levels, increasing desertification, and other climate impacts could potentially displace as many as 200 million people from their homes.
200 million people forced to move.
Individuals and communities forced to migrate because their environment can no longer support them. This presents enormous humanitarian challenges, requiring mass relocation and aid, and can also create significant geopolitical tensions and instability as large populations move across borders or within countries.
So, looking at these severe consequences, what does the information suggest about action, particularly regarding the uneven impact? We talked about equity before.
Well, given that the impacts are disproportionately severe in vulnerable nations, which often have contributed least to historical emissions, the material strongly argues for global financial mechanisms. There's a clear need for support structures.
Support to do what?
To help these nations not only mitigate their own emissions, but crucially, adapt to the changes that are already locked in and manage the humanitarian challenges, including potential resettlement for those displaced by climate impacts. It's about adaptation as much as mitigation for some.
Is there an example of adaptation?
The Netherlands' Room for the River project is given as an example of adaptation in a developed nation. Instead of just building higher dikes, they are strategically creating space for rivers to safely flood during peak flows, acknowledging higher water levels are coming and working with nature, not just against it.
So that kind of thinking needs to be global.
This kind of proactive adaptation is needed globally, but crucially, with financial support directed to those who need it most but can least afford it.
This naturally leads us to the discussion of solutions. The information consistently emphasizes that addressing these intertwined environmental and climate challenges requires a massive combined effort.
From individuals, governments, international bodies, everyone working together. Absolutely. There's no single silver bullet. It's a portfolio of actions needed across every sector.
And one of the most critical areas for action is transitioning to renewable energy.
Fundamental. Replacing fossil fuels with clean sources like solar power, wind power, hydropower, and geothermal energy is presented as absolutely key to reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Are there examples of countries doing well here?
The material highlights countries that have made significant progress. Denmark, for instance, gets over 50% of its electricity from wind power already. And Costa Rica has achieved an impressive feat, meeting around 99% of its electricity needs from renewable sources, mainly hydro and geothermal.
So it is possible.
These examples show what's possible. However, scaling renewables globally faces significant challenges. Well, the initial investment costs can be high, although they are falling rapidly, which is good news. Integrating variable sources like solar and wind, which only generate power when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing into existing power grids, requires costly upgrades and energy storage solutions like batteries.
And land use.
And large-scale renewable projects like vast solar farms or extensive wind turbine arrays can sometimes lead to land use conflicts or environmental concerns regarding habitat disruption or, say, bird collisions with turbines. These need careful management.
So this gives rise to an argument that achieving a widespread shift requires...
It requires significant government support, really, in the form of subsidies, favorable policies to encourage investment, alongside massive private sector commitment. It also means carefully planning and managing the deployment of renewable infrastructure to minimize its own environmental footprint. You don't want to solve one problem by creating another.
Is there an example of ambitious policy?
India's incredibly ambitious target of installing 500 GW of renewable energy capacity by 2030 is cited as an example of a major economy setting a bold policy direction to drive this transition, despite also relying heavily on coal currently. It shows the intent is there.
Beyond energy, adopting sustainable practices across various sectors is crucial for reducing environmental impact.
Yes. Things like the circular economy concept.
Explain that briefly.
Moving away from a linear take, make, dispose model where we extract resources, make products, use them briefly, and throw them away to one where materials are reused, repaired, and recycled as much as possible to minimize waste and keep resources in use for longer.
And waste to energy.
Waste to energy initiatives, where waste that cannot be recycled is burned under controlled conditions to produce electricity, are also mentioned as part of the solution in some places.
Examples.
Examples include Sweden, which converts an impressive 99% of its household weight into energy, or recycles it, very little goes to landfill. And Japan, known for its high recycling rate, exceeding 80% for municipal waste through meticulous sorting.
And sustainable agriculture.
Sustainable agriculture is another key area. Practices like agroforestry, integrating trees into farming landscapes, as seen in parts of Brazil, not only diversifying income for farmers and enhance biodiversity, but also improve soil health and help sequester carbon in the trees and soil.
So the argument is that shifting to these practices requires...
It requires significant investment in infrastructure, like modern recycling facilities and renewable energy grids to power them. And crucially, widespread public education and behavior change. People need to participate.
Is there an example of policy driving behavior change?
Germany's successful bottle deposit return system, the PIN system, is shown as a powerful example. It has resulted in a remarkable 98% return rate for recyclable bottles, demonstrating how smart policy can drive significant positive shifts in public behavior and boost recycling rates dramatically.
A specific type of sustainable practice in urban environments is green architecture.
Yes, this involves designing and constructing buildings that minimize environmental impact throughout their life cycle.
What are the features?
Features include energy-efficient designs that reduce the need for heating and cooling, using sustainable and recycled building materials, incorporating rooftop solar panels, rainwater harvesting systems, and green spaces like green roofs or walls. The aim is to reduce the building sector's significant contribution to energy consumption and carbon emissions.
Is there a well-known example?
Singapore's Gardens by the Bay, while a unique and iconic landmark, incorporates many principles of green architecture and sustainable design, like integrating solar power collection and utilizing harvested rainwater within its structures.
So the argument here is that promoting green architecture
Through building codes, incentives for developers, and public awareness can significantly cut the carbon footprint of cities, which are major sources of emissions globally. It needs regulatory support from governments to encourage developers and builders to adopt these practices widely, as the upfront costs can sometimes be higher, even if they save money long term.
Looking at the bigger picture, international cooperation is presented as absolutely essential for tackling global environmental challenges like climate change. You can't solve it country by country.
No, you really can't. Global agreements are key mechanisms, like the Paris Accord.
What's the aim of the Paris Accord?
Countries commit to setting national targets to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees C, ideally aiming for 1.5 degrees C compared to pre-industrial levels. These agreements rely on countries fulfilling their national commitments, which vary, and involve mechanisms like climate finance.
Foreign finance.
Institutions like the Green Climate Fund have been established, with wealthier nations pledging financial support to help developing countries invest in clean energy and adapt to climate impacts. Pledges have totaled around $10 billion initially, but the information points out that significant funding gaps still persist compared to the estimated trillions needed globally. The money isn't flowing fast enough.
And technology transfer.
Technology transfer, providing access to and training on green technologies like solar power or energy efficiency measures to countries in Africa or Asia, is highlighted as critical for ensuring that solutions are accessible and effective globally, not just concentrated in wealthy nations.
This links back strongly to the argument about historical responsibility.
Exactly. Developed nations, having benefited from earlier industrialization fueled by fossil fuels, must take a leading role in providing climate finance to ensure equitable solutions globally, acknowledging their historical contribution to the problem. It's seen as a matter of fairness.
Is there an example of this cooperation?
The African Union's Renewable Energy Initiative, receiving support from entities like the European Union, is given as a positive example of international cooperation, supporting the expansion of solar projects and other renewables across the continent, helping fund that transition.
And finally, while systemic change is paramount, individual actions also play a role in the larger picture.
They do. Actions like reducing personal energy consumption at home, opting for public transportation, cycling or walking instead of driving, minimizing plastic waste, or making more sustainable consumer choices. These are all examples of individual actions people can take.
Do they make a difference?
Well, the information mentions that global movements pushing for environmental action, partly fueled by grassroots efforts from concerned individuals and communities, have contributed to policy changes. For example, the ban on single-use plastics, now implemented in over 120 countries, was partly driven by public pressure.
But the perspective shared is...
While individual actions are valuable for raising awareness, building momentum, and demonstrating public support for change, the perspective shared is that systemic transformations driven by government policies and corporate accountability ultimately have a far larger and more rapid impact scale.
So the argument is that individual actions are important for fostering a culture of sustainability and signaling demand for change.
But it's policies like taxes, regulations, and investments, alongside corporations adopting responsible practices across their supply chains, that drive the truly large-scale systemic shifts needed to address these massive challenges effectively.
Is there an example of policy amplifying individual action?
The UK's plastic bag tax, introduced in 2015, is presented as a clear example. It led to an astonishing 85% reduction in plastic bag usage in large retailers almost overnight. It shows how a relatively simple policy can amplify the impact of individual choices and drive rapid, widespread behavioral change.
The role of technology is also highlighted as absolutely pivotal in developing and scaling solutions to these environmental and climate issues.
Hugely important. The material points to specific cutting-edge technologies. Carbon capture and storage, or CCS.
What's that?
It involves trapping CO2 emissions from industrial sources like power plants or cement factories and storing them deep underground, usually in depleted oil and gas fields or saline aquifers, preventing them from reaching the atmosphere.
Is it happening?
Norway's Longship project is mentioned as an example, aiming to capture and store 1.5 million tons of CO2 annually from industrial facilities. It's still relatively small-scale globally and expensive, but developing.
And electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles, or EVs, are crucial for decarbonizing transport, replacing gasoline and diesel engines with electric motors powered by batteries, ideally charged with renewable electricity.
Who's leading on EVs?
Norway has become a world leader here, with EVs accounting for over 80% of new car sales in 2023, driven by significant government incentives like tax breaks and perks like free parking or toll roads.
Again, farming.
Precision agriculture uses technologies like artificial intelligence, AI, satellite imagery, GPS, and drones to monitor crops, soil conditions, and weather in real time.
Okay.
This allows farmers to use water, fertilizers, and pesticides much more efficiently, only where and when needed, reducing waste and environmental impact.
Examples of that.
Smart farms in places like Australia are using AI to optimize irrigation schedules and predict yields, saving resources.
So these technologies hold immense promise, but they also come with challenges.
Definitely. High costs can be a barrier to widespread adoption, particularly in developing nations that might benefit greatly from them, but lack the necessary financial resources or infrastructure, think charging networks for EVs, or reliable internet access for precision agriculture. There's often unequal access globally.
Which underscores the argument that while green technology is a vital part of the solution portfolio,
Governments and international bodies must play a significant role in supporting research and development, providing subsidies to lower costs, and facilitating technology transfer to ensure these tools are accessible and affordable in poorer nations. You need policy to drive tech adoption fairly.
any other tech examples?
Japan's efforts in developing hydrogen fuel technologies are also highlighted. They have over 10,000 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles deployed and are investing in hydrogen fuel stations, showcasing how different technological pathways are being explored beyond just battery electric for transport and energy storage. Lots of innovation happening.
Now, having explored the issues, causes, consequences, and solutions, it's important to acknowledge the significant challenges in actually addressing these environmental issues on the necessary scale and timeline. It's far from easy.
No, it's incredibly difficult. And the information outlines several key obstacles.
One major challenge is the prioritization of economic growth over immediate environmental action.
Yes, for many countries, particularly those with large populations and ongoing development needs, often heavily reliant on existing fossil fuel infrastructure, like coal power plants, the perceived costs of transitioning to cleaner energy or implementing stricter environmental regulations can seem like a barrier to essential economic growth and poverty reduction. It's a tough trade-off, or perceived as one.
India's situation.
India's reliance on coal, despite its huge renewable energy ambitions, is sometimes cited as an example of this tension between development needs and environmental goals.
Political resistance is another enormous hurdle.
Huge, powerful vested interests, particularly from the fossil fuel industries, often actively lobby against policies that would accelerate the transition away from their products. Things like carbon taxes or tighter regulations on emissions face strong opposition.
We see this in the U.S.
Debates around climate policy in the United States have often highlighted the significant influence of such lobbying efforts in slowing down or blocking action.
Global inequity is a profound challenge we keep coming back to.
It really is. Developing nations often suffer disproportionately from the severe impacts of climate change, facing events like severe droughts, floods, storms, despite having contributed relatively little to the historical emissions that caused the problem in the first place.
Like in Africa.
African nations, for instance, collectively contribute only about 3% of global emissions, but are among the most vulnerable to climate impacts like drought and food insecurity. This creates real tension regarding who should bear the cost and responsibility for action and adaptation. Who pays?
Public awareness and understanding can also be a significant barrier.
Absolutely. Misinformation and outright climate denialism, often spread deliberately, can undermine the political will needed to enact ambitious policies. Building broad public support for potentially difficult or costly transitions, like moving away from fossil fuels or changing consumption patterns, is challenging, especially in regions where access to reliable information is limited.
And technological barriers again.
And as we touched on, technological barriers, the high cost and unequal access to green technologies limit their adoption in poorer nations, even when the political will might be there. A country might want to leapfrog fossil fuels and adopt solar, but if the panels and batteries are prohibitively expensive or the technical expertise isn't available locally, it remains out of reach without support.
So the argument presented is that overcoming these complex and interconnected challenges requires...
It requires strong global leadership willing to prioritize long-term sustainability over short-term economic gains. It requires widespread education to foster understanding and build public support for change. And crucially, it necessitates equitable resource distribution and financial mechanisms, climate finance again, to ensure that all nations, particularly those most vulnerable and least responsible, have a capacity to participate in and benefit from solutions.
Is there an example of this tension playing out?
The example of Brazil's resistance at times to strengthening Amazon protection policies, highlighting the tension between national development goals and the globally recognized value of the rainforest, sort of encapsulates the difficult trade-offs and political complexities involved.
Okay, we've taken a really deep dive into a wealth of detail here, from, wow, microscopic pollutants and drivers of deforestation to the mechanics of global emissions.
The grim realities of rising seas.
The promise of renewable energy and green tech, and the very real political and economic hurdles that stand in the way. The entire point, really, has been to build a robust, interconnected understanding of these issues.
Precisely. And having this detailed understanding, including the specific examples we've discussed for, Delhi's hair, the Ganges River, the Amazon, the Maldives, Denmark's wind power, Germany's recycling, and the relevant vocabulary, is incredibly valuable.
How so?
Well, it gives you the concrete details and framework needed to articulate your ideas clearly, whether you're discussing these topics in conversation, writing an essay, or maybe tackling a listening or speaking task for something like IELTS, as you mentioned earlier.
Right. It's about being able to structure your thoughts logically, considering the underlying causes, the wide-ranging effects, the potential pathways forward with solutions, and the significant challenges that need to be overcome.
And being able to support those points with compelling examples, it shows you've really engaged with the material.
Engaging with topics at this level of detail moves you beyond just surface-level knowledge and helps you develop a more nuanced perspective, which is key for effective communication, I think.
Absolutely.
So what does this all mean as we wrap up this deep dive? We've explored the vast, interconnected web of environmental issues, delved into the clear human causes and the profound, far-reaching consequences of climate change.
Looked at the promising solutions being developed and implemented around the world.
And examined the significant hurdles that make addressing these issues such a complex and urgent task.
This exploration really underscores that understanding these topics isn't just about acquiring knowledge for a specific purpose, like an exam. It's about grasping one of the most critical, defining challenges facing humanity in the 21st century. It affects everyone, everywhere, no exceptions.
Okay, so here's a final thought for you, the listener, to consider as you process everything we've discussed today. Given the immense complexity, the overwhelming scale of the challenges we've outlined, and the scientific urgency that calls for rapid action, how do we ensure that the urgency we feel in translating information into understanding actually translates into effective, widespread action?
That's the crucial question, isn't it?
What does it truly take, on both an individual level and a global scale, to bridge that gap between knowing what needs to be done and actually doing it, It's a question that sits right at the heart of this whole challenge.
It is indeed something to really reflect on. We encourage you to continue exploring these vital topics, to keep asking questions, and to seek out reliable information. Stay curious.
And if you found this deep dive valuable and insightful, please take a moment to like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel.
Your support really helps us continue creating deep dives like this one.
Thanks so much for joining us today. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today, we're embarking on a deep dive into a topic that is, well, profoundly important for every single one of us, no matter where we live or what we do. It's also incredibly valuable if you're looking to build your understanding and ability to discuss a wide range of related issues. We're talking about health and fitness.
That's right. And for this deep dive, we've gathered some material on the subject, and our goal is to really unpack it together.
Yeah.
We want to extract the most important knowledge, perhaps some surprising facts you weren't aware of, and, crucial insights that help you become genuinely well-informed on health and fitness relatively quickly.
Think of this as us having a conversation, exploring this material with you, highlighting what stands out as most significant or maybe interesting. The information touches on so many different aspects of health and fitness, from the absolute basics of individual well-being, right up to major global trends and policies that affect populations worldwide. And understanding all of this content, including the specific vocabulary that comes with it, is fantastic for your capacity to communicate effectively about these topics. It's particularly relevant, for example, if you're working on developing your English skills for something like IELTS, where topics like health are very common.
Absolutely. Being able to confidently use terms related to different aspects of health, whether it's discussing, say, a balanced diet, the benefits of exercise, or challenges like mental health stigma, it allows you to express your ideas with much greater clarity and precision.
Precision, yeah. Whether you're reading, writing, listening, or speaking about it.
Exactly.
Okay, then, let's get into this material. Where do we begin?
Well, the information we have really establishes physical health as the fundamental bedrock of overall well-being.
Right, the bedrock.
It's described as the state where your body is functioning optimally, free from disease, and capable of handling daily activities with energy and vitality.
It's like the essential operating system, isn't it? The foundation that enables everything else. If that physical health isn't robust, it becomes significantly harder to pursue any kind of goal.
Definitely.
Whether personal, educational, or professional, you just need that energy and resilience that comes from a healthy body.
And the material details quite a few specific benefits that underscore just how foundational this is. For instance, it profoundly enhances cardiovascular function.
Cardiovascular function, so the heart and circulatory system.
Precisely, the health and efficiency of your heart and blood vessels.
And the insights provided give us some really tangible outcomes from improving cardiovascular health. We're talking about a reduced risk of serious issues like heart disease, stroke, and high blood pressure.
Correct, and the data points shared are quite compelling. Engaging in even a moderate level of aerobic exercise, something like brisk walking, cycling, or swimming.
Just normal stuff, yeah.
Yeah, for just 150 minutes each week can lead to a noticeable reduction in blood pressure. The sources note this can mean a drop of 5 to 8 mmHg.
mmHg, millimeters of mercury.
That's the one, the standard unit for measuring blood pressure.
Okay, so that's a very specific, measurable improvement from a relatively modest amount of activity.
It is. And beyond that, that same level of moderate activity is linked to a substantial cut in the risk of heart disease by a full 30%.
30%. That's a major impact from something that's quite achievable for most people. Really highlights the power of consistent, moderate effort.
Exactly. And beyond the heart, physical health is also vital for your musculoskeletal integrity.
Okay, musculoskeletal, bones and muscles.
Yes, the strength and health of your bones and muscles.
Which feels directly related to mobility, doesn't it? Just the ability to move around freely and easily in your daily life without pain or restriction.
It is, and it's absolutely crucial for preventing conditions like osteoporosis.
Right. Where bones get weaker.
Exactly, where bones lose density and become fragile, increasing the risk of fractures. The material points out that engaging in weight-bearing exercises,
like lifting weights or...
Yeah, activities where you work against gravity, like lifting weights, using resistance bands, or even just walking and running, can actively increase bone density year after year.
So it's not just about keeping your muscles strong, but reinforcing your actual skeleton.
That's right. The data suggests a tangible increase of 1 to 3% annually with consistent weight-bearing activity. It's an active process of building stronger bones.
Huh. That's quite interesting. And the sources also mention a boost to the immune system.
Yes, that's another significant benefit. Regular physical activity seems to enhance your body's natural defenses. It makes you more resilient, improves its ability to fight off infections.
So you're potentially getting sick less often? Is that the idea?
That's the idea. Studies mentioned suggest that consistent activity might reduce overall infection rates by maybe as much as 30%.
30% again. Wow.
Yeah. Furthermore, the research indicates it can even make vaccinations more effective, strengthening your body's response to them.
Okay, so when we talk about the value of physical health, we're not just talking in general terms. We can point to specific improvements like enhanced cardiovascular function, stronger musculoskeletal health, increased bone density, and better immune efficacy. Having that specific vocabulary really helps you articulate these clear, measurable benefits, especially, if you're discussing health topics, perhaps in an exam context or just in general conversation.
It really does. Yeah. Now, while the benefits are clear, the material also highlights some significant contemporary challenges to maintaining good physical health.
Oh, absolutely. Modern lifestyles present quite a few obstacles. The dramatic rise of sedentary behavior is a huge one. So many jobs now involve sitting at a desk for hours on end.
Yep.
We spend so much time looking at screens, and the way many of us live, particularly in urban environments, it just doesn't naturally encourage activity, does it?
It really doesn't. And this sedentary behavior, according to the information, is directly contributing to major health issues globally. It's linked to the increase in obesity, the prevalence of type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. The scale of the problem worldwide is, frankly, quite striking.
The numbers presented are hard to ignore. The World Health Organization reports that a staggering 1.9 billion adults globally are overweight.
1.9 billion.
And 650 million are classified as obese. But what really jumps out is the trend. That obese figure has actually tripled since 1975.
Tripled.
That's a profound shift in global health demographics in just a few decades.
It really is. And urbanization itself plays a complex role here. Rapid city growth often means less readily available, safe green space or infrastructure for physical activity.
Right, fewer parks, maybe sidewalks aren't great.
Exactly. Less access to recreational facilities. And on top of that, urban life often means greater reliance on readily available but often highly processed foods.
So the environment we live in can actively make it harder to make healthy choices. It's not just about individual willpower, is it?
Not at all. The material also draws an important distinction when looking at health burdens across different parts of the world. In many lower-income nations, persistent infectious diseases like tuberculosis and malaria remain major health concerns. The sources note, for example, 10 million new TB cases reported in 2023.
Wow.
Often linked back to inadequate healthcare infrastructure.
So while affluent nations might have largely controlled many infectious diseases, that's certainly not the global reality.
Precisely. In more affluent countries, the primary health challenge has shifted significantly towards non-communicable diseases, often referred to as NCDs.
NCDs, non-communicable, meaning they don't spread person to person.
Correct. These are conditions like cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases.
And the data highlights just how dominant NCDs are in higher income settings. They now account for a substantial majority of deaths, around 70% in high-income countries.
That contrast is stark, and it fundamentally changes the focus of public health efforts and healthcare systems in different regions. Understanding these global patterns and being able to use terms like sedentary behavior, non-communicable diseases, or healthcare infrastructure is really essential for discussing potential solutions.
Right. Solutions like planning age-friendly cities with green spaces or working towards what you called global health equity.
Exactly.
Another critical aspect the material delves into is preventative healthcare.
Yes. This is the proactive side, measures taken before you get sick to prevent illness or detect it early, rather than just treating it once it's developed. It's framed as absolutely crucial for long-term health outcomes.
For individuals and whole populations, yeah. And the examples of success here are, well, historically profound. Vaccinations are highlighted as a major win for public health.
Absolutely. The sources showcase the incredible impact. Vaccinations led to the complete eradication of smallpox globally.
Eradication. Gone.
And have reduced polio cases worldwide by an astonishing 99.9%. That's the near elimination of a devastating disease through preventive action on a massive scale.
That's amazing. Routine health screenings are also a big part of this, aren't they? Things like mammograms for breast cancer or cholesterol tests.
Yes, these fall under early detection. The idea is to catch conditions like cancer or heart disease risk factors in their earliest stages, often before symptoms even appear.
Makes sense.
And when detected early, treatment is often much more effective. The material states that early screenings can improve survival rates by up to 20%.
20%. And lifestyle interventions, like programs designed to help people quit smoking or manage their diet, they're preventative too, right?
Indeed. They have a significant impact on long-term health. Quitting smoking, as an example given, can reduce the risk of lung cancer by 50% within just 10 years of stopping.
50% in 10 years. That's a powerful illustration of how changing a behavior can fundamentally alter your health trajectory.
It really is.
But even with these proven benefits, access to preventive services isn't equal everywhere. That's a key point, isn't it?
That's a really important point the material emphasizes. In many lower-income regions, there are significant hurdles, shortages of medical facilities, a lack of trained healthcare professionals, logistical challenges, all limiting access to essential vaccinations, screenings, and preventative programs.
So discussing public health strategies really requires addressing these disparities, using concepts like preventive interventions, early detection, and critically, health equity, ensuring everyone has a fair opportunity to be as healthy as possible.
Precisely. Finally, under the umbrella of physical health, the material covers the management of chronic diseases.
Okay, so these are the long-term conditions that aren't necessarily cured but require ongoing care, like diabetes, hypertension, high blood pressure, or asthma.
Exactly those. The focus shifts from prevention to management, aiming to maintain quality of life and prevent complications. This often involves tools for self-monitoring.
Self-monitoring, like checking your own blood sugar.
Yes. For instance, someone with diabetes might use a glucometer to track their blood sugar levels regularly.
And consistently taking prescribed medications is obviously key.
It's essential for controlling the condition and minimizing long-term damage. The sources also highlight the positive role of patient education, giving individuals the knowledge they need to understand their condition.
Right, empowering them.
And support groups, providing a community for shared experiences and encouragement.
So it's not just medical treatment, but empowering the patient with information and support networks.
Exactly. And studies show that participation in diabetes education programs, for example, can help patients lower their HbA1c levels.
Okay, you mentioned HbA1c before. What is that again?
Yes, it's a useful term to know, especially if discussing diabetes. HbA1c is a blood test that measures your average blood sugar levels over the past 2 to 3 months.
So it gives a longer-term picture than just one reading.
Precisely. It gives a broader picture of sugar control. The material notes that diabetes education programs have helped patients lower this specific measure by about 0.8%.
Okay, 0.8%. That sounds like a significant drop in that context, but managing these conditions also faces hurdles.
Yes, the material points out that high treatment costs can be a significant financial burden for many, even in wealthier countries. And restricted healthcare access, especially in rural areas, makes getting consistent, ongoing care challenging.
So terms like chronic disease management, self-monitoring, and medication adherence are really central to discussions about healthcare systems and patient care, particularly when considering issues of access and affordability. Very useful vocabulary there.
Moving on, the material dedicates a significant section to nutrition, which it frames as the essential fuel for optimal performance.
Fuel, yeah. And that makes perfect sense. Your body needs energy and nutrients for literally everything it does, from, running a marathon to thinking clearly to regulating your emotions.
Exactly.
Nutrition isn't just about avoiding illness. It's about powering your entire system.
The information breaks down the core principles of a balanced diet, emphasizing that it's about getting the right components in the right proportions. These components are carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and minerals.
Right, the macronutrients and micronutrients. And it gives us examples of where to find these vital components in food. Complex carbohydrates.
Yeah, from whole grains like oats, brown rice, or quinoa. They provide sustained energy, avoiding those sharp energy spikes and crashes you get from simple sugars.
Right, and proteins. Lean meats, fish, eggs, legumes, tofu. Crucial for building and repairing tissues, muscles, and supporting immune function.
Then healthy fats from sources like olive oil, avocados, nuts, seeds, and fatty fish. They aren't just energy. They're vital for brain health, hormone regulation, and absorbing certain vitamins.
Hormone regulation, interesting connection. And then fruits and vegetables packed with micronutrients.
Yeah, those are the vitamins and minerals, tiny substances needed in smaller amounts, but absolutely essential for countless bodily processes, like vitamin C for immunity or potassium for heart function.
The material even provides a concrete recommendation from the World Health Organization on this: consuming 400 grams of fruits and vegetables daily. That's supposed to help reduce the risk of non-communicable diseases by 25%. That's a clear target we can aim for.
It is. So understanding the role of complex carbohydrates, micronutrients, how hormone regulation is influenced by diet, and the concept of sustained energy are all really useful terms when discussing healthy eating habits and public health guidelines around food.
Definitely. The material also touches on the fascinating world of dietary trends and fads. There are so many out there now.
There are. There's a huge amount of interest in optimizing health through diet, and this leads to the popularity of various approaches.
And some specific examples are mentioned. Veganism, for instance, which excludes all animal products.
It's highlighted for potential benefits like lower cholesterol levels and often a smaller environmental footprint compared to diets, including meat.
Okay.
However, the sources also note the potential risks of certain nutrient deficiencies, particularly pointing out vitamin B12, iron, and omega-3 fatty acids. These require careful attention to ensure they are obtained from fortified foods or supplements if you're following a strict vegan diet.
Right, you need to be mindful. The ketogenic diet is another one mentioned. High fat, low carb.
Yes, this approach is characterized by being very high in fats, moderate in protein, and very low in carbohydrates. It's often associated with rapid weight loss.
Yeah, you hear about that.
But the material cautions that if not managed properly, it could lead to potential downsides, such as an increase in LDL cholesterol, often called the bad cholesterol, which can increase heart disease risk. Needs care.
Okay. Intermittent fasting is also discussed. That's more about when you eat, right?
Exactly. It isn't about what you eat, but when. It involves alternating between periods of eating and fasting. The material suggests potential benefits for metabolic health, how your body processes energy,
Metabolic health.
but also stresses that it really requires medical supervision, especially for individuals with certain health conditions or those on specific medications. Not for everyone just to jump into.
Good point. And plant-based diets in general seem to be gaining a lot of traction.
Yes, these tend to focus on minimally processed foods derived primarily from plants, though they might still include some animal products, unlike strict veganism. The sources note their increasing popularity, citing benefits related to both sustainability and general health markers.
So evaluating these different dietary approaches using terms like metabolic health, nutrient deficiencies, or sustainability allows for a much more informed and nuanced conversation. It's not just black and white.
Definitely not. Dietary supplements are also covered within the nutrition section.
Ah, yes. The pills, powders, and liquids, multivitamins, omega-3 capsules, probiotics, all that stuff, often taken with the goal of filling perceived nutritional gaps in a person's diet.
The material gives the example of using vitamin D supplements in regions that receive limited sunlight. This is a common strategy to help prevent deficiencies that can contribute to conditions like osteoporosis. Sensible in that case.
But there's a clear note of caution included, isn't there?
Absolutely. The sources warn against becoming overly reliant on supplements. They note that taking too much of certain vitamins or minerals can actually lead to toxicity. Vitamin toxicity is a real thing.
Right.
And importantly, they point out that the scientific evidence supporting the effectiveness of many supplements for general health in people without a diagnosed deficiency is variable and often not very strong.
Interesting. It's a huge global market, though. The material mentions it was valued at $150 billion in 2023 alone.
That figure certainly reflects significant consumer demand and perhaps belief in their benefits. But it also underscores the regulatory challenges in such a vast and often lightly regulated market.
So discussing supplement use requires navigating this complex area, understanding the demand, the potential targeted benefits for specific deficiencies, but also the crucial questions around evidence, over-reliance, and those regulatory challenges. Important vocabulary again.
And we also need to consider global nutrition challenges, as outlined in the material. It makes it clear that malnutrition is a much broader issue than just starvation.
Right. It's defined to include not only undernutrition, not getting enough calories or nutrients, but also overnutrition, consuming too many calories, and specific micronutrient deficiencies, lacking essential vitamins or minerals, even if calorie intake is okay.
The challenge is very significantly worldwide. In many lower-income countries, issues like childhood stunting, are prevalent.
Stunting, meaning impaired growth.
Yes, exactly. The material mentions 149 million children are affected, meaning their growth is impaired due to chronic undernutrition. And widespread vitamin A deficiency affects 340 million children, increasing their risk of infections and blindness. Huge numbers.
Devastating. Meanwhile, in higher income nations, the major issue is often overconsumption, particularly of processed foods high in sugar, unhealthy fats, and salt.
Exactly. This dietary pattern is a primary driver of the global obesity and diabetes epidemic. The sources state that 422 million adults worldwide have been diagnosed with diabetes.
422 million. And food insecurity, the lack of consistent access to enough affordable, nutritious food, remains a massive global problem, often made worse by things like climate change and conflict.
The FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, reports that 2.4 billion people are affected by food insecurity. That's a staggering proportion of the global population struggling to simply access enough food.
So when we discuss potential solutions to these layered global issues, being able to use specific vocabulary like stunting, food insecurity, micronutrient deficiencies, or discussing strategies like agricultural innovation or food subsidies is crucial for clarity.
Definitely. Shifting focus now, the material highlights mental well-being, framing it as the core of resilience.
The core of resilience, I like that. This really emphasizes that mental health, how you feel, think, and behave, isn't separate from physical health. It's absolutely central to your overall state of fitness and ability to function well.
It plays a direct role in your engagement with physical fitness. Good mental health provides the motivation and energy needed for healthy behaviors like consistently exercising, making nutritious food choices, and maintaining social connections.
And on the flip side, if you're struggling with poor mental health like anxiety, depression, or chronic stress, it can manifest physically, can't it?
Oh, certainly. Leading to lethargy, making it harder to stick to healthy routines, pushing you towards unhealthy comfort foods, or maybe increasing the likelihood of substance misuse. It's all connected.
So what techniques for improvement are mentioned?
Well, mindfulness practices are highlighted as particularly effective.
Mindfulness, like meditation, yoga, maybe journaling.
Exactly, activities like that. The idea is to bring your awareness to the present moment, which can significantly reduce stress and help sharpen your focus.
And there's data on this.
Yes, so sources offer some interesting data here. A 2023 study found that even just 15 minutes of daily meditation could noticeably lower cortisol levels. That's the body's primary stress hormone, by 25%.
25%, that's a clear physiological impact from a mental practice. Impressive.
Cognitive behavioral therapy, often called CBT, is also mentioned as a powerful tool.
Right, CBT, that's a type of therapy.
Yes, a type of talk therapy that focuses on helping individuals identify and challenge negative thought patterns and behaviors that contribute to distress. The sources note its effectiveness, showing improvement in mood for a substantial portion of patients, around 60% within just 12 weeks of starting therapy.
60% in 12 weeks. That's quite effective. So when we talk about strategies for mental health, terms like mindfulness practices, understanding cortisol levels, learning about cognitive behavioral therapy, and the overall goal of building emotional resilience are really valuable for describing these different approaches.
Very much so. And a really critical point the material raises is the issue of mental health stigma.
Ah, stigma. This is a significant barrier in many cultures worldwide, isn't it? It refers to those negative attitudes or discrimination against people with mental health conditions. It makes individuals hesitant or unwilling to talk about their struggles or seek the help they desperately need.
It really does. The sources mention that in some societies, showing emotional vulnerability can be perceived negatively, perhaps even seen as a weakness, which can be particularly challenging for men due to societal expectations.
So what are some of the strategies discussed for reducing this stigma? How do we fight it?
Public awareness campaigns are crucial. The material highlights initiatives like Australia's Are You OK campaign.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Which encourages people to simply ask their friends and family if they're okay, as a way to open up conversations about mental health. School-based education is also key, normalizing discussions from a young age. And, importantly, ensuring counseling services are easily accessible and affordable helps remove practical barriers once someone decides to seek help. Accessible counseling is vital.
And the sheer scale of mental health issues globally really underscores the urgency of tackling this stigma.
It does. The World Health Organization estimates that 1 in 8 people worldwide experiences a mental health disorder.
1 in 8.
That number is vast, and reminds us that these aren't isolated cases, but a significant public health challenge that requires open discussion and support.
So being able to discuss issues using terms like mental health stigma, public awareness campaigns, and the importance of accessible counseling is vital for advocating for better support and understanding globally. Essential vocabulary for social change, really.
Agreed. Stress management techniques are also explored in detail.
Because chronic stress that is prolonged and consistently high, isn't just a feeling. It has serious physical and mental health consequences, right?
Absolutely. It causes the body to constantly release stress hormones like cortisol at elevated levels, which over time increases the risk of conditions like hypertension, depression, and a weakened immune system. The sources list several techniques to help mitigate this impact.
Techniques that help calm the nervous system, like deep breathing exercises, progressive muscle relaxation, and mindfulness meditation.
Yes, those kinds of calming techniques. And also more practical organizational approaches like effective time management, learning to prioritize tasks, and setting clear boundaries in personal and professional life to prevent overload.
Setting boundaries, that's a big one. Social support is also highlighted as a powerful stress reducer.
It is. Regular interaction with friends, family, or support groups provides a buffer against stress and can actively reduce stress-related health risks. A 2024 study found that having strong social support reduced stress-related health risks by 15%.
15%. And we're increasingly seeing workplaces recognizing this, offering wellness programs.
That's right. There's a growing trend of workplace wellness programs that include components like stress management workshops, mindfulness training sessions, or promoting flexible work arrangements to help employees cope.
So understanding these varied techniques for managing stress and using vocabulary like chronic stress, progressive muscle relaxation, time management, and workplace wellness is really helpful for discussing strategies to navigate modern pressures.
Very useful. Finally, within this section, the material looks at the complex relationship between mental health and technology.
Technology. This is a really fascinating area because technology seems to be a double-edged sword for mental well-being, offering both significant benefits and potential drawbacks.
That's a good way to put it. On the positive side, technology has dramatically increased access to mental health support. Mental health apps, like those offering guided meditations or mood tracking, make tools for self-care readily available on our phones.
Right, very accessible. And teletherapy, connecting with therapists or counselors remotely via video calls or online platforms, that's expanded access too, hasn't it?
Hugely, especially for people in remote areas, those with mobility issues, or those who find it difficult to attend in-person appointments. It breaks down geographical barriers.
Definitely. However, the material also points to the potential negative effects. Excessive screen time, especially late at night, can disrupt sleep and contribute to increased anxiety. And there's specific data mentioned about the impact of social media overuse, particularly on younger generations.
Yes, studies link the overuse of social media platforms to a noticeable increase in anxiety symptoms among teenagers, a reported 20% rise.
20% rise in anxiety symptoms, that's a significant concern. It shows that while social media connects us, it can also have unintended negative consequences for mental health if not managed carefully.
Exactly. Emerging solutions to these challenges include promoting digital detoxes, planned breaks from screens, and encouraging individuals to set clear, healthy limits on their daily screen time.
Digital detox. Interesting term. So when discussing technology's impact on mental health, we need to acknowledge its dual nature, its benefits in providing access via teletherapy or offering self-help tools, but also the challenges posed by issues like excessive screen use contributing to anxiety symptoms. Nuance is key.
Transitioning now to something perhaps most people immediately associate with fitness: exercise. The material presents it as a powerful key to longevity.
Right, exercise. Framed not just as something beneficial, but as a proven method for enhancing health, actively extending life expectancy, and significantly improving quality of life at every age. Seems hard to argue with.
Pretty much. The material outlines the importance of different types of exercise for a well-rounded fitness approach.
Okay, so not just one kind. There are aerobic activities like running, cycling, or swimming, great for your heart and lungs, building cardiovascular endurance.
Yes. Then there's strength training, using weights, resistance bands, or bodyweight exercises, which is vital for building muscle mass and increasing bone density, as we discussed earlier.
Right, circling back. And flexibility exercises such as yoga or Pilates, which help improve the range of motion in your joints, enhancing joint mobility.
And don't forget balance training, like practices such as Tai Chi, which are particularly beneficial for older adults to help reduce the risk of falls.
Tai Chi for balance. Makes sense. The sources include the World Health Organization's general guideline here, aiming for 150 to 300 minutes of moderate aerobic activity weekly, combined with muscle strengthening activities at least twice a week.
That's the general recommendation. So when you're describing a personal fitness routine, being able to use terms like cardiovascular endurance, bone density, and joint mobility allows you to be much more precise about the specific goals and components of that routine. Again, useful for clear communication.
Definitely. The material really emphasizes that exercise offers benefits across all life stages, which is important. It's not just for young athletes.
Not at all. For children, it's not just about burning energy. It actively supports physical growth and cognitive development.
Cognitive development. How does exercise help with that in kids? Brain function.
Well, physical activity increases blood flow to the brain. And research suggests it can improve concentration and executive functions, things like planning and problem solving. The material mentions a 2023 study linking regular exercise in children to a measurable improvement in academic performance.
Really? How much?
A reported 10% increase.
10%? That's a significant finding. It's not just recess, it's literally brain fuel for learning.
Seems like it. For adults, exercise is linked to increased productivity, better mood regulation, and significantly lowering the risk of those non-communicable diseases we discussed earlier.
Right. And for older adults, it's vital for maintaining mobility, independence, and cognitive function. It actively helps to prevent muscle and bone loss and potentially lowers the risk of conditions like dementia.
The data points to a significant impact here. Regular exercise is associated with a 30% lower risk of developing dementia.
30% lower risk of dementia. That's huge. And there's a really important social dimension to exercise too, isn't there?
Absolutely. Participating in group exercise activities, whether it's a sports team, a dance class, or a walking club, fosters social connections. This is incredibly important for overall well-being and is a powerful way to combat loneliness.
Yeah, getting out and doing something active with others. So discussing how exercise benefits individuals differently depending on their age, and being able to talk about things like cognitive development in children, productivity in adults, maintaining mobility in seniors, and fostering social connections adds real depth to the conversation.
It does. Despite the clear and numerous benefits, the material also addresses the common barriers to exercise that many people face.
Yes, the obstacles. Feeling like you don't have enough time, struggling with motivation, or simply not having access to places or facilities to be active. We all know those.
We do. And environmental and socioeconomic factors also play a major role. For example, urban areas might lack safe, well-maintained parks or green spaces. Rural regions might have resource shortages, meaning no nearby gyms or community centers. And the cost of gym memberships or sports leagues can be a significant socioeconomic factor, preventing lower-income individuals or families from participating.
Right, cost is a big one. So it's not always just personal choice. The environment you live in and your economic situation can be major determinants of how active you can be. What are some potential solutions mentioned?
The sources highlight initiatives like developing free community fitness programs, organizing group walks, or outdoor exercise classes in public spaces, encouraging workplaces to provide on-site gyms or promote physical activity breaks, and the growth of online platforms has been significant.
The online workout platforms saw a huge surge, didn't they? Especially recently.
They did. The material notes their popularity grew by a remarkable 40% between 2020 and 2023.
40%.
Suggesting that for many people, the accessibility and flexibility of online options helped overcome some of those traditional barriers like time or location.
That figure points to technology being a part of the solution for some. So when discussing policies or initiatives to encourage more physical activity, understanding and addressing socioeconomic factors and promoting options like community fitness and online platforms is key.
Definitely. The material also explores alternative fitness approaches, acknowledging that one size doesn't fit all when it comes to exercise.
Right. Finding different methods that appeal to diverse interests and needs. Makes sense.
Precisely. Examples include high-intensity interval training, often called HIUA, This involves short bursts of very intense exercise followed by brief recovery periods. It's highlighted as being time efficient for achieving fitness gains.
HIIT, yeah. Get a lot done quickly. What else?
Dance-based workouts like Zumba or other forms of dance fitness, which combine cardiovascular activity with fun and often social interaction.
Good combo.
And outdoor adventure sports like rock climbing, hiking, or kayaking, which not only provide physical exercise, but can also enhance mental resilience and connect people with nature.
Mental resilience through physical challenge. Interesting. These different methods are valuable because they broaden the accessibility of exercise and make it more appealing to a wider range of people who might not enjoy traditional gym workouts or team sports.
Exactly. And being able to discuss these alternatives using terms like high-intensity interval training, cardiovascular activity, and mental resilience allows you to describe the specific benefits they offer.
Moving now towards wrapping up the individual aspects of health, the material looks at lifestyle habits, presenting them as fundamental to building a healthy foundation.
Right. This section emphasizes that our daily routines and ongoing choices, beyond just diet and exercise, have a profound and cumulative influence on our health over time. This includes things like sleep patterns, how effectively we manage stress, the strength of our social connections, and finding a balance between work and personal life.
The importance of sleep is highlighted right at the beginning of this section, something many of us struggle with.
Indeed. The sources stress that getting enough sleep, typically recommended as 7 to 9 hours per night for adults, is absolutely vital. It's the time when your body repairs itself physically, consolidates memories, and processes information, supporting cognitive function.
Cognitive function again. Sleep helps the brain.
Yes, and it helps regulate emotions, contributing to emotional stability.
And not getting enough sleep deprivation, comes with significant risks.
It does. Chronic sleep deprivation is linked to an increased risk of several serious health problems, including obesity, type 2 diabetes, and hypertension. A 2024 study found that chronic lack of sufficient sleep was associated with a notable 20% higher risk of heart disease.
20% higher risk of heart disease from poor sleep? Wow. The material mentions practices to improve sleep quality, often referred to as sleep hygiene. What does that involve?
Well, it involves establishing consistent habits. Things like trying to go to bed and wake up around the same time each day, even on weekends. Avoiding screens emitting blue light close to bedtime. Creating a dark, quiet, cool sleep environment. Basic stuff, but effective.
Right, the basics. And emerging tools like smart mattresses and sleep tracking apps are also mentioned as ways people are monitoring and trying to improve their sleep.
They are, yeah. Technology creeping in there too. So, when discussing the vital role of sleep and strategies to get better rest, terms like sleep deprivation, cognitive function, emotional stability, and sleep hygiene are key pieces of vocabulary.
Got it. The significance of social connections and community is also covered as a critical lifestyle habit.
This is huge. Having strong relationships and feeling connected to others is shown to have tangible benefits for both mental and physical health.
And the flip side is concerning. Loneliness and social isolation are identified as significant health risks, associated with increased inflammation, weakened immune response, and worryingly, an increased risk of premature mortality.
Premature mortality. Dying earlier just from being lonely.
Essentially, yes. There's a specific statistic on that really stands out, isn't there?
Yes, a 2024 meta-analysis reviewed multiple studies and found that loneliness increases the risk of premature mortality by a significant 26%.
26%. That highlights just how vital social connection is for simply staying alive and healthy. It's not just a nice to have.
Absolutely not. Fostering belonging isn't just nice, it's a fundamental health strategy. So how can people build these connections?
Well, the material suggests actively participating in community activities, joining clubs, volunteering, taking group fitness classes, or getting involved in local cultural events, anything that gets you interacting. It also notes that virtual communities, like online forums or social media groups focused on shared interests, can provide a sense of support and connection, although the depth might differ from in-person interactions.
Right, maybe not quite the same. So understanding why social connections and active participation in community activities are fundamental aspects of health and how loneliness contributes to premature mortality is essential vocabulary for discussing public health and social well-being.
Work-life balance is another crucial lifestyle habit examined, the eternal struggle.
Tell me about it. The problem here is often overwork and chronic stress in the workplace, which can lead to burnout.
Burnout, more than just feeling tired, right?
Oh, yeah. It's described as a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion, often accompanied by cynicism and reduced productivity. The sources suggest strategies to promote better balance and prevent burnout.
Okay, like what? Things like advocating for flexible work hours, exploring remote work options where possible.
Yes, those kinds of structural changes, and encouraging employers to implement workplace wellness programs.
The material provides an interesting example. Scandinavian countries, known for having shorter standard work weeks, report higher levels of employee well-being.
How much higher?
Noted as 15% higher in some comparisons.
15%. Maybe shorter weeks are the way to go.
Could be. And emerging trends in workplace health include offering mindfulness training sessions, promoting mental health days, or even providing opportunities for sabbaticals, extended breaks from work after a certain number of years.
Sabbaticals. Nice idea. So when discussing the challenges of burnout in the modern workforce and strategies for improving employee well-being, terms like flexible work hours, remote work, and mindfulness training are very relevant.
Definitely. Finally, under lifestyle habits, the material addresses substance use and health.
Right. This looks at the significant harmful effects of using substances such as smoking tobacco, consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, or using recreational drugs. Fairly obvious harms, perhaps, but still important.
And the global statistics on this are stark and sobering. The World Health Organization estimates that smoking causes 8 million deaths annually worldwide.
8 million. Every year. And excessive alcohol consumption significantly increases the risk of serious health problems, including liver disease. The material notes it can increase the risk of liver disease by 40%.
40% increase in liver disease risk. That's substantial. The sources also mention strategies used to address substance use on a population level.
Yes, things like harm reduction strategies, approaches that aim to reduce the negative consequences of substance use without necessarily requiring complete abstinence immediately.
Like vaping instead of smoking. Is that an example?
That's often cited as an example, yes. Using vaping as a potentially less harmful alternative for people who struggle to quit smoking altogether. Or public health campaigns promoting alcohol moderation and educating people about safe consumption limits. It's noted that some of these strategies, particularly harm reduction, can sometimes be controversial and debated in public policy discussions.
Right. Not always straightforward agreement. So discussing policies around harm reduction, strategies for smoking cessation, or the risks of liver disease associated with alcohol consumption involves navigating these complex and sometimes debated topics. Important to have the right terms.
Agreed. Zooming out now from individual habits, the material moves to global health trends, providing a wider perspective on how health and fitness are shaped by major worldwide factors.
Right, the bigger picture. This section highlights that personal health isn't just about individual choices. It's profoundly influenced by large-scale demographic, technological, environmental, and political shifts.
One significant and undeniable global trend is aging populations.
The world's population is getting older, isn't it? With a growing proportion of people living longer lives.
Yes, the World Health Organization projects that by 2050, 2.1 billion people globally will be over the age of 60.
2.1 billion.
This demographic shift has massive implications for healthcare systems and societies. It increases the demand for specialized healthcare services, particularly geriatric care, focused on the needs of older people.
And services specifically for conditions common in older age, like dementia, arthritis, mobility issues, and those chronic diseases we talked about.
Correct. The sources suggest that addressing this trend requires developing solutions like creating age-friendly cities, urban environments with accessible infrastructure, safe public transport, and green spaces that cater to the needs of older residents.
Making cities easier for older people to navigate and live in.
Exactly. It also emphasizes the need for developing preventive programs specifically tailored for seniors, such as promoting exercise classes and social activities to maintain health and reduce isolation.
So discussing the challenges associated with aging population challenges requires understanding the increased need for geriatric care and proactive solutions like age-friendly cities.
Technology and health is another major global trend that is rapidly transforming health and fitness.
Technology is everywhere now, and it's definitely changing how we think about and manage our health. Fitness trackers, health apps.
Absolutely. We see it in things like wearable fitness trackers that monitor steps, heart rate, and sleep, encouraging people to be more active. Telemedicine is expanding access to healthcare significantly, allowing patients to consult with doctors remotely via video calls.
Which is huge for rural areas, as you said.
Exactly. And advancements in AI, artificial intelligence, are impacting diagnostics.
AI diagnostics. How so?
Well, AI algorithms can analyze medical images or patient data to help predict disease risk or assist in diagnosis. The material mentions models showing accuracy of up to 85% in predicting certain conditions.
85% accuracy. That's impressive potential. However, like with mental health, there's a negative side to technology's impact on physical health, too.
There is. The increased time spent in front of screens, computers, phones, TVs is promoting more sedentary behavior across populations. We keep coming back to that.
We do. And the sources draw a specific link between this trend and rising obesity rates.
They do. Increased sedentary behavior from screen use is linked to a reported 15% rise in obesity rates in some studies.
So, discussing technology's role in health means weighing its clear benefits in expanding access and improving diagnostics via telemedicine and AI diagnostics against the challenges posed by increased sedentary behavior and its associated health risks. That dual nature again.
Environmental impacts on health are also presented as a major global factor that cannot be ignored.
The state of our planet directly affects our health. Makes sense, but how?
Well, air pollution, for example, is a significant cause of premature deaths globally. The World Health Organization estimates it causes 7 million premature deaths annually.
7 million.
Worsening respiratory and heart conditions.
And climate change has broader, devastating health implications, presumably.
It does. Changes in temperature, rainfall patterns, and extreme weather events disrupt essential resources like food security and water security, impacting billions of people worldwide and increasing the spread of certain infectious diseases.
That's alarming. What are some potential solutions mentioned? Mitigation strategies?
The material highlights the importance of sustainable practices, transitioning to renewable energy sources to reduce pollution, engaging in reforestation efforts to improve air quality in ecosystems, and promoting urban green spaces within cities.
Green spaces, they help with air quality and give places for activity, right?
And improve mental well-being, too. So, discussing the critical link between the environment and health requires vocabulary like air pollution, climate change, food security, and sustainable practices.
Got it. Finally, the sources touch upon global health policy.
Right. This is about how decisions made by governments and international organizations at a national or global level shape the health of entire populations. Big picture policy.
Policies like implementing universal healthcare systems, which aim to provide healthcare access to all citizens, regardless of their ability to pay.
Yes, or enacting strong regulations like bans on tobacco advertising and increasing tobacco taxes. These can have a profound influence on public health outcomes.
And there are compelling examples given of this working.
Yes. Countries with universal healthcare coverage have often seen measurable improvements in health indicators, such as reductions in mortality rates. The material mentions a 10% reduction in mortality in Canada, which has universal coverage.
Okay, and tobacco taxes?
Policies targeting substance use, like tobacco taxes, have proven effective in reducing smoking rates. Australia, for instance, has seen a 20% cut in smoking rates since 2000, partly attributed to high tobacco taxes and strong anti-smoking campaigns.
So policy really can make a difference, but implementing these policies effectively varies greatly around the world, I imagine.
It does. Challenges include political will, economic constraints, and particularly in lower-income nations, significant funding shortages and limitations in healthcare infrastructure can make effective policy implementation very difficult.
Right. So debating the effectiveness and challenges of different global health policy approaches involves understanding concepts like universal healthcare, tobacco taxes, and the practical complexities of policy implementation.
Exactly. So to bring everything together, the material emphasizes that understanding health and fitness isn't just about focusing on your personal well-being, though that's obviously important. It serves as a crucial lens through which you can understand and discuss a vast array of complex global issues.
Yeah, like poverty, inequality, environmental challenges, technological advancements. It connects to so much.
It really does.
Absolutely. It's about gaining the necessary vocabulary and the conceptual framework to really engage with this universally important subject. The specific terms we've explored throughout this deep dive: cardiovascular function, non-communicable diseases, mental health stigma, sedentary behavior, fuel insecurity, telemedicine, climate change. These are not just academic terms, they are powerful tools.
Tools for articulating complex ideas.
Yeah, for understanding reports and discussions on global issues and engaging in meaningful conversations about health and its many interconnected factors. Essential for anyone wanting to discuss world issues or, again, for learners needing this kind of language.
And understanding these different facets, physical health, nutrition, mental well-being, exercise, lifestyle habits, and global trends, provides a clear way to structure your thoughts. It helps you build well-supported arguments when discussing related topics. It gives you a framework for organizing information.
And ultimately, these are real-world issues that impact everyone, everywhere. Having this knowledge, drawn from the material we've looked at, provides you with a really valuable perspective on yourself, your community, and the world.
It equips you to understand not just how to potentially improve your own health, but also to understand and discuss the significant health challenges and opportunities facing communities and populations around the globe.
So we've journeyed from the fundamental building blocks of individual physical well-being, explored the fuel provided by nutrition, understood the strength that comes from mental resilience, delved into the power of exercise, examined the profound impact of daily lifestyle habits, and expanded our view to encompass the broader global trends and policies shaping health worldwide. It's quite a landscape.
It is indeed a complex, interconnected, and deeply important topic.
It truly is. And it leaves us with a lot to consider, doesn't it? Maybe a final thought. Given the increasing influence of global factors like technology and environmental change, how much will our personal health and fitness in the future depend solely on individual choices versus the collective actions and policies of societies and governments? Where do you see that balance shifting?
That's a really potent question, and one that will likely become even more central in the coming years, I suspect.
Food for thought. We hope this deep dive into health and fitness has been valuable for you, providing you with insights and vocabulary to think and talk about this vital subject more effectively.
Thank you for joining us on this exploration.
Like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel.